Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I'm excited to share a brand new Naruto fan fiction with you. Naruto. Starting with the Ōtsutsuki Bloodline. In this story, we travel to Konoha, year 58. Kitagawa Gen spent 13 years waiting for recognition, waiting for power, waiting for a chance to change his fate. That chance finally came when he accidentally sent his two teammates to the hospital. The incident caught the attention of none other than Kakashi Hatake, who made Gen his very first disciple. But just when Gen thought his life couldn't get any stranger, he received the novice gift pack he'd been hoping for all along. And inside, reward acquired, Ōtsutsuki clan bloodline, blank slate. Please develop it properly. From that moment on, the already chaotic shinobi world spiraled into even greater turmoil. If you enjoy stories about hidden potential, world-shaking power, and the price of destiny, you're going to love this one. Want to access the next part early or read all the chapters yourself? Check out my Patreon page, patreon.com/mv7. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. Alright, let's dive in.
Part 2 of Naruto. Starting with the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. Kitagawa Gen hadn't thought too deeply about it before, but now a realization was beginning to take shape. Eyes in the process of forming. Bones slowly transforming. Put together like this, it might be too early to say he's turning into Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. After all, there was no eye sprouting from his forehead, but becoming something akin to Ōtsutsuki Himura. That didn't seem far-fetched anymore. Even if he was just a miniature version, he was slowly becoming a full-blooded Hyuga, or perhaps something even more complete. Even those guys on the moon aren't as whole as I am, right? Kitagawa Gen couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He didn't really know what the people on the moon were like, but judging from Ōtsutsuki Tonari, it didn't seem like they had the Shikatsu Miyaka trait. Could it be that Himura also had two sons, one who went to the moon and one who stayed in the ninja world? As they journeyed back to Konoha, Kitagawa Gen silently followed behind Jiraiya, lost in thought. He had also started noticing another detail: his in release came from Uchiha Obito, his yang release from Kimimaro, yet in the end, both paths were converging toward the same destination. Maybe, for the Ōtsutsuki clan, in and yang release weren't fundamentally different after all. What's on your mind, kid? Jiraiya finally noticed how uncharacteristically quiet Kitagawa Gen had been, and turned his head, asking curiously, "You haven't said a word this whole time." "I was just thinking about soaking in a proper hot spring once we get back to Konoha," Kitagawa Gen replied, collecting himself with a shrug and a sigh. "I didn't even get to enjoy one back in the land of hot water." "Hey now, that wasn't my rule." "Don't blame me for that one," Jiraiya huffed, then quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, speaking of your skills, you're impressive, kid. That purple lightning of yours is something else. Extreme shape and elemental transformation, that level of control. Even someone like me, or even Minato, might not be able to match it. Honestly, I'm starting to think you really could learn the Flying Thunder God technique." Jiraiya had seen Kitagawa Gen's purple lightning before, back when they confronted Uchiha Obito, but it had been over in a flash. This time, during their clash with Orochimaru, he'd paid more attention and was genuinely impressed. The precision and control were on another level. "You really do have a knack for awkward topic shifts." Kitagawa Gen raised an eyebrow but played along. "Maybe. But the Flying Thunder God has crazy high requirements, not just chakra control, but also physical capabilities." "Sounds like you've been looking into it," Jiraiya chuckled and continued seriously. "You're right. The technique demands insane reflexes and coordination. After all, you're teleporting right into your enemy's face for a kill shot. If you can't keep your balance or react fast enough, you'll either crash land or get skewered on someone's kunai. That's just suicide." Kitagawa Gen nodded. Without the necessary physical prowess and reaction time, Flying Thunder God was definitely more hazard than help. But physical stats can be trained, Jiraiya added. Even reflexes can be honed. The real issue is chakra control. That's not so easy to improve. It's a matter of sensitivity, and there's only so much training can do to match someone born with it. Even the smallest error during a teleportation can be fatal. You, on the other hand, have a natural edge. Don't waste it. I see. Kitagawa Gen nodded modestly. Chakra control, of all things, was the least of his worries. He even discovered a new way to sense space itself. Maybe he'd be ready to try some real experiments once he got back. Though I remember, the fourth Hokage's version of the Flying Thunder God was quite different from the second's, though it was the same technique in name, the fourth had clearly taken it much further. Under his control, the Flying Thunder God was no longer just a teleportation technique, it was practically a space-time barrier technique. Come to think of it, why didn't you tell me about all this earlier? Kitagawa Gen asked, raising an eyebrow. Did the fourth leave behind notes or something? Of course. I don't know the jutsu myself, Jiraiya shrugged, totally unfazed. I didn't bring it up earlier because I didn't want to distract you. Every technique should be learned step by step. Focus on the basics first, then we talk about the fancy stuff. Well, if you had told me earlier, maybe I'd have learned it by now. Yeah, keep dreaming, kid. You think Flying Thunder God is something you just pick up overnight? And what about those special techniques you promised to teach me? Haven't seen much of those either. Hey! You're the one who refused to learn the toad summoning from Mount Mayaboku. That's on you. Their playful banter continued as they traveled, making the journey back feel surprisingly light and cheerful. A few days later, they finally returned to Konoha. Thanks to Jiraiya's reputation, they passed through the village gates without a hitch. We're finally back. Didn't realize we'd been away for almost half a month, Jiraiya groaned, staring at the familiar surroundings like a man who had just lost his freedom. Go rest. Or check in with your teacher, Kakashi. I'll go report to the old man. What a pain. Sure. Kitagawa Gen shrugged, grateful that hanging around these high-rank shinobi meant someone else always handled the paperwork. But just as Jiraiya turned to leave, Kitagawa Gen suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Jiraiya-sama, can I apply for the Chunin exams? Chunin. Jiraiya blinked, only now remembering the kid was technically a fresh genin. Talk to Kakashi. He's your direct supervisor. Let him handle it. Frankly, I don't think you even need the exams. What's the point in bullying the others? He wasn't joking. In Jiraiya's eyes, Kitagawa Gen already had the strength to qualify as a Chunin. Sure, the kid had some rough edges and lacked leadership finesse, but that could all be improved under Kakashi's guidance. Being a Chunin required field experience and command ability, but there was no rule saying a Chunin had to leave their original team. Even Jonin could stick with their old groups if they wanted. I get it. Thanks, Jiraiya-sama. Kitagawa Gen smiled. He was glad to hear it, but he still planned to check in with Kakashi first. After all, he remembered how Naruto, despite being the literal savior of the world, still had to take the Chunin exams. And even then, he got disqualified for using Sage Mode against Konohamaru. I need to become a Jonin for the main quest. Wonder what kind of reward I'll get this time. Maybe I could even be a proctor for Naruto's exam. Grinning to himself, Kitagawa Gen gave Jiraiya a slight bow and walked off. As he walked, a sudden thought struck him. Come to think of it, during our mission with Orochimaru, I didn't see Kabuto at all. He should still be in Konoha, right? Could that mean this year's Chunin exams were about to begin? That kid. Jiraiya watched Kitagawa Gen's back as he left, chuckling softly. Then, his eyes drifted toward the Hokage rock. Bathed in sunlight, the four carved faces stood tall and radiant. His gaze stopped on the last one, the youngest of the four. After a long moment, he smiled faintly. Minato, He's not like you, but he's so much like you. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was puffing on his smoking pipe, eyes fixed intently on the crystal ball in front of him. Even at his age, he had his vices, pretty faces and eye-catching scenes. It was harmless entertainment, or so he told himself. Hey, old man. Just as he was fully engrossed, an untimely voice broke through, startling him. He quickly grabbed a cloth and threw it over the crystal ball. Turning around, he saw Jiraiya's head poking in through the window. The next moment, the man swung his whole body inside. You're back. Hiruzen took a few calming puffs before speaking, somewhat exasperated. There's a perfectly fine door. Why do you insist on using the window like some kind of delinquent? Don't sweat the small stuff, Jiraiya grinned, brushing it off. He quickly stepped inside, face already wearing that mischievous expression. What, caught you peeking again? Cut the nonsense. I was merely monitoring the village's peace and stability. Hiruzen's old face flushed a bit. Sure, his students shared his bad habits, but that didn't mean he liked being called out. Alright, let's get down to business. What did you find on this mission? We got something. Turns out, this situation is a lot more complicated than we thought. Jiraiya scratched his head, but he quickly got serious. Luckily, things went smoothly in the land of hot springs. Didn't take long before we started uncovering stuff. He gave a summarized version, omitting the less important details but emphasizing Kitagawa Gen's contribution and the intel they wrung out of Orochimaru. Hiruzen listened silently, pipe in hand. Once Jiraiya finished, he furrowed his brows. It's troublesome, that's for sure. But the intel lines up with what Danzo reported. Still, do you trust Orochimaru's words? The fact that the Mizukage had hired that mysterious organization hinted at serious internal chaos, bad news for the Mist, but good news for Konoha. Nobody in the Leaf liked the Mist village anyway. But when it came to investigating that mysterious organization, that was another story. Especially with Uchiha Obito, his heart full of hate, wielding the Manjikyu Sharingan and would release. This matter couldn't be ignored. I think it's mostly reliable, Jiraiya nodded seriously. Even if Orochimaru left things out, that's expected. At the very least, we've gotten some key information. Hiruzen didn't respond immediately. He knew Orochimaru well. The man was a liar, yes, but he was also prideful. He wouldn't give out fake intel just for fun. I see. Looks like I'll have to pay the Mist a visit myself. He sighed. Taking such risks wasn't his preference, but that shadowy group truly unsettled him. Alright, old man. Don't overthink it, Jiraiya said, seeing his teacher's troubled expression. Some obstacles just have to be faced. That organization's one of them, right? We'll handle it. You brat, since when did you start comforting me? Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, and make this one an S-rank mission, Jiraiya added casually. That kid, Gen, he wants to make Chunin soon. Buffing his mission record a bit wouldn't hurt. He still needs to pad his resume. At the mention of Kitagawa Gen, Hiruzen's mood lightened. That kid hadn't done many missions since graduating, but every one of them had been tough, and his performance? Stellar. From facing Juzo Biwa to Uchiha Itachi, and now this. He was impressive. He might just become Konoha's next Minato Namikaze, but Hiruzen kept his thoughts to himself. Alright, I'll consider it, he said at last. Great, Jiraiya grinned, and then, like the rascal he was, sidled up next to Hiruzen and reached for the cloth over the crystal ball. Hey! You bastard, what are you doing? Startled, Hiruzen slapped his hand away. Come on, the serious stuff's over. Let's relax a bit. Don't hog the view, old man. I was working, thank you very much. It's called official duty. Yeah. Let's just take a quick peek. You damn brat, get out of here. / Konoha Hospital. Thanks for the help, senpai. I'll be heading off now. No problem. Kitagawa Gen smiled as he bid farewell to the hospital staff and walked out the door, only to find himself a little annoyed. Kakashi's already discharged. Guess he's doing better than expected. Per Jiraiya's tip, Gen had headed straight for the hospital to check on Kakashi, but the man had already left. Well, that's good. Better recovered than stuck in bed. Since there was nothing else to do, Gen decided to rest for the day and catch up with everyone tomorrow. He still had a lot to think about, like Uchiha Obito. After messing with Obito last time, things had spiraled into chaos. And with Jiraiya now looped in, Gen had stirred things both in the open and behind the scenes. Now he needed to plan his next moves carefully. He already had ideas, but they needed polish. After all, there was still Kakashi's personal quest, Phase 2. And that was not something he could afford to let slide. Obito had way too much valuable stuff on him. Even if it wasn't complete knowledge from Madara, he still had it. And if Gen could get it, there was no way he'd let it go. Hey, Gen. You're back. Lost in thought, Gen was startled by Naruto's voice behind him. Yeah. Turning around, he saw Naruto jogging over, one hand holding a bag, the other a basket. What's all that? Gen raised an eyebrow. But when he peeked inside the bag, his mouth twitched. More of that cup ramen from Ichiraku. Haven't you had enough? Why'd you buy so much? Because it's limited edition. Naruto beamed. I was fast enough to snatch them before they sold out. Lucky, huh? It's not some rare delicacy. You already have tons at home, don't you? Yeah, but these are limited. Miss M, and they're gone. Gen had no words. He'd never understand how cup noodles could sell at a premium, or why Naruto was so obsessed. Still, he chose to respect his fate and didn't say more. His attention drifted to the basket. What's that, then? Oh, this? This is the real treasure. Naruto's tone turned conspiratorial as he looked around like a thief. Then he leaned in and whispered, I found this awesome spot filled with free food. Totally up for grabs. You mean you stole it? Hey. I'm not a thief. Then what happened to your allowance? Spent it all on the ramen. Seeing how proud Naruto was, Gen felt utterly defeated. It seemed the third Hokage hadn't taught Naruto how to budget, or maybe he just hadn't had time. Being Hokage probably kept him busy, right? Heh, how about dinner tonight? My treat, Naruto grinned. You'll finally get to taste my special recipe. Oh, and that jutsu you told me to work on? I think I'm almost done. Really? That caught Gen's attention. He thought about grabbing his camera to document the moment. But his curiosity turned back to the basket. What's actually in there? Check it out. Naruto lifted the cloth with a flourish, and Gen's face immediately turned green. The basket was filled with mushrooms, colorful, shiny, and suspiciously gourmet-looking. He shivered, then slowly looked back up at Naruto. Naruto. Yeah. You should learn to respect your elders, and care for the young. Huh? What do you mean? Take those mushrooms, make a nice stew, and bring it to the Hokage's office. Another day of work finally over. Under the hazy moonlight, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked toward his home after a long day at the office. Though the day hadn't gone particularly smoothly, thanks to the news Jiraiya brought back, not to mention his usual antics, Hiruzen found himself in a surprisingly good mood. Sometimes, a bit of chaos could lift the spirit. That kid, Gen, he really seems promising. Thinking of Jiraiya's evaluation, a small smile tugged at Hiruzen's lips. Konoha was in desperate need of new blood. And he, more than anyone, longed to see another Minato Namikaze rise. I wonder if that boy can learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Though even if he can't, it's fine. It wasn't that Hiruzen doubted Gen's talent, it was just that the technique was notoriously difficult. Over the years, many had tried to learn it, but only Minato had succeeded after the second Hokage. With that purple lightning of his and enough combat experience, he'll be more than capable. Humming a tune to himself, Hiruzen continued his walk, until a subtle signal from the shadows caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a small figure standing at his gate, holding a large pot and glancing around nervously. Naruto. He blinked in confusion but quickly signaled the Umbu to fall back. Then, with a gentle smile, he walked over. Ah! Grandpa Hokage. I finally found you. Naruto lit up at the sight of him and ran over, clutching the pot. Hiruzen chuckled and ruffled the boy's hair. What brings you here so late, Naruto? Well, Naruto lifted the pot and grinned. This is for you, Grandpa Hokage. Oh. What is it? Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It's soup. I made it myself. Try it. Soup. Hiruzen felt a surprising warmth in his chest. He smiled, though a bit puzzled. And what made you think to bring it to me? Well, it was Gen. He said I should respect the elderly and care for the young, so, yeah. Gen, huh? At that, Hiruzen's smile widened even more. The power of setting a good example really couldn't be overstated. Sure, Gen used to tease Naruto all the time, but the old man knew it wasn't out of malice. That kid had grown up dirt poor, after all. And Naruto clearly didn't mind. If anything, they'd built a real friendship. In hindsight, it might have all been for the better. You've grown up, Naruto. Taking the pot, Hiruzen smiled warmly. Thank you. I'll make sure to enjoy your hard work. No need to thank me. Naruto waved it off. But then he paused and frowned slightly. Oh right, there's one more thing, Gen told me not to give it to you at first. But I ignored him. Then he just said to make sure you really look at it before eating. Look at it. Feeling a little uneasy, Hiruzen opened the lid, and his face turned green. Inside the pot, was a colorful mix of wild mushrooms. Extremely colorful. Where did you get these? Hiruzen's voice trembled. Naruto tilted his head, still clueless. From the forest behind the mountain, of course. There were tons. And they're free too, don't they look tasty? Hiruzen stared at Naruto, then back at the pot. He finally understood. Gen had seen the danger but couldn't talk Naruto out of it, so he just passed the problem up the chain. That boy might have a kind heart, but Jiraiya was right, there was a bit of mischief in him. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto's big sparkling eyes looked up at him expectantly. Hurry up and taste it. I worked so hard on it. For a moment, Hiruzen genuinely considered taking a sip, just to live up to the mood. What the hell did you do this time? The next day, at a training ground in Konoha, Kakashi stared at Gen with his signature dead fish eyes. Don't look at me like that. Gen threw up his hands. You wouldn't believe it, last night, the Hokage called an emergency meeting. Said the academy needs to improve its education on dangerous flora and fauna. Even kept Jiraiya-sama and me behind to lecture us about being role models. You seriously telling me that had nothing to do with you? Gen scratched his head awkwardly. Okay, maybe it was kinda his fault. He did casually mention respecting elders to Naruto as a joke. But then the kid ran off to make soup, and no matter how much Gen tried to steer him away, Naruto wouldn't budge. So really, wasn't this just a failure of the education system? At least he did tell Naruto to warn the Hokage beforehand. Still, he didn't expect Hiruzen to make that big a deal out of it. Unbelievable, Kakashi sighed and rubbed his forehead. The Hokage already wasn't happy with the academy after that graduation debacle. And now you've got the whole village on edge again. Hey, don't pin that graduation thing on me. Gen protested, though a little guilty. Okay, maybe both events were kinda tied to him. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, let's move on. How are you feeling, Kakashi-sensei? Not bad. I think I've recovered for the most part. Kakashi nodded, though his hand reached up to touch the forehead protector over his eye. It's just, this Sharingan feels strange lately. Probably because of him, strange. Gen narrowed his eyes. That sounded important. He had a feeling it wasn't just about Obito. Something deeper was stirring. In his memory, it was after Kakashi was hit by Itachi's Tsukuyomi that he began to uncover the true nature of his Sharingan. Could it be, the Mangekyo Sharingan? Gen muttered to himself. He wasn't particularly interested in stealing it or anything, but having someone around with such power would definitely help when dealing with threats like Obito. Plus, there might be missions, or rewards, tied to this development. Anyway, Kakashi interrupted his thoughts, you'll be working with Jiraiya-sama for now. But now that I'm back, I'll be joining your training again. Great. Oh, and I heard you're applying for the Chunin exams? Yeah. I might not have done a ton of missions, but I think I'm ready. My skills are up to par. I agree. Honestly, at your age, I think I was already a Jonin. Don't worry about it. Times have changed. Just keep working hard. Watching the crescent moon smile forming in Kakashi's lone visible eye, Gen was at a loss. That's not encouraging, sensei. Not even a little. With Kakashi on the road to recovery, Kitagawa Gen's life gradually returned to a more regular rhythm. Maybe it was because Gen had voiced his desire to apply for the Chunin exams, but Kakashi had begun actively dragging him along for missions, mostly simple ones near the borders of the Hidden Leaf due to the current tensions with the Hidden Mist. High-level assignments were off the table for now. Still, Kakashi seemed worried Gen would get bored, so alongside teaching him essential shinobi knowledge, he'd also been passing down a variety of jutsu. It was like laying the foundation for Gen's future redemption arc. You're a quick learner, aren't you? At a training field in Konoha, Kakashi sat down next to Gen with a two-stick popsicle in hand. Breaking it in half, he handed one piece over. But seriously, why are you learning so many jutsu? I think you should focus more on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Or at least try expanding on that purple lightning of yours. Speaking of purple lightning. Kakashi always felt a little conflicted about it. That technique seemed far too well suited for him. It was like an upgraded version of Chidori, blending offense and defense seamlessly. If it weren't for the increasing chakra toll from his Sharingan, he might have considered learning it himself. I am expanding on it, Gen replied casually, taking the offered popsicle. But I agree, the Flying Thunder God technique is my top priority for now. Then why keep learning more jutsu? Just broadening my horizons. They're not that hard to learn. Not that hard. Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to stay silent. He had a Sharingan, an eye specifically made for copying jutsu, and even he had needed years to collect the thousands of techniques he knew. Gen hadn't learned that many or been all over the place with his focus. He mostly concentrated on 3 chakra natures, lightning, fire, and earth. Still, his learning speed was jaw-dropping. There were moments Kakashi honestly felt the title, Copy Ninja, might suit this kid better. After all, Gen had literally copied his swordsmanship right in front of his face. You're not eating? Gen asked when he noticed Kakashi hadn't touched his popsicle. His expression turned playful. You always wear that mask, what's the deal? You shy or something? Just a habit, Kakashi replied with a shrug, sidestepping the question like a true ninja. Then he changed the subject. By the way, what kind of weapon do you prefer? Are you comfortable with short swords? Short swords. Gen tilted his head curiously, popsicle hanging from his lips as he stared up at the sky. Was Kakashi planning to give him that broken short blade of his? Honestly, not a bad idea. If he remembered right, that blade had excellent chakra conductivity. Combined with his purple lightning, the synergy could be great. I think that could work, Kakashi-sensei. Gen turned back, only to freeze mid-sentence. Kakashi had already buried the popsicle stick in the ground and was flipping open a volume of Makeout Paradise. Wait, you finished it already? Half a popsicle isn't much, Kakashi said, confused by Gen's surprise. Then he nodded as if confirming something in his head. If you're good with short swords, I'll prepare a gift for you in a few days. Gen hadn't been wrong, Kakashi was thinking of giving him that broken blade. Because of the toll his Sharingan now took on him, Kakashi had shifted his fighting style. The eye that once symbolized Obito, his fallen comrade, now represented a burden, but also a promise. He had carried Obito's eye all these years, hoping to live up to the weight it represented. Even with the recent twists in their story, that belief hadn't wavered. To Kakashi, Obito was a hero, not some ghost wandering the world aimlessly. His Sharingan was proof of that. And now Gen, his own student, had learned his sword style. Why not pass on the blade as well, consider it a teacher's gift to his pupil? Well, it's broken, so I'll need to get it fixed first. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then closed his book and stood up. All right. You focus on training, especially flying Thunder God or improving your lightning release. I'll go take care of that gift. You're just gonna leave now? Watching Kakashi's back as he walked away, Gen gave a helpless shrug. Not that it mattered, he did need to focus more seriously. / name, Kitagawa Gen, / age, 13, / bloodline, Ōtsutsuki clan, development level, 13%, / chakra capacity, S rank, above average Kage level. Gen opened his status panel and gave it a quick scan, nodding to himself. Even after fusing with Kimimara's yang release, the increase in chakra hadn't been overwhelming. But that was only in relative terms. He had been grinding relentlessly, even at night, he didn't slack off. His sage training was steadily progressing, and his growth showed no signs of stopping. If I can push my bloodline development to 15%, my chakra reserve should increase again. And, he pulled out a kunai. As his chakra flowed into it, a unique marking shimmered into view. This was where the Ōtsutsuki bloodline shined. As long as an ability aligned with their genetic traits, or they had a natural aptitude, progress became nearly instinctual. Chakra control, in particular, came to them like second nature. And the more developed the bloodline, the stronger this effect became. Spatial abilities are practically Ōtsutsuki core traits. And for me, chakra control is effortless. So, Gen smiled as he looked at the marking etched onto the kunai. Then he shook his head. It's still too crude. Maybe I haven't explored it deeply enough yet, but if memory served, didn't Obito have a flying thunder god mark on his back? The technique's markings were all interconnected, even if the designs differed slightly. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination or some truth to it, but he could feel the connection. Last time he encountered Obito, he hadn't begun delving into spatial perception, so he missed it. But now, things were different. Granted, if the mark was too far, there wasn't much he could do about it. After all, Gen was only just beginning to scrape the surface of flying Thunder God, through sheer sweat and perseverance. But if he were close enough, well, then it was a different story. Just then, his eyelid twitched, a telltale sign his system was triggering something again. / new side quest acquired, / slice through the darkness of the shinobi world, soar through the skies of space, objective, secure a mission to the hidden mist and make Uchiha Obito feel the power of flying Thunder God. Gen stared at the task, utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause, he looked up at the towering Hokage monument in the distance and sighed. You've got to be kidding me, land of water Kirigakure. Mizuki's office. Uchiha Obito sat casually in the fourth Mizuki's chair, leafing through various confidential documents of the hidden mist village. Standing silently beside him, like a lifeless bodyguard, was the real fourth Mizuki, Yugura, his eyes dull and void of emotion, under complete control. Obito, things aren't looking good. From beneath the floor, Zetsu slowly emerged. Black Zetsu, fused with white Zetsu in their signature pitcher plant form, sighed as he observed Obito calmly flipping through papers. There's increasing unrest within Kirigakure. It's still subtle, but we can't be deceived. If this keeps up, those people might really take action soon. Isn't that perfect? Obito looked up slightly, the Sharingan behind his mask gleaming with a faint red light. This village. The more chaotic it is, the more entertaining it becomes. He never truly blamed Kakashi. He understood the reasons behind Rin Nohara's tragic death. But humans are nothing if not contradictory. Understanding doesn't mean forgiving. Kakashi was an exception, but should Kirigakure be spared? Besides, Kirigakure housed two-tailed beasts, and the land of water was isolated from the rest of the shinobi world. The village had already embraced a brutal, elite-only policy. Only those who survived bloodshed were considered true shinobi. Even the academy preached this doctrine. Such conditions made it ideal for Obito to strike hard. All he needed was to control the Mizukage and gradually escalate things from there. Under his manipulations, the hidden mist had been pushed to its limit. A system of oppressive governance radiated across the entire village. High-ranking shinobi exploited those beneath them. The Kagaya clan's rebellion further intensified hatred toward Kekkei Genkai users. In Obito's hands, Kirigakure had transformed into fertile soil for turmoil and bloodshed. This was revenge, and a storage ground for the Three Tails and Six Tails. In his eyes, not destroying the village outright was already showing mercy. Of course, he had no clue how to actually run a village. But perhaps he had gone too far. With the influential elder Genji, who held power almost equal to the Mizukage, leading the charge, the village's resistance was growing increasingly fierce. Try taking this seriously. Don't forget, you're already exposed in Konoha, Black Zetsu said, exasperated. Konoha may not have issued a warrant yet, but that's likely because they haven't confirmed your identity. Once they do, they'll act. Remember those scouts we spotted earlier? They might have been from Konoha. And now, this chaos in Kirigakure. Let them try. Am I supposed to be scared of a wanted poster? Obito tilted his head, his tone mocking. Those so-called scouts. Already dead. They were trained operatives who bit down on suicide pills before they could be interrogated, so Obito still didn't know their exact origin. But he didn't care. He had full confidence in his abilities. Even if Konoha was behind it, so what? They want to capture him. What a joke. Sure, Kitagawa Gen managed to disrupt his Kamui once. But Obito chalked that up to sheer dumb luck. Even if his identity was exposed, so long as he adjusted his tactics, there was no real threat. The power of Kamui was beyond comprehension, unless another Minato Namikaze were to appear. Anyway, forget that, Obito said, brushing the matter aside. He handed a file over to Black Zetsu. I found an interesting candidate in Kirigakure. Take a look at this one. Hoshigaki Kisame. Black Zetsu took the document, then sighed. He understood Obito well enough by now. Once his mind was set, persuasion was pointless. Still, as long as Obito didn't disrupt the ultimate plan, he could play along. A young one from the Hoshigaki clan. Skilled with the blade, immense chakra reserves, and ruthlessly efficient. Treats orders like gospel. He's promising. But if I recall, he serves under Suikazan Fuguki. What do you plan to do? That guy is lost, Obito replied coldly. Under Fuguki's command, he's killed more of his own comrades than the enemy. The resentment is boiling inside him. He's starting to question the world, his purpose, and why he even exists. This world is fake. All I need to do is give him the right outlet, point him in the right direction, and he'll become my most loyal follower. He'd done it before. After Yahiko's death, he'd twisted Nagato's heart the same way. Why not do it again? Besides, Nagato isn't exactly obedient. He always has his own ideas. I need someone trustworthy inside Akatsuki, someone to keep things in check. Nagato and Obito may have had an agreement on paper, but Obito wasn't stupid. Nagato would never fully submit. He needed eyes within Akatsuki to ensure his Moon's-Eye plan stayed on track. If that's your choice, then so be it. Black Zetsu nodded. He wouldn't argue further. But what about the unrest in Kirigakure, he asked. Shouldn't we clamp down before it spirals out of control? Of course we should. This time, let's make it big. Obito pondered for a moment, then said, they want rebellion? Then let them gather. When the time is right, we'll crush them all in one sweep. Huh? Black Zetsu blinked. That sounded like a massacre. Was this guy really going to go that far, actually? Yes. He didn't care. Didn't understand. And certainly didn't fear consequences. Isn't that a bit much? Black Zetsu asked carefully. No, Obito replied firmly. This works in our favor, weakens Kirigakure, makes it easier to obtain the 3 tails and 6 tails, and removes any future threats they might pose. Besides, weren't you worried those scouts might have been from Konoha or elsewhere? Let's use this as a chance to wipe them out too. You're full of crap, and I know exactly what you're thinking, Black Zetsu cursed internally, but he held his tongue. I thought you still cared about Rin. White Zetsu finally chimed in, uncharacteristically. I mean, they were the ones who, MMPH. He was cut off mid-sentence as Black Zetsu quickly slapped a hand over his mouth. He could feel Obito's killing intent spike in an instant. We'll handle it. I'll make sure this conflict escalates. To the maximum, Black Zetsu said stiffly, trying to salvage the situation. Obito cast a death glare at White Zetsu, then exhaled slowly. Good. I just want to see results. With Obito's orders issued, Black Zetsu, no matter how reluctant, began to set things in motion. And just like that, the already unstable Kirigakure plunged into deeper chaos, shadows twisting behind every corner. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Danzo stared grimly at a stack of intelligence reports. His expression was darker than ever. They all died. Shimura Danzo stared at the report in his hands, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Over a decade ago, back when he was still full of ambition, he had led a group of root ninjas to the Land of Rain to win over the famed demigod Hanzo. The goal? To add political weight to his candidacy for Hokage. But then, nothing came of it. Every elite root ninja he had brought died there, and he himself had barely made it out alive. Forced to hit the reset button, Danzo had poured his efforts into raising a new subject, a promising young ninja gifted with wood release. He had pinned his hopes on the boy, believing this child could resurrect Root and pave his way to the Hokage's seat. But then the boy failed to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi. Worse, Kakashi had somehow gotten emotionally involved with the kid, and to top it all off, Hiruzen had the nerve to demand custody of the boy. Faced with that situation, Danzo could only raise his hands in surrender. Fine, take him if you want. But was it really necessary to show up with a squad of ANBU and surround Root headquarters, as if daring him to say no? So the boy, formerly known as A, was taken. He had a new name now, Tenzo. And despite the blow, Danzo didn't fall into despair. In secret, he worked with Orochimaru to better understand the power of wood release. Later, he fulfilled his old teacher's final wish and wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. He thought those deeds might earn him something. But no, Hiruzen didn't even bother acknowledging them. Instead, he treated Danzo like some expendable tool and tried to have him eliminated. Root was disbanded. He was suspended. Though he still retained a loyal few, the force he once commanded was a shadow of its former self. Then came a brief reinstatement, limited, conditional. Desperate, Danzo had sent his remaining elite to Kirigakure to either uncover intel about Uchiha Obito or snatch a Mangekyo Sharingan. And now, silence. They had all disappeared, without a trace, like corpses on the roadside. All of them. Gone. These damned Uchiha, born evil. Danzo cursed under his breath. His forehead throbbed with rage, and his grip on the scroll in his hand tightened. Root's forces were now pitifully thin. Aside from his personal guard and a few capable agents, the rest were just untrained kids. Root needs new blood, he clenched his jaw in frustration. Just then, Yamanaka-fu stepped in quietly behind him and spoke in a low voice. Lord Danzo, the Hokage has sent someone again, he's rushing me again. Danzo scowled. He wanted to vent, but when he looked down at the scroll in his hand, he swallowed his anger. He had no more cards to play. His plans had failed. It was time to give Hiruzen an answer. So eager, huh? He muttered darkly. Then let him go see the situation in Kirigakure for himself. Turning to Fu, he gave his order. Tell that guy to deliver a message to Hiruzen for me, Root has not failed in its duty. We've obtained more than enough information. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, at a training field, Kitagawa Gen arrived just in time to see Kakashi and Jiraiya standing together. Kakashi-sensei, Gen greeted with a nod, then turned to Jiraiya, puzzled. Lord Jiraiya, you're here too. What's with that tone, brat? Jiraiya huffed. Can't this great sage come see how you're doing? He snorted, then added, you little punk. Thanks to you, Kakashi and I have been getting chewed out by the old man lately. You've sure stirred things up. Haha, Gen just laughed it off. But thinking about how downcast Naruto looked every day after school, he couldn't help but smirk. That kid was probably getting drilled hard by Iruka. And not just him, likely the whole class. Gen, here. Kakashi handed him a short sword. You've graduated. You've completed your first mission. These are milestones worth remembering. I never gave you a proper gift, so I'm making up for that now. This sword used to belong to my father. I even used it for a while. But I no longer need it. You've learned my sword techniques, so I'm entrusting it to you. Use it well. Tsukumo's blade. Jiraiya blinked, as memories of the famed, white fang of the leaf, came rushing back. That bold, proud man. It had been so long. So many things had happened since then. Jiraiya couldn't even find the right words. But in his heart, he still agreed with Tsukumo's beliefs, comrades are what a shinobi should value most. During wartime, missions always come first. Sacrificing a critical task just to save a comrade could lead to even more casualties. So, Kakashi could only sigh before chuckling and joking lightly. You didn't seriously give that brat your blade, did you? I did. Kakashi nodded, his exposed eye narrowing into a crescent shape, smiling. I don't use it anymore. Better to give it to someone who can make proper use of it than let it gather dust at home. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kitagawa Gen received the short blade with both hands, nodding sincerely. Then, slowly, he drew it from its sheath. It wasn't a long blade, but it was incredibly sharp, sunlight glinted off its edge. Clearly, Kakashi had taken the time to have it repaired and sharpened with great care. Gen could also sense that the blade had excellent chakra conductivity. Curious, he gently surged his chakra into it. Zzzt, in an instant, purple lightning danced along the edge of the blade. It channels chakra really well. And the more chakra I pour in, the sharper and tougher the blade becomes. Gen thought to himself as he tested the feedback. He couldn't help but wonder if the blade had broken before simply because not enough chakra was used back then. Shaking the thought away, he stopped the flow of chakra and returned the blade to its sheath. Then, with a small bow, he looked at Kakashi again. I won't let this blade go to waste, sensei. Alright, you two are getting a little too sentimental here. Jiraiya smirked and shook his head, breaking up the moment before adding with a grin, use that blade well, kid. Just don't embarrass yourself, yeah. After all, its last wielder was a true hero. Gen nodded firmly. But then, curiosity got the better of him. By the way, Lord Jiraiya, you came all this way too. Don't tell me you're giving me a gift too. Pfft. Maybe if you become a chunin, or better yet, a jonin. Jiraiya rolled his eyes before continuing. The old man asked me to check in on your progress. Honestly, that's the flying thunder god we're talking about. If it were that easy to learn, I've made some progress. Gen cut him off before he could finish. Huh? Both Jiraiya and Kakashi widened their eyes at his words. Progress? You mean? Like you said, Lord Jiraiya, the key to the flying thunder god is chakra control. Spatial awareness too, of course. Smiling, Gen took out a kunai. He gripped it tightly, and his chakra began to surge. It's vague, hard to grasp at first, but I got lucky. I think I've started to feel it. As he spoke, he turned the kunai upright. Under Jiraiya and Kakashi's astonished gazes, a distinct marking appeared on the handle, a unique sealing formula. And so, the next moment, he hurled the kunai past them. A burst of chakra flared, and in an instant, Gen vanished from their sight. His voice rang out behind them, I think. I can use it. At least a basic version. His words weren't loud, but they struck the two-seasoned shinobi like thunder. Slowly, they turned to see Gen standing behind them, the kunai now in his hand. In that moment, a golden figure flashed in both their minds. Minato. Sensei. Each of them murmured, filled with memories, disbelief, and quiet awe. But just then, an Umbu agent suddenly arrived, dashing toward them with urgency. The situation in Kirigakure has more or less been investigated by Danzo. As we suspected, it's a mess over there. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a troubled expression, relaying the intel Danzo had sent back. Though he had anticipated as much, actually reading about the chaos engulfing Kirigakure, one of the villages considered equal to Konoha, still gave him a sense of unease. And according to Jiraiya's intel, that mysterious organization is being employed by the Mizukage. Which means you too. Despite his uneasiness, Hiruzen remained patient as he explained the situation. But midway through, he couldn't help feeling a vein on his forehead twitching. Because standing before him, Jiraiya and Kakashi, were both completely spacing out, clearly not listening to a word he said. Seriously? This is a top-level intelligence meeting. Weren't you both insisting on going to Kirigakure to investigate, then why are you two looking so lost right now? Ahem. Hiruzen gave a light cough, trying to nudge the two back to reality. But even that didn't seem to work. Watching them still lost in thought, he felt a tick form on his forehead. Hey! You two, pull yourselves together. What are you doing? Do you even realize how ridiculous you look right now? Finally, Jiraiya and Kakashi snapped out of it, both looking a bit embarrassed. They had to admit, they hadn't been paying attention at all. What's going on with you two? Seeing them finally respond, Hiruzen sighed and asked, genuinely confused. What's with you both acting like this? Lord Hokage, it's... Well. Kakashi glanced at Jiraiya, but ultimately decided he should be the one to explain. It's General He. Gen. The moment that name was mentioned, Hiruzen perked up. He had always been fond of Kitagawa General despite being rather unlucky, running into Juzo Biwa and Uchiha Itachi during a mission, then possibly Tobi upon returning, and later even encountering someone with the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline while assisting Jiraiya in tracking Orochimaru. Gen had managed to overcome all of it. That alone was proof of his extraordinary potential and ability. But still, this kid had a serious talent for stirring up trouble. There was that one time he cooked an entire pot of poisonous mushroom soup and, in the process, taught Naruto a heartfelt lesson about respecting elders. That part was good. But then what? Then he just walked away and left it. Even now, Hiruzen couldn't shake the image of those multicolored mushrooms bubbling ominously in the pot. What did that kid do this time? Kakashi paused for a moment, then said seriously, it seems he's learned the Flying Thunder God technique. HM. As if trying to calm himself, Hiruzen nodded slowly and reached for his smoking pipe. But just as he struck a match to light it, his hand froze mid-air, his eyes widening in shock. The Flying Thunder God. He learned it. That's right, old man. That kid seems to have mastered it. Seeing Hiruzen's stunned expression, Jiraiya added his own astonishment. Just now, right in front of us, the kid not only formed the seal for the Flying Thunder God, he used it. That kind of technique, that kind of teleportation. Even if it was rough around the edges, I couldn't be mistaken. It was definitely the Flying Thunder God. He stopped there, the moment still fresh in his mind, a shock he hadn't expected. Exactly, Lord Hokage, Kakashi nodded, falling into silence again, replaying the scene in his mind. He's really learned the Flying Thunder God. Hiruzen Sarutobi's body had gone rigid, his eyes wide in disbelief. Even though he heard Jiraiya's comment that Kitagawa Gen's Flying Thunder God technique was still unrefined, the real question was, how long had this kid even had access to it, and just how difficult was the Flying Thunder God? At that moment, Hiruzen finally understood how Jiraiya and Kakashi felt. If it were him in their shoes, he probably wouldn't be able to focus on any intel reports either. This kid, he slowly stood up, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Walking over to the window, he looked out at the massive Hokage rock towering over the village. After a long pause, he murmured to himself, Konoha is going to be in good hands. A gentle breeze swept through the trees, leaves rustling softly in the wind. But Hiruzen's expression grew slightly troubled as he pursed his lips. If only his personality were more like Minato's. Surprisingly, Jiraiya and Kakashi both nodded in agreement at that sentiment. After Jiraiya and Kakashi hurried off, Kitagawa Gen simply decided to head home as well. Their sudden departure, combined with the mission Gen had recently been briefed on, made it pretty clear, Kirigakure was about to make a move. In fact, the reason he revealed his Flying Thunder God ability was precisely because of that. If he wanted to deal a serious blow to Obito, he needed to prove he had the power to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted such a mission. There's no point in fighting if he couldn't even protect himself. The only problem now, Gen muttered, is that Hiruzen might not let me go. Looks like I'll need to work on persuading him. He understood that if he hadn't shown off his mastery of the Flying Thunder God, he probably wouldn't have even qualified for the mission. But ironically, because he showed it, Hiruzen might now see him as too valuable to risk. Protecting valuable talent, yeah, it happened all the time. Gen sighed at the thought. Guess I'll focus on finishing Kakashi's personal mission first. As he walked home, the streets of Konoha were quiet. Probably because it was a workday, he hadn't even run into Naruto. But that was fine. It gave him some peace to think over his next steps, especially his power development plans. The bone structure absorbs chakra pretty slowly, and progress is crawling. But my eyes, Gen could feel it, his eyes were reaching their limit. Lately, they've been absorbing and nurturing chakra at an increasing pace, like a final sprint before some kind of transformation. Once that peak passed, things would likely slow again. And when that happened, his new eyes would finally awaken. He was fairly certain what they'd become, Byakugan. After all, that was practically the signature of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Besides, no matter what kind of energy I absorb, it always seems to distill into the purest form and strengthen the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. He mumbled to himself, half suspecting that his bloodline was actually regressing, returning to a more primitive form of the Ōtsutsuki. Maybe even a stage before they evolved the Byakugan. But of course, that was all just speculation. No one really knew what the original Ōtsutsuki even looked like. Once the eyes are done, it'll be my body. But even then, I won't be able to advance much further without gathering more power. Like, Kekkai Genkai. The Tailed Beasts. Indra and Asura's powers. Gen wasn't aiming to become some mediocre version of an Ōtsutsuki, he wanted to wield god-tier strength, like the kind granted by the chakra fruit. So naturally, he wouldn't let any of those sources of power slip by. The tailed beasts were out of reach for now. Naruto might be right there in the village, but it wasn't like Gen had the guts to go after him. Maybe that guy, Sora, was a safer test subject. But even then, that's just one beast, not nearly enough. And I'm still just a genin, I can't take on missions alone. So, he figured it'd be smarter to shift focus, for now, toward Kekkai Genkai. In the shinobi world, aside from fixed bloodlines like Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Kagaya, most Kekkai Genkai were born from chakra fusion. And Gen's chakra control? It was practically second nature by now. With that kind of advantage, he had a real shot. Of course, chakra fusion was notoriously risky. That's why there were so few Kekkai Genkai users in the entire ninja world. But if he could fight them, engage directly, he might be able to feel the ratio of chakra fusion and use that to replicate it. Even if I don't gain anything from the missions themselves, just analyzing their chakra in battle might be enough. After all, they didn't call him the new generation copy ninja for nothing. And conveniently enough, while Kirigakure may have a long history of persecuting Kekkai Genkai users, they sure seem to have a lot of them. Looks like, Gen glanced up toward the Hokage's office, his eyes narrowing with a small grin. I've got yet another reason to go. Damn it, this is all your fault. At Ichiraka Ramen in Konoha, Naruto was scarfing down noodles while glaring gloomily at Kitagawa Gen, who was seated beside him, just as enthusiastically devouring his own bowl. With a disgruntled huff, Naruto muttered, if you hadn't stopped me that day, I wouldn't be in such a mess now. Irika-sensei's been watching me like a hawk, if I so much as doze off, I get caught. I can't even leave the house. It's miserable. TCH. And how exactly is that my fault? Gen glanced up at him briefly before diving back into his food. After slurping the last noodle, he wiped his mouth and replied casually, I did try to talk you out of delivering it, remember? You're the one who ignored me. But why didn't you tell me those mushrooms were poisonous? Shouldn't they have taught you that in class? Oh, wait, I get it. You must have been spacing out again, huh? And no. I just hadn't learned it yet. Yeah, right. Bet you weren't even paying attention. No wonder people say you're at the bottom of the class. Don't tell me you'll flunk the next test too. You jerk. Naruto's short temper flared again. Given how rough his life had been lately, it didn't take much to push him over the edge. Irika-sensei had been tailing him constantly, making it nearly impossible to do anything. And now, Gen's mocking words were rubbing salt in the wound. Hey, hey. Watch your mouth, Gen said, raising an eyebrow and tilting his head toward Naruto. I am paying for this meal, you know. Naruto stiffened. Ever since he'd blown all his allowance on a stash of limited edition ramen packs, his wallet had been bone dry, and the next stipend was weeks away. Earlier that day, he'd been moping around after school when he ran into Gen on his way to eat. Gen had kindly invited him along. But knowing Gen's personality, Naruto figured ticking him off could easily mean getting stuck with the bill. Not worth the risk. Say, what's with the knife? Naruto's eyes darted around before finally noticing something unusual hanging on Gen's back. Oh, this? Gen could tell exactly what Naruto was doing, but didn't mind. He shrugged. It's a gift from my teacher. Pretty cool, right? Looks alright, but kinda short, isn't it? Naruto couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. It was a ninja's weapon, after all. But upon closer inspection, he frowned slightly. I've seen others with longer blades. Why's yours so stubby? That's because this blade is no ordinary weapon. Tucci, the ramen shop owner, had clearly been listening in. He chuckled as he spoke up from behind the counter, didn't think I'd see that one again after all these years. Eh? Naruto blinked in confusion. You know this knife, old man? Is it famous or something? Oh, it's definitely known by quite a few people. Before Tsuchi could answer, a voice came from behind them. They turned to see the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, walking in with his signature pipe in his mouth. Judging by his lack of ceremonial garb, he was likely off duty. Old man Hokage. Hokage-sama. Naruto immediately lit up with excitement, while both Tsuchi and Gen stood and bowed respectfully. No need to be so formal, Hiruzen said with a kind smile as he ruffled Naruto's hair. But his gaze soon lingered on General. He paused for a moment, perhaps remembering the infamous mushroom soup incident, before quickly recovering. That blade once belonged to someone remarkable. It carries the memories of many. It's a good sword. I hope you use it well. I will, Hokage-sama, Gen replied with a smile, though inwardly, he was holding back a sigh. He'd waited all day for this. After revealing he'd mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he'd expected a swift response from Hiruzen. But the message never came. Just when he was about to march into the Hokage's office himself the next day, Hiruzen showed up here. Maybe this worked out better, felt more personal. Gen, I've heard your name quite a few times now. But I think this is our first actual meeting, isn't it? Hiruzen's expression remained warm as he chuckled. Care to take a walk with this old man? Just a stroll to help the food go down. Sure. Gen didn't hesitate. He stood and followed Hiruzen outside, leaving Naruto behind, face twisted in envy. Not that anyone cared just then. Kakashi and Jiraiya tell me you've already learned the Flying Thunder God technique? Hiruzen asked once they were a bit away from the shop. Yes, Gen nodded modestly. Well, I wouldn't say I've mastered it. I can use it at a basic level. I just got lucky, I guess. Luck, Hiruzen chuckled, is a part of strength, too. Sometimes, all it takes to break through is just a bit of good fortune. His expression brightened even more. And besides, even with luck, talent is still essential. Gen, you've truly surprised me in the best way. Thank you, Hokage-sama. They chatted as they walked, the mood light and easy. It was rare to have such natural conversation between ninja of such different generations. Eventually, Gen decided it was time to bring up what was really on his mind. By the way, Hokage-sama, he began, earlier today Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sama left for the Hokage building. Are they heading out on a mission? Oh. Hiruzen looked surprised but didn't hide anything. He knew Gen had close ties with both. That's right. They're heading out soon. There's no avoiding it, especially since, I know, Gen interrupted gently. Jiraiya-sama already explained it to me. He led Hiruzen around the corner, back toward Ichiraku, speaking as they walked. Kakashi-sensei still carries unresolved burdens, and Jiraiya-sama has a complicated history with Orochimaru. When we searched for him together, I had a feeling this would come up again. I figured it wouldn't be long before they were sent to the Hidden Mist. Indeed. Some bonds are hard to let go of, Hiruzen said quietly. The ties between comrades are what hold us together in this otherwise cold profession. Hokage-sama, I'd like to formally request to join the mission to Kirigakure. Gen dropped the act and got straight to the point. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. To the mist? That mission won't be easy, it's chaos over there. Are you sure I understand, Hokage-sama. But I have my reasons. Gen's tone was resolute. I was the one who discovered Uchiha Obito's traces. I believe it's my responsibility to keep following that trail. Besides, I want to further test the Flying Thunder God technique. He continued, any jutsu requires real-world application to improve. What I lack now is field experience. Even if my offense doesn't live up to expectations, I can still use the technique to safely extract Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sama if things go south. Hiruzen remained silent, but he couldn't deny the truth in Gen's words. A ninja's growth came from battle experience. Power without the ability to use it effectively was meaningless. And having the Flying Thunder God at their disposal, even just for emergency retreat, was invaluable. Still, he hesitated. Before he could speak, Gen smiled faintly and added, "Besides, Lord Hokage, weren't you the one who said that the bonds between comrades are what tether us to this otherwise cold profession?" A breeze stirred his hair and clothes as he looked up toward the Hokage rock, his voice growing quiet. "I've regretted not having comrades after graduating. In a way, Kakashi-sensei is one of the closest things I've got. If I had no ability, I wouldn't dare drag anyone down, but I do have ability. And I want to do what I can." He bowed slightly. "Lord Hokage, I hope you'll grant me this small act of selfishness." Selfishness, was it? Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, saying nothing for a while. That mindset. That resolve. Wasn't this exactly what the will of fire meant, this kid? A smile crept across Hiruzen's face. He nodded. "I'll give it some thought. For now, go get some rest." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Gen smiled, gave a quick nod, and casually grabbed the trembling Naruto, who had been hiding inside Ichiraku, before turning to leave. Watching their retreating backs, the third Hokage's smile deepened. This boy. He really does have Minato's spirit in him. Just as Hiruzen turned to leave, someone called out to him. "Lord Hokage, What is it, Tuchi? Those two kids didn't pay for their ramen." "What? The bill. It's still pending." Hiruzen bit down hard on his pipe. Maybe he'd praised that kid a little too soon. At the village gates of Konoha, Kitagawa Gen had gotten up early and arrived at the rendezvous point. His small act of defiance seemed to have convinced Hiruzen Sarutobi. At least, that's what he assumed, since Anbu had already delivered the mission notice the night before. "Did I forget something?" As he walked, Kitagawa Gen frowned. Something kept nagging at him, like he had left something unfinished after parting ways with Naruto and the third Hokage yesterday. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside, because he had just spotted Jiraiya and Kakashi. "Morning, Kakashi-sensei." "Jiraiya-sama." He rubbed his face awake and greeted them with a smile. "You little troublemaker." Before Kakashi could respond, Jiraiya's annoyed voice cut in. "You're always stirring things up. You want to come with me to track down Orochimaru? You do know how dangerous the Mist Village is, right?" Clearly, both Kakashi and Jiraiya had been informed about Gen's participation in the upcoming mission. Sarutobi had likely filled them in on the value Gen brought to this operation. And they could guess this was another instance, like with Orochimaru, where he wasn't going to just sit back. Konoha was still recovering, and couldn't afford chaos right now. Still, understanding the situation didn't make it any less of a headache. "I know," Gen replied with a shrug and a smile. "But I believe I can protect myself. Besides, I don't have any teammates who graduated with me. You two are the comrades I cherish most, so I want to help however I can." This kid, Jiraiya sighed, half exasperated, half amused. Kakashi finally chimed in, "Gen, this mission won't be easy. It's nothing like the ones we've done before. Be mentally prepared." "I understand." Gen smiled, knowing both of them were genuinely concerned. He didn't mind the nagging, it just meant they cared. And honestly, this mission was different. The danger level was off the charts. "In that case, let's get going," Kakashi said, nodding. Then, with a rare smile, he added, "And don't worry, I'll protect you no matter what." "Tch, don't flatter yourself," Jiraiya snorted. "This sage will also keep an eye on the brat." With that, he turned and began walking ahead. Kakashi and Gen exchanged a glance before quickly following. Truth was, neither of them wanted Gen involved in this mission. But they couldn't defy Hiruzen's orders. Still, both had silently made a decision, no matter the cost, they would protect this boy. A few days later, they arrived by boat in the land of waves. Can't believe we're back here again, Kakashi muttered as he looked around, scratching the back of his head. Last time we were here, we ran into Uchiha Itachi and Biwa Juzo, but I guess that was a blessing in disguise. Let's not dwell on the past, Jiraiya said, clapping Kakashi's shoulder. We move forward. Besides, that incident gave us a lot of insight, didn't it, kid? Yeah. Gen scanned the surroundings. His last trip here hadn't been entirely negative, he'd outwitted Juzo using purple lightning and gained some valuable experience. Still, there were regrets. Kakashi-sensei, I heard from some merchants in Konoha that Gato's been getting worse here in the land of waves. Should we stop right there? Before Gen could finish, Kakashi's expression shifted, and he cut him off immediately. We have more important matters to deal with. Don't get sidetracked. Focus on the mission. Kakashi honestly didn't understand why Gen was so fixated on Gato. Sure, Gato was corrupt, and rich. But there was no official connection. Without authorization, it'd be no different from robbery. And Konoha had a reputation to maintain. You again. Jiraiya muttered, remembering one of Gen's earlier outrageous plans. He was starting to wonder what exactly they were teaching at the Ninja Academy to produce someone like this. I know, Gen said innocently. Yes, he was still eyeing Gato's wealth, but that wasn't his focus right now. Besides, even if he wanted to go after Gato, how would he collect the money? There'd be other chances in the future anyway. Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sama, if Gato wants to control the land of waves more effectively, what do you think he'd do? You mean, both men were top-tier shinobi. Gen's words immediately triggered a realization. He'd use rogue ninja and missing nin to maintain control. Konoha kept tabs on surrounding small nations, but that intel was filtered through ANBU. Kakashi had already left the unit, and Jiraiya didn't usually bother with internal intelligence briefings. So it was natural for details to slip through, just like how they didn't anticipate the rogue mist ninja last time they visited. But with a little push, they quickly pieced it together. Exactly. Rogue ninja, especially missing nin, Gen nodded. Mist Village is in chaos right now. A lot of shinobi are probably fleeing. So, the most convenient escape route is through the land of waves, and Gato's there, waiting to exploit them, Jiraiya concluded, nodding in understanding. If that's the case, those guys' knowledge of the Mist Village could save us some trouble. True, Kakashi nodded as well, though he gave Gen a peculiar look. He couldn't decide whether to be impressed or concerned. Was Gen still just chasing after Gato's money? Probably. But somehow, that greed had turned into valuable tactical insight. Also, Jiraiya-sama, remember what I told you last time? Gen asked, changing the subject. Jiraiya paused, thinking. Then it clicked. You mean about someone being behind Uchiha Obito, manipulating his hatred of Konoha? Right. I've been thinking about it ever since, and I have an even more terrifying theory. Gen's expression turned grave. Kakashi-sensei's teammate died because of the mist, even if it was technically an accident. That kind of resentment, it might be hard for Obito to let go of. Combine that with his hatred toward Konoha, and the Ninetales incident. If you tie it all together, doesn't it feel like a rehearsal? A rehearsal? Both men's faces changed at once. The more they thought about it, the more it made sense, especially knowing that Obito had already made a move against Konoha. Even if he failed last time, who's to say he wouldn't try again, and if the mist was already a bitter enemy of his, it would be the perfect testing ground for his plans. If that's the case, this mission just got a whole lot more complicated, Kakashi muttered, his expression hardening. Lord Zabuza, we're almost there. On a forested trail in the land of waves, Zabuza and Haku made their way deeper into the territory, heading straight toward their target, Gato. After the failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage, the two took advantage of the Kagaya clan's uprising and escaped from Kirigakure, becoming rogue ninjas. They had been taking assassination jobs ever since, but life hadn't been particularly kind or stable. To secure a steady source of income and someday return to the land of water and strength, Zabuza had set his sights on Gato, a wealthy man who was currently hiring shinobi. Gato may have been a scumbag, but money was money. And perhaps due to his training in the Mist's elite assassin corps, Zabuza, like Kisame, maintained a certain professional code. He didn't immediately consider killing Gato to take over. "We should move faster," Haku suggested softly. Zabuza gave a small nod. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can make a trip back to the Mist. That place." Zabuza was ambitious. Like Kisame, he still held a twisted fondness for Kirigakure. If he didn't, he wouldn't have tried to assassinate the Mizukage in a bid to change the system. Even now, though he had left the village, something in his heart still lingered. "Lord Zabuza will definitely succeed," Haku said with quiet certainty. To Haku, who saw himself as a tool, Zabuza's will was absolute. No matter what it was, he would follow without hesitation. As the two walked forward, their expressions suddenly shifted. They had sensed it, 3 chakra signatures approaching from the path ahead. Judging by their appearance. Ninja. From the Leaf Village. Zabuza's gaze swept across the trio. The older man with white hair looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place him right away. He ignored the younger boy, but the man with the silver hair and forehead protector covering one eye caught his attention. The copy ninja of the leaf. Hatake Kakashi. Huh. Wait, is that? Kitagawa Gen and his companions also froze in surprise. Gen's expression in particular turned strangely complicated. Zabuza and Haku, the timing lined up. This should be around the time they started working for Gato. But one thing struck him: Zabuza wasn't carrying his executioner's blade. The Naruto timeline was always a little messy in his head. He remembered Zabuza having the blade during the Kagaya clan's extermination. That was also when he had encountered Kimimaro, nearly clashing with him. But Itachi hadn't massacred the Uchiha clan yet, and Biwa Juzo hadn't been killed by the 4th Mizukage either. It was all a bit chaotic. Still, Gen didn't dwell on the inconsistencies. The moment he saw Zabuza, he knew this was the guy he needed. Especially Haku. His ice release could be a major asset. That guy. "I think he's a rogue mist ninja," Jiraiya muttered, raising a brow. Kakashi nodded. Momochi Zabuza. Known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist. Reportedly fled the village after leading a failed coup. Didn't expect to run into him here. A coup d'état? Gen blinked, then murmured thoughtfully, if he escaped Mist after trying to overthrow the system, he must know the place inside and out. Kakashi and Jiraiya had already started to think along the same lines. After hearing Gen's plan, they'd decided to head toward Gato in hopes of finding a Mist rogue to guide them. They never expected to hit the jackpot this quickly. "A pleasure to meet you," Zabuza said calmly. Though cautious, he saw no reason to assume he had offended Konoha. Not realizing the severity of the situation, he spoke first. "To think I'd encounter the famous copy ninja Kakashi in such a remote place as the Land of Waves. Ah, and I didn't expect to see the infamous rogue of the mist, Momochi Zabuza," Kakashi replied, glancing around warily. "I wonder where you're heading. You're quite dangerous, after all." "Where I go has nothing to do with you," Zabuza said coolly, frowning. "I'd prefer we leave each other alone. Whatever happened between our villages? I'm no longer part of Kirigakure." "We know," Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. "That's why we have a bit of an unusual request." "A request?" Zabuza let out a low scoff. These leaf shinobi were acting strange. A request, huh? Let's hear it then. Let me handle this, Lord Jiraiya. Gen suddenly stepped forward. The name made Zabuza freeze. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, as a former assassin of the mist, he had naturally heard of Jiraiya. His name was in their classified files. But Jiraiya had been out of the public eye for a while. With the land of water being so isolated, information had become scarce. No wonder that old guy looked familiar. Hatake Kakashi. Jiraiya of the Sannin. What the hell are these guys doing here? Zabuza gulped inwardly. This situation was quickly turning serious, but he kept a calm exterior. You want to talk? Jiraiya asked, curious, but soon nodded. Go ahead, then. Right, Gen smiled, then looked directly at Zabuza. Simply put, we need to get to Kirigakure. And you know it well. We'd like to hire you as our guide. Hire me? To go to Mist? Now Zabuza fully understood the gravity of the situation. He never imagined he'd run into these people in the land of waves. Even if they hadn't said too much, his instincts as a former ANBU told him this was no ordinary mission. If Konoha was heading to Mist, that could mean serious political stakes. And with people like them involved, worse still, given Mist's usual protocols, anyone with knowledge of sensitive matters would eventually be silenced. If Konoha operated the same way, once they got what they wanted, they'd likely cut him loose. Zabuza's gaze darkened as his hand slowly tightened around the short blade at his waist. I don't know what you're talking about, he said in a low, guarded voice. I don't understand your intentions either. So let's just go our separate ways. Gen paused, blinking in surprise at Zabuza's sudden change in tone. So, you're saying there's no deal? Brat, I suggest you don't push me. Zabuza's voice grew heavier. His fingers clenched the hilt of his blade. Even Haku picked up on the tension, silently gathering chakra and slipping into a defensive stance. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged glances, negotiations had clearly broken down. Both began preparing for a possible fight. The atmosphere turned thick with killing intent. Leaves fluttered down in the distance, and the air around them seemed to grow colder. Gen let out a pretentious sigh, and in an instant, chakra burst from his entire body as purple lightning spread across him. Then let's settle this with our fists. Zabuza was seriously starting to feel like luck wasn't on his side. He had only come to the land of waves looking for a new job, but the moment he turned around, there they were, shinobi from the leaf. And not just any shinobi, copy ninja Kakashi, one of the legendary Sannin, and a mysterious young man. Unfamiliar, but clearly someone Konoha was heavily investing in. At first, Zabuza didn't think it was a big deal. He was a rogue ninja from the hidden mist after all. But now, it felt like he'd walked straight into a trap. This is bad. Zabuza silently cursed. Judging from the situation, fighting both Kakashi and Jiraiya at once was going to be extremely difficult. One-on-one. He might have welcomed the chance to test himself against the famed Sharingan Kakashi, or even Jiraiya of the Sannin. But two-on-one? The weak point is that brat. Zabuza didn't dare hope for a victory in a two-on-one. His only option was to stall for time, long enough for Haku to capture that kid. Ninjutsu, hidden mist jutsu. Once he made up his mind, Zabuza acted immediately, whispering to Haku at his side, the kid's yours. Don't hold back, capture him as quickly as you can. Zabuza had always trusted Haku. For someone his age, there were few who could match his strength. Understood, Haku said, though his face was grim. This sudden battle caught him off guard, too. But he would follow Zabuza's command to the letter. As chakra surged through his body, the mist thickened. The hidden mist technique. Ha! Jiraiya narrowed his eyes as the fog grew denser. This truly was the mist's signature style. Still, neither he nor Kakashi made a move to stop it. They were heading to the land of water soon, and the environment there would be even worse than this. Letting Kitagawa Gen get used to fighting in such conditions wasn't a bad idea. Kakashi and I will handle Zabuza. You take care of the girl next to him, should be doable, right? Jiraiya murmured. Gen nodded, but then added, correcting quietly, pretty sure that's a guy. Huh? Flat chest. Right. Jiraiya decided not to press that any further. As the fog grew heavier, both he and Kakashi got serious. A ninja could never afford to let their guard down, especially not against an elite mist shinobi in a place like this, where the air was thick with moisture. Mist shinobi grew up in an island nation shrouded in heavy fog, surrounded by water year-round. They excelled in water release, and they knew how to turn that fog into their advantage. In this kind of environment, their combat strength received a serious boost, sometimes to terrifying levels. Even the Kakashi of the future nearly lost his life fighting Zabuza. I'll use wind release to clear the mist, find his position and finish it fast. Got it. After a brief exchange, Jiraiya moved quickly. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust howled through the area, scattering part of the thick fog. Kakashi was ready. His Sharingan glowed red, within moments, he'd locked onto his target. Over here. He leapt forward, lunging toward Zabuza's position. Jiraiya followed, flanking from the other side. Clang! The sound of clashing metal and explosive ninjutsu echoed through the mist. Zabuza-sama. Haku's face tensed. But he didn't forget his mission. Fixing his eyes on Kitagawa Gen not far away, he gritted his teeth, and attacked. He moved like lightning, his body became a blur, and in a flash, he was right in front of Gen. That's fast. Gen had been watching closely. Just as Haku got close, a burst of purple lightning exploded around him. Cling, with a sharp metallic ring, Gen drew his white fanged short blade, crackling with purple lightning. He slashed horizontally in one swift motion. What? Haku's Senbon needles were cut cleanly in half. That attack. It's so strong. Though Haku was young, his ice release, unique to his clan, combined with Zabuza's intense training, made him far stronger than most would assume. But this was the first time all of his Senbon had been broken with a single swing. Whoosh! Haku froze momentarily, but Gen didn't let up. He wanted to see ice release in action, and he wasn't going to hold back. Crack crack crack, the blade danced, forcing Haku to dodge continuously. Even then, purple lightning grazed him several times, drawing blood. His speed. That sword. And that purple lightning, too sharp. Haku quickly analyzed, then performed a hand seal in an instant. Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. Water vapor condensed rapidly into icy Senbon, raining down like arrows. Is that all? Gen raised an eyebrow, then spun his blade, forming a dazzling arc of steel and lightning. With a flurry of ringing impacts, he deflected every last needle. Then, he closed the distance again, another slash. Haku dodged, barely, but Gen's foot connected with his stomach. Wham! Haku flew backward, flipping midair and landing shakily. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. Now it was Gen's turn. Mimicking Haku's single-hand seal, he unleashed a blazing fire dragon. Whoosh! The roaring flames surged forward, the heat so intense it began to evaporate the fog. Such heat. Haku felt the searing air and clenched his jaw. Then, chakra filled with frost exploded within him, changing the air around him. Even the surrounding mist began to crystallize. Ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. A thick wall of ice rose up, blocking the fire dragon before it reached him. And then, he formed more hand signs. Ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Countless icy mirrors formed around Gen, trapping him in a frozen dome, like an absolute domain. So this is ice release. Gen glanced around at the ice prison, eyebrows raised. At that moment, Haku's voice echoed from the mirrors. I don't want to fight, but you've gone too far. For Zabuza-sama's sake, I'll give it everything I've got. I'm sorry. With a whisper, Haku raised his senbon again from within the mirrors. In the blink of an eye, a storm of needles filled every inch of space inside the dome, no room left to dodge. But then, Gen suddenly smiled. He looked straight at Haku's reflection and said calmly, no need to apologize. In fact, I should thank you, because you've just helped me out a lot. In an instant, the entire mist-filled battlefield was illuminated by blinding arcs of purple lightning. Even Zabuza, currently being pinned down by Jiraiya and Kakashi, sensed something was very, very wrong. Standing at the bow of the ship, Kitagawa Gen gazed at the sea mist rising around them. The ocean breeze tousled his short hair, filling him with a rare sense of joy. In stark contrast, Zabuza, tied up tightly at the back of the boat, wore a much darker expression. Damn brat, he cursed under his breath as they drew closer to Kirigakure, frustration bubbling inside him. But there was nothing he could do. Recalling the earlier battle only deepened his sense of powerlessness. Even with both Kakashi and Jiraiya coming at him, he had no chance, especially with their coordination and use of the hidden mist technique. Leaving was simply out of the question. It wasn't that he couldn't let go of Haku. The truth was, he didn't have the confidence to escape from these two monsters alive. What made it worse was that he had genuinely believed Haku could take care of that annoying kid. Yet not only did that kid prove to be frighteningly strong, but Haku was also defeated far too quickly. We're almost there. Zabuza's heart sank. Jiraiya, on the other hand, seemed to be in good spirits. He strolled up to the bow, peering toward the distant shoreline before turning to Gen, kid, just reminding you again, this mission isn't like the last one. You're sure your flying thunder god is ready, right? Yeah, this is no time to mess around, Kakashi chimed in, finally putting down his book. He had been nagging Gen for updates throughout the trip, but now wore a teasing smile. Even with Zabuza here to help, your flying thunder god is the key to this mission. We're counting on you. Relax, Gen nodded confidently. I never do anything I'm not sure of. Once we land, I'll set up some marks. That way, if we need to make a quick getaway, we'll be ready. Although Gen wasn't yet a master of the flying thunder god technique, and the teleportation range was still a bit unreliable, he could at least ensure everyone landed safely at a designated spot. After all, he had plenty of chakra to spare. Besides, I've made some new discoveries. The fight with Haku had been smooth, surprisingly so. Haku was no pushover, that was certain. But for someone like Gen, who may not yet stand at the very top but could easily dominate a mid-tier battlefield, it was manageable. The most valuable takeaway, however, was his deeper understanding of ice release. Ice release, like all Kekkei Genkai, was anything but simple. Gen's bloodline gave him innate control over chakra as if it were second nature. But without a clear reference or framework, merely mixing chakra types wasn't enough to produce a true Kekkei Genkai. What I've been doing is more like the combination jutsu used by Hiruzen Sarutobi or Kakuzu. True bloodline fusion required precise chakra ratios, synchronized flow, and structural shaping to form a stable technique. Every step had to be seamless, one mistake, and the entire process would collapse. No wonder there are so many ninja in the world, yet so few with Kekkei Genkai. Gen couldn't help but marvel at the thought. And then another idea struck him: if chakra fusion could be passed down through bloodlines, could it also enhance one's lineage? If that's the case, this could be a massive advantage for me. He muttered quietly to himself, eyes gleaming with excitement. Collecting, learning, and mastering Kekkei Genkai had always been part of his long-term plan. This promising start made him genuinely happy. And he was sure, with enough training, he'd fully master ice release soon enough. Besides, I think my eyes are close to reaching a new threshold. As the coastline drew nearer, Gen gently rubbed his eyes. His chakra absorption had slowed, but in its place, a strange power had begun to seep out from within. Outwardly, his eyes looked normal, but deep inside, he could see a growing white glow. Am I getting closer to becoming Hyuga Gen? Gen couldn't help but mock himself mentally. Even if he did turn into Hyuga Gen, he wasn't too worried. Tailed beasts, the Tensegan on the moon, he wasn't about to let his eyes be limited to just the Byakugan. His real concern, what if he ended up growing a horn on his forehead, night fell, and the cold wind swept through the land. A thick fog blanketed Kirigakure, shrouding the village in a veil of mist and moonlight. Beneath the eerie calm, silence reigned over the hidden mist village. In an underground base, Genji swept his gaze over the gathered shinobi before him. Second only to the Mizukage in power, Genji had attracted a considerable following, especially now, with the Mizukage losing the people's trust. His subordinates, loyal and numerous, were all present for a mission of grave importance. "Ao," Genji said sternly, his gaze settling on the kneeling ninja, "confirm it one last time. Are you absolutely sure about what you saw? You know how serious this is. We can't afford any mistakes." Ao remained half kneeling, his voice solemn. "Yes, elder. I'm sure. Byakugan doesn't lie. The chakra within the Mizukage is in utter chaos, it's clearly the sign of a genjutsu. He's been controlled." The idea that the Mizukage had been manipulated was unthinkable, yet here they were, facing that very truth. "You all heard him," Genji said, his voice colder now, graver. "To allow this to happen within Kirigakure is a disgrace. We must put a stop to this, no matter the cost. Are you all prepared?" In unison, every shinobi dropped to one knee and answered with thunderous voices. "We await your command." Genji gave a small nod. He never craved the position of Mizukage. Had he desired it, he could have easily taken it, especially with how tyrannical the current Mizukage had become over the years. But personal ambition wasn't his goal. That didn't mean he'd tolerate someone disgracing the hidden mist like this. This had to end, and tonight, it would. Time to end this. Under the dim moonlight, Hoshigaki Kisame made his way toward the Umbu base. He had once again been forced to kill a comrade, this time, a girl who had treated him with rare kindness. Since that moment, a question had haunted him: what is the point of my existence? What am I protecting when I say I fight for my village? No answer came, only a deepening sense of emptiness. But there was one thing he could do. Suikazan Fuguki, murmuring the name with a dark edge, Kisame moved forward, unaware that someone had been silently watching him. "It's going well," a masked Uchiha Obito said coldly from the shadows. "Looks like he's finally ready to make his move." Beside him, Zetsu nodded. "Yes. After this, if you step in and guide him, he'll become your most loyal follower." "But Obito. Kirigakure won't stay quiet tonight." "That's fine," Obito replied without concern. "The forces loyal to the Mizukage are already mobilized, aren't they?" His gaze never left Kisame as he continued. "Once Kisame handles Fuguki, we'll have Yugura show up to restore order. The more of them that die in the chaos, the better for us. Why not just admit this is all for Rin's sake and be done with it?" Black Zetsu cursed inwardly but didn't speak up. Instead, he gave a slight nod. "It's all in place. Now we just wait." "Good." Obito looked up at the fog-shrouded full moon, his voice a low whisper. "Tonight we'll have a satisfying conclusion, we've finally arrived." Under the moonlit sky, Kitagawa Gen and his team stood just outside the hidden mist, guided, albeit reluctantly, by Zabuza Momochi. To be fair, things had gone smoother with Zabuza's help. Though clearly trying to find a way to escape, he hadn't betrayed them. Not yet, at least. The village loomed ahead, ghost-like through the mist. Jiraiya stroked his chin, eyes narrowing. "If you're right, Gen, then things are about to get very complicated." "Definitely," Kakashi added, now fully alert. We're not going to just walk in and ask for directions to the Mizuki's office. The village won't be easy to infiltrate. Even Zabuza let out a cold snort at that, clearly aware of the danger. Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Gen spoke up suddenly, his voice tinged with puzzlement. There's something strange, what is it? Jiraiya and Kakashi turned to him, curious. Gen furrowed his brows and replied, it's faint, but I think I can sense a flying thunder god mark inside the village. He paused. And if I'm not mistaken, it belongs to the fourth Hokage. The land of water, under the moonlight, the heavy mist gave the night an especially dreamlike and disorienting quality. In the hidden mist village, the thick blanket of darkness had caused all shops to close early. Even the lights on the streets had quietly gone out. Only the faint whisper of the wind stirred within the village, everything felt eerily still. Whoosh, 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 suddenly, dark figures darted across the once silent streets. These shadows, silent as ghosts, moved stealthily through the thick fog, all heading toward the Mizuki building. Woo! Moments later, the sharp wail of sirens shattered the village's silence. It was as if the alarms had sounded the beginning of chaos. Enemy attack. We're under attack. They've started a rebellion. Protect the Mizuki. Idiot. The Mizuki is the real curse on this village. At that moment, the village exploded with screams and curses. Explosive tags and ninjutsu roared across the area, blending with the piercing alarm into a cacophony of madness. Truly terrifying. Hidden in the shadows, Jiraiya watched the chaos unfold, swallowing hard. Although he had intel that Mist Village was on the verge of internal collapse, seeing it with his own eyes left him speechless. He had witnessed war before, but a full-blown riot within a village. This was a first. Even Kakashi, who had once been dragged into a plot to assassinate the Hokage, had never seen something like this. The Mist Shinobi had lost all reason, attacking one another as if they were lifelong enemies, not former comrades. And the scale of this conflict was no less than a full-scale war. TCH. If only they'd had this fire back then, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this for me. Zabuza's eyes were distant and filled with mixed emotions. He had once launched a rebellion himself, one that ended in failure. What was unfolding before him now was the very scene he had dreamed of. But he quickly snapped back to reality. This spectacle belonged to others. He had nothing. And right now, his life was still in someone else's hands. What exactly are you planning? Zabuza raised his head, eyeing Jiraiya and the others as he asked in a low voice. I've already led you into the land of water. And I got you into the village too. So now what? If you're planning to kill me, at least make it quick. I may not want to die, but I'm not afraid of it either. Honestly? Seeing things fall apart like this. I'm satisfied. Beside him, Haku looked up as well, eyes full of worry and wariness. Though the Konoha shinobi hadn't mistreated them, Haku had been part of the ANBU before, he knew how the darker side of Konoha operated. Gen, are you able to pinpoint the curse seal's location now? Jiraiya ignored the two and turned to Kitagawa Gen, speaking in a hushed voice. Kakashi leaned in too. I can. Gen nodded, raising a finger to point ahead. Before, we were too far, I could only sense it vaguely. But now, I can locate it precisely. It's just over there. There. Kakashi followed Gen's gaze, then turned toward Zabuza. What's over in that direction? TCH, Zabuza scoffed but still looked where they indicated. His brows furrowed briefly before curling into a cold smirk. That place? That's one of the ANBU's bases. If I'm not mistaken, it belongs to that fat bastard Fuguki Suikazan. Suikazan Fuguki, Gen's expression shifted at the name. He suddenly turned to stare at Zabuza. For some reason, that look sent a shiver down Zabuza's spine, Only someone who has carried out so many dirty missions for the village and was ultimately betrayed could truly understand, this world is nothing but a lie. Chaos had already erupted within Kirigakure, and deep within the underground base of the ANBU, Kisame Hoshigaki had just finished off Fuguki Suikazan. Just as he was about to leave, however, he was stopped by the fourth Mizukichi. Kisame braced himself for yet another brutal battle, but to his surprise, the Mizukichi didn't attack. In fact, he seemed to agree with Kisame's actions. His words, unexpectedly, struck a chord. When I killed my comrades, I realized it too. Kisame's voice was low, but his eyes were tinged with red. A shinobi of the mist, forced to kill fellow mist shinobi, what does that make me? An ally? An enemy? What is my purpose? Where do I stand? Where am I going? Where can I find peace? The only thing I know for sure, is that I'm a lie. Then allow me to free you from the pain of this falsehood. Let me build a place where you truly belong. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind the fourth Mizukichi. It was clearly different from the Mizukichi's. Who's there? Kisame's expression changed instantly. His hand instinctively reached for the hilt of Samahata. We'll start with this nation. A shadow slowly stepped out from behind the Mizukichi. His face remained hidden in darkness, but he didn't seem concerned about Kisame's guarded stance. You fought all this time for the sake of killing your comrades. Let it all begin here. Begin here, Kisame narrowed his eyes. His expression grew strange, but deep inside, something stirred. He had chosen this moment to act precisely because of the strange currents within the village. Was all of this part of a plan? Still, he forced his attention back to the mysterious figure before him. You seem to trust me, yet I don't even know who you are. The figure didn't answer. Instead, he slowly opened his eyes, glowing crimson, like a beacon within the shadows. Eyes that shine in the darkness. In that instant, Kisame seemed to understand. I see now. I always thought it was the Mizukichi acting on his own, but it was you all along. You've been controlling him with your Sharingan this whole time, Kisame suddenly laughed. This world truly is full of lies. The power to manipulate the fourth, the Jinchuriki of the three tails, you must be an Uchiha, boom. Before Kisame could finish, the wall beside them exploded violently, three figures rushed in through the debris, their eyes scanning the room, only to fixate on the man in the shadows. We finally found you. Uchiha Obito. Kisame blinked. Obito, who the hell is that? Wasn't this guy Uchiha Madara? Obito's face darkened. He had already recognized the intruders. Jiraiya, that damned brat from before, and Kakashi, he couldn't believe it. Why now? Why did they have to show up now? Of all times, ever since he ran into that damned kid, it felt like his luck had gone straight to hell. Obito, Kakashi's gaze locked onto him. After a long pause, he spoke softly. Is it really you? Obito was silent. He wanted to curse, but the words that came out were different. Kakashi, you're still the same useless fool. What a disappointment. Why? Kakashi took a deep breath, his voice trembling with pain. If you were alive all this time, why didn't you return to the village? Why did you become like this? Does it even matter? Obito spread his arms, his tone indifferent. If you want a reason, fine, Rin's death. Is that good enough for you? With just that one sentence, Kakashi's breathing grew heavy. Kisame stood on edge, both alert and intrigued. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. But Kitagawa Gen, he was staring intently at the fourth Mizukichi, whose blank expression resembled that of a puppet. Because in that Mizukichi, he sensed the same feeling he had when he first met Naruto. Three Tails Chakra, with Genji taking action, chaos completely erupted in Kirigakure, battles broke out all over the village, with everyone holding fast to their own convictions. However, while the entire village was engulfed in intense fighting, the ANBU base remained eerily quiet. Rin. Kakashi closed his eyes in pain. Everything was just as he had feared. So this is what turned Obito into this, but how did he even know? You know, Obito suddenly spoke, his voice filled with bitterness. I was there that day too. It seemed he had given up pretending. As he recalled everything from that fateful day, anguish twisted his face, and he spoke in a cold, low tone. I rushed there with everything I had, only to witness the one thing I never wanted to see, the one truth I refused to believe. From that moment on, I realized this world was nothing but hell. There's nothing worth clinging to in this fake reality. Konoha is always late. The world never changes. Everyone lives in suffering. So, I'll create a new world, a peaceful one, a world where Rin will always exist. Maybe it was because he had run into Kakashi, or maybe because there was no point hiding anymore, but Uchiha Obito's voice grew hoarse as he poured out everything in his heart. His words left everyone in silence. Kisame, who had still been trying to figure out just who this man was, now found his thinking strangely aligned with Obito's. Jiraiya's brows furrowed deeply. He realized that everything Kitagawa Gen had warned them about was true. Their limited intel had led them to underestimate the scale. Uchiha Obito's ambitions went far beyond Konoha. This organization is far more dangerous than we imagined. Jiraiya's expression grew solemn. Kakashi also fell into silence, realizing the gravity of the situation, but still unable to comprehend how Obito had fallen this far. You said just now that you saw everything. Suddenly, Kitagawa Gen, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Then why are you blaming Konoha for being late? If you'd just moved a bit faster, maybe you'd have made it in time, no? His abrupt words shattered the heavy silence. Obito's face darkened, but before he could speak, Kitagawa Gen went on, and to summarize what you said, you want peace, right? But judging by your actions, don't tell me your plan is to kill everyone to achieve it. I mean, if everyone's dead, sure, the world would be at peace. But isn't that just a little extreme? Kitagawa Gen's words made Jiraiya and Kakashi suck in a cold breath. Even Kisame glanced at Obito with a stunned expression. Obito remained silent. Not because he didn't want to argue, but because he couldn't very well explain the Eye of the Moon plan out loud. His silence, however, came across as tacit admission. At that moment, Obito truly wanted to curse out loud. Am I really that extreme? Obito, we're bringing you back with us. No more running. Kakashi's Sharingan locked firmly onto Obito. And last time you showed up in Konoha, the 9 tails inside Naruto reacted. That was you too, wasn't it? 10 years ago. That's right. It was me. Obito admitted it without hesitation. At this point, there was no point in hiding. His cold gaze swept over the group. But catching me? That depends on whether you have what it takes. As he spoke, the 4th Mizukage lifted his head, chakra surging like a rising tide. Obito turned to Kisame. Despite the complications, I have to ask. Will you help me create a new world? Like I have a choice now. Kisame shrugged, then drew his massive Samahata blade from his back. His eyes sharpened as he stared down the Konoha team. In an instant, the air in the underground base grew unbearably tense. Let's begin. Obito gave a low command, and the 4th Mizukage's chakra exploded. A water mirror manifested in midair. The next moment, a clone, identical to Jiraiya, emerged from the mirror and lunged at him. TCH, what a pain, Jiraiya cursed under his breath. He knew all too well what this was, the 4th Mizukage's signature technique, water mirror jutsu. This jutsu could create a doppelganger identical in strength and ability to its target. Jiraiya instantly dodged the mirror's reflection and began forming hand seals. Wild Lion's main jutsu. His white hair shot forward like needles, targeting the water clone. But just then, the 4th Mizukage himself charged in, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi immediately tried to assist, but a massive broadsword was already blocking his path. "Hatake Kakashi," Kisame said with a mocking tone, "I've heard of you. I've always been curious, just how powerful is that Sharingan of yours?" As he spoke, Samehada swept horizontally toward Kakashi's head with a sharp whoosh. Kakashi had no choice but to leap back quickly to evade the strike. Kisame, however, was already in pursuit. Chaos erupted in the underground base. Only Obito Uchiha and Gen Kitagawa remained still. "You little brat," Obito calmly flicked his sleeve, revealing a black iron chain that fell into his grasp. "I hadn't planned on dealing with you, but it looks like you're the only one left." "That's fine too," whoosh. The next moment, Obito charged straight at Gen. "I've got a score to settle with you." Tch, Gen clicked his tongue and met him head-on. The distance between them was nothing to trained shinobi, just a blink, and they clashed. In an instant, Gen drew his white-fanged short blade, crackling with purple lightning. That blade, Obito narrowed his eyes, irritation flashing across his face. Of course he recognized it. That was the blade Kakashi once used to save him. It had broken back then. He hadn't expected Kakashi to repair it, let alone give it to this kid. Humph. Obito let out a cold snort, eyes locked on the blade as it passed through his intangible form. But the moment the attack ended, he struck. Shing, with a sharp metallic snap, his iron chain lashed out toward General in a flash. Gen's body was shredded, only for Obito to scoff. The real Gen suddenly emerged from the ground, slashing at Obito. But by then, Obito had already shifted into the Kamui dimension. A water clone, huh? Fast reflexes. Obito sneered, watching Gen retreat swiftly. But you can't escape my eyes. And this time, we're not in Konoha. I have all the time in the world. Also, one more thing, Kakashi and Jiraiya are both occupied. So tell me, who's going to save you this time? As he spoke, he completed a hand sign. Fire style, spiraling maelstrom. Flames twisted through space like a vortex, roaring toward Gen. Earth style, mud wall. With a single seal, Gen summoned a thick earthen wall in front of him. Boom, the clash of fire and stone sent waves of heat surging through the base. Is that kid really going to be okay? On the other side, Jiraiya was fending off the fourth Mizukage while casting a worried glance toward General, and it wasn't just him. Kakashi, locked in combat with Kisame, was equally concerned. He'd wanted to confront Obito himself, but Kisame wasn't someone he could shake off easily. This guy was even more dangerous than expected. As for Obito, Gen had actually managed to land a hit before. And he'd told them something crucial, the fourth Hokage's seal might be on Obito's body. Be careful, Kakashi muttered under his breath, but that moment, Samehada came slicing through the air again. Now's not the time to zone out, Hatake Kakashi. Kisame's voice snapped him back to reality. Jiraiya, too, had no choice but to stay focused on his own fight. Thud thud thud, suddenly, a flurry of kunai shot out from the flames, densely surrounding Obito. This trick again? Obito sneered, his body fully intangible. He didn't bother absorbing the weapons. Ignoring the scattered kunai, his eyes locked on the charging Gen. I've already fallen for this once. I won't again. Your fate is sealed. Is that so? Gen charged in with a slash, his voice calm. You once said you wanted to create a world with Rin in it. But Kakashi-sensei told me, she died in an accident. Wish, the white fan blade sliced through Obito's intangible body. But those words triggered fury in Obito's eyes. You don't know anything. Obito's chain lashed out again. Don't presume to understand my will with your ignorance. Clang, as the chain struck, Gen's body erupted with violet lightning, fending off the attack. Is that so? Gen countered with another strike, eyes locked onto Obito's every move, analyzing every detail. He had waited long enough. Now was his chance. "You're courting death," Obito said, more serious than ever. Having been tricked once, he refused to fall for it again. This time, he made sure, Gen was the real one. As Gen's blade passed through his body again, Obito reached out. Would release energy surged in his hand. But just then, Gen's eyes lit up. He'd been waiting for this moment. "You just said," Gen's voice echoed faintly, and Obito's expression twisted in shock. Because Gen had vanished. The voice now came from behind him. "You won't fall for the same trick twice, huh?" "What? How?" Obito's eyes widened. He didn't have time to go intangible. Memories he'd buried came crashing back. Flying Thunder God, and then, boom, a searing pain exploded from behind. Something slammed into him with tremendous force. He knew that feeling. A Rasengan, his mind reeled. Why does this kid know that technique? Why is that night playing out again, right now? Trying to use genjutsu again, now that everyone's dead. Gen's voice echoed in his ears. "But that's just lying to yourself, isn't it? Who would choose a fantasy, over reality? How's the situation?" "Lord Genji, the advance is underway. But the Mizukage side is putting up fierce resistance." Inside a tall tower in Kirigakure, Genji silently observed the distant battlefield while Terumi Mei stood behind him, speaking in a low voice. This battle was meant to secure Kirigakure's future, but seeing it unfold like this, Genji couldn't help feeling a pang of pain in his chest. Still, he quickly calmed himself. When has change ever come without bloodshed? "There's more, my lord. Some of our people are beginning to question things." As Genji remained in thought, Terumi Mei spoke again. "They're afraid of becoming traitors to the village. You know how we..." "Humph, tell them this, losers are rebels, but victors spark revolutions." Genji interrupted before she could finish. "And besides, we must trust Ao, and the Byakugan. He wouldn't lie to us." "Yes, understood. I'll pass along your words." "Good." Genji finally nodded at her reply. But just as he was about to say more, the ground suddenly began to quake violently. In the next instant, a thunderous roar shook the sky, followed by a thick wave of smoke and dust. A surge of ominous chakra spread like wildfire, and within the dense mist, the shadow of a giant beast loomed. "What is that?" Genji and Terumi Mei's eyes widened in unison. They could feel it, things had spiraled beyond their control. Then, the beast let out a furious, anguished roar that echoed across all of Kirigakure. How is this possible? Uchiha Obito's body was slammed into the earth by the force of a Rasengan. The sheer impact shattered the ground, debris flying everywhere. Amid the swirling dust, only the bright spiral of chakra remained visible. His mind was spinning. It felt like déjà vu years ago. Hadn't he lost the exact same way to Namikaze Minato? Was history repeating itself? He couldn't understand. Why had he fallen to the Flying Thunder God twice, and more importantly, when did this brat learn that technique? His head buzzed with confusion, but what rattled him the most was what the kid said before delivering the final blow: who would choose illusion over reality? That line struck him harder than the Rasengan. His expression twisted, a sliver of doubt creeping in. Illusion. Reality. He kept repeating the words to himself, but soon lost interest in pondering them. Whether it was illusion or reality didn't matter anymore. From his elevated perspective, he believed he saw the shinobi world more clearly than anyone else. People were driven by desire, that was the root of the world's problems. Only the Eye of the Moon plan could end that. Only by freeing humanity from the chains of their own wants could the world be saved. Only then could Rin's tragedy be prevented. Only then could Rin truly be saved. Besides, he had no more time to think. Kitagawa Gen was already charging at him again with his white fanged short blade. Defeated. Elsewhere, the battle between Kakashi and Kisame slowed. Kisame wore an odd expression. Though still engaged with Kakashi, he'd been watching the events unfold nearby. That strange spatial jutsu was beyond comprehension, but one thing was clear. That kid really used the Flying Thunder God technique, and actually landed a sneak attack. For a brief moment, Kisame began to question his allegiance. Is this guy really trustworthy? Kitagawa Gen. He muttered. Kakashi and Jiraiya, standing on the other side, also noticed the commotion. Both of them looked excited, yet slightly emotional. Uchiha Obito may have been the downfall of the fourth Hokage, but in the end, the fourth still left behind something capable of changing everything. A golden opportunity. Just then, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. His gaze shifted sharply to the fourth Mizukage. He noticed something strange. The Mizukage's body seemed stiff, and his attacks weren't as fluid as before. Obito's genjutsu is weakening due to his injury. Then this is the time to break the control. Jiraiya didn't hesitate. The organization they were up against was far too dangerous. Even if Kiri had a hostile relationship with Konoha, no Kage should be made a puppet like this. And if Kiri responded aggressively after this, well, that only helped Konoha too. Fire style, flame bullet. Catching the Mizukage in his moment of stiffness, Jiraiya launched a massive fire attack without hesitation. Ah! The fourth Mizukage didn't even try to dodge. The scorching flames engulfed him, but at that exact moment, a surge of tailed beast chakra burst out from his body. Tailed beast mode. Jiraiya's brow twitched. This could be either good or bad. The appearance of the tailed beast chakra meant the Mizukage himself was starting to resist the genjutsu. But, it also made him much harder to deal with. As the fourth Mizukage roared and charged at him, Jiraiya began to sweat, steeling himself for the impact. Zzzzz. While Jiraiya dealt with the Mizukage, Obito seized the opportunity and phased back into the Kamui dimension. But no sooner had he reappeared than, a flash of silver streaked behind him. A white fanged short blade, crackling with purple lightning, nearly cut through him. Obito's face turned pale. Damn Namake's Minato, damn that Flying Thunder God technique. He hadn't forgotten what Minato had done to him. But with Minato dead, Obito had believed no one else could master that jutsu. He never thought someone would not only learn it, but also use Minato's old marks against him. You're surprisingly sturdy. Kitagawa Gen didn't mind missing his first strike. With Flying Thunder God, he had the advantage. He launched another attack, speaking the entire time. He needed to make the most of Minato's leftover marks. There was no guarantee he could use them again later. You survived a Rasengan and even know wood style. Who taught you that? Obito didn't respond. His eyes locked onto Kitagawa Gen, rage smoldering. And you're blaming others for being late? What's your problem? Are you really trying to kill everyone in the world just to stop all conflict? You truly believe in this illusion? Or is there something else behind your plan? Kitagawa Gen's words, like his attacks, never stopped, each one stabbing at Obito's heart. Obito knew he was just trying to provoke him, force him into a mistake, but damn, it was working. You damn brat. He clenched his fists, restraining his fury. The Rasengan hadn't disabled him, but his entire back had been torn open. If half his body weren't made of white zetsu, he'd be dead already. He had to think about escaping now. But Kisame was still in the base, he had just recruited him. Running away now would be humiliating. Just then, Obito glanced toward the Mizukage again. He could sense the tailed beast chakra growing more chaotic. And Jiraiya was clearly trying to further agitate it, disrupting the genjutsu. He knew exactly what they were trying to do. So you want to break the genjutsu? Obito gritted his teeth, but then, he smirked. He had a new idea. His Sharingan spun wildly, and in an instant, the Three Tails chakra exploded into a rampage. Let me help you with that. What? Everyone's expressions shifted. Jiraiya's eyes went wide. RORRR, the fourth Mizukage let out a furious roar, and suddenly his body began to swell uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the entire underground base began to collapse. This is bad, everyone's faces turned grim. And just then, Kitagawa Gen's eye twitched. Side quest completed. Slice through the darkness of the shinobi world, soar through the skies of space, objective, secure a mission to the hidden mist and make Uchiha Obito feel the power of flying thunder god. Reward acquired, Three Tails Chakra. Bastard. Under the pale moonlight, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, now fully transformed into the Three Tails, let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the land. From within the beast, his expression twisted with rage and humiliation. A surge of fury boiled in his chest, teeth clenched so tightly it felt like they'd shatter. The genjutsu that had clouded his mind was finally gone, lifted by none other than Uchiha Obito himself. Even while under control, Yagura hadn't been entirely unconscious. Though his mind had been foggy, he'd retained fragments of awareness, enough to know what was happening. To recall the sight of his beloved village being manipulated, desecrated, and toyed with while he, its protector, could do nothing, it made his blood boil. And now, as chaos raged across Kirigakure, the killing intent swelling in his chest threatened to explode. Everyone, stand down. But Yagura knew, before anything else, he had to stop these fools from tearing the village apart. Any more fighting, and there'd be nothing left to protect. Honestly, there wasn't much left standing already. His shout, laced with the chakra of the Three Tails, shook the entire mist village like a thunderclap from the heavens. The pro-establishment forces were thrilled, relieved even, but those under Master Genji's command turned pale. Yagura wasn't just a Jinchuriki, he was one of the rare perfect Jinchuriki, able to fully wield the power of the Three Tails. We're screwed. The rebels' morale plummeted. They had mentally prepared for the worst, but seeing the towering form of the Three Tails in person still sparked primal fear. Even Genji, Mei Terumi, and the others wore grim expressions as they stared up at the mountain-like beast. "My lord, wait," said Ao as he rushed forward. "There's no trace of genjutsu left on the fourth Mizukage." "What?" Both Genji and Mei blinked in surprise, and at that moment, Yagura's voice rang out once more. "All of you, cease immediately. Everything that happened tonight was the result of deliberate manipulation. Someone is trying to overthrow Kirigakure. As the fourth Mizukage, I order a full-scale investigation and purge our true enemy, who is still hiding in the mist." Deep within a forest on the outskirts of Kirigakure, a single kunai was buried in the dirt. Suddenly, three figures, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Gen Kitagawa, flashed into view, riding the ripple of chakra. "Looks like we're safe for now," Jiraiya exhaled, scanning the area. Satisfied that no one was nearby, he finally relaxed, only to mutter in frustration, "That idiot, he actually let the Three Tails loose. Unbelievable." "Well," Gen muttered, glancing toward the distant silhouette of the beast, "if you hadn't tried to dispel the genjutsu, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess." Hey. I had my reasons, brat. Don't talk like you know everything." Jiraiya barked, though even he didn't sound very convinced. They had all heard Yagura's declaration, broadcast through the Three Tails chakra, clear and undeniable. Jiraiya understood why the Mizukage chose this path. Exposing that a Kage had been manipulated like a puppet would have massive consequences. Sometimes, the shame of a village must be hidden. At least for now. "Kakashi, are you alright?" Jiraiya asked, shifting the topic with concern. "That guy. Obito." Kakashi's expression flickered. "Don't worry, I'm fine," he replied calmly. "I know what I have to do. The Obito I knew, my friend and hero, lives on only in my heart, and in my left eye. The one walking the world now, that's not him. Just a demon wearing his face. He's no longer the boy who dreamed of becoming Hokage." Jiraiya sighed, both comforted and troubled by Kakashi's clarity. How did this kid grow to be so strong? And you, Gen? You okay? Kakashi asked, turning to his student. Though Gen didn't bear a scratch, Kakashi knew exactly who he'd been up against. I'm fine, sensei. Gen smiled slightly. This time went better than expected. Sure, it was messy at the start, but Obito was still wary after I tricked him last time. He was more cautious. And with Lord Fourth's seal on him, he didn't dare make a move. Though I doubt we'll get to use that seal again. No need to be sentimental, Jiraiya muttered, though there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Another one of Minato's legacies, fading away. However, that mark had already revealed more than enough, it had fully served its purpose. Speaking of which, it's unbelievable that guy survived a Rasengan. Maybe that's the power of wood release. We should get out of here. It's way too dangerous. Kakashi sighed before speaking again. Gen, are you still holding up? I got some military ration pills from the Akimichi clan. If you can't, I'm fine. Don't worry. Kitagawa Gen shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. His chakra reserves were overflowing right now, and once they got back, they were only going to increase. He hadn't expected this at all, but this time the reward was the chakra of the three tails. He had been obsessed with getting that chakra for a long time. He'd even considered targeting the fourth Mizukage for it, but with Uchiha Obito watching so closely, he never had a chance. Now, though, he didn't have to do anything. The system had just handed it to him. That chakra was crucial for planting the divine tree, after all. Still, he wasn't ready to use it just yet, he didn't know what might happen, and he preferred to experiment after returning. Besides, even without tapping into the three tails, his own chakra was more than enough right now. But I still have an exclusive mission, why hasn't it been finalized yet? He was curious, but decided not to dwell on it. He'd find out once they got back. Let's get out of here first. The fourth Mizukage has launched a full-scale manhunt. Gen suddenly cut off mid-sentence and frowned, turning his head. Kakashi and Jiraiya also snapped their heads around in unison. In the distance, space began to distort. A moment later, Uchiha Obito and Hoshigaki Kisame stepped out of the warped space. The five of them stood there, eyes locked, and for a moment, the forest was drowned in a heavy silence. Obito, Kakashi's expression turned ice-cold, and Obito let out a low snort. What? You want to fight again? Obito felt a bit unlucky. After retreating with Kisame to recover from his injuries, he just randomly picked a spot, only to run into them again. He cursed his luck silently, but there was no way he could show weakness now. Let's not escalate this, Kisame spoke up, sensing the tension thickening again. We might be enemies, but don't forget, Kirigakure's after all of us now. Whatever grudges we have, we can settle them later. But wasn't the fourth Mizukage under your control? Keeping you here wouldn't exactly hurt us. Gen raised an eyebrow, while Obito snorted again in contempt. If you want to fight, be my guest. But do you really think they'll let you walk away? You're from Konoha. And do you really think they'll let you go back and report everything you've seen here? The air grew heavy again as silence settled over them, chakra building on both sides, just one spark away from explosion. Let's check over there. Be careful. The Mizukage said there are intruders in the village. Stay alert. You really think it's true? I have a weird feeling, Mizukage-sama already summoned Master Genji for a meeting. Stop questioning orders. Amidst the rising tension, distant voices from the mist ninja broke through the silence, draining the momentum from both sides. They were powerful, sure, but not enough to take on an entire village. Forget it. Let's drop it this time. Jiraiya sighed, his voice solemn. Konoha won't forget what you've done. Humph, Obito snorted and turned to leave with Kisame. The mist ninja were closing in, they had no intention of being caught. At the same time, Gen and the others turned as if preparing to retreat. But then, in a flash of flying thunder god, Gen vanished, reappearing behind Obito with White Fang's short blade crackling in purple lightning, aiming straight for Obito's head. But Obito seemed prepared. He activated Kamui just in time, phasing out as he completed a hand sign, fire style, blast wave wild dance. At the same moment, Kakashi and Jiraiya finished their own seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Flame Bullet. Kisame didn't fall behind either, Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. In perfect sync, all 5 of them launched their jutsu, each a master of timing and combat. Boom! 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 The forest shook violently. Fire, lightning, and water collided, sending steam billowing into the air. In the misty haze, the 5 stared each other down once again, the silence even more suffocating than before. And just then, Gen's system chimed in. Exclusive mission, Kakashi's side quest, the disillusioned Obito, broken and lost, objective, help Kakashi uncover the truth about Uchiha Obito, reward is being calculated, a few days later. Konoha, inside the Hokage's office. I didn't expect things to be this complicated. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, his expression grim as he looked at Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Gen Kitagawa. Even he was starting to realize how big this situation really was. Especially after hearing the report these 3 brought back, he was having trouble keeping his composure. Yeah. We didn't expect it either, Jiraiya said with a solemn nod. That guy really was Uchiha Obito. And he really was the one behind Minato's death. From what we've learned, it seems his grudge isn't just against Konoha, but the entire shinobi world. Exactly. He's completely lost it, Kakashi added with a firm nod. And the organization he's with seems to be encouraging him. They're seriously dangerous. Dangerous? That was an understatement. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe. The mission to Kirigakure had been a massive success, they uncovered an incredible amount of intel. But the more they uncovered, the more terrifying it all became. The Mizukage had been under genjutsu control. The truth behind Minato's death. And then that mysterious organization. Even for someone like Sarutobi, who'd weathered countless storms, this gave him chills. And this was probably just the tip of the iceberg. They still had no idea who exactly was backing Obito. Or where that would release came from. Even with just this much information, it was already enough to send shockwaves through the village. Bring Danzo here. After a long pause, Sarutobi massaged his temples and addressed the Anbu hidden in the shadows. Then he continued, I'll have Danzo follow up on this. Root may be. Well, Root, but when it comes to gathering intel, they're still unparalleled. I'll also send a team to open negotiations with Kirigakure. At the same time, we need to discreetly probe the other major villages to see how they might respond. If the Mizukage could be manipulated, what about the other Kage? These matters needed to be handled with extreme caution. Also, I'm issuing a bounty and a capture order for Uchiha Obito. But I hope you understand, some of these actions can't be made public. Especially not with the talks we're trying to open with Kirigakure. We understand, both Jiraiya and Kakashi said with a nod. The implications of this whole mess were serious, and they got it. Good. Sarutobi nodded, then turned to the boy who had been zoning out the whole time, Gen Kitagawa. His voice softened slightly, carrying a touch of awe. Gen, what you accomplished this time was nothing short of remarkable. He'd always known Gen was impressive. Kakashi and Jiraiya had both praised the kid's learning ability multiple times. Sure, his performance at the academy had been good, but not this extraordinary. Still, some talents only truly shine in real missions. Even so, what Gen had done was bordering on absurd. But that's a good thing, after all, he's Konoha's child. This mission to Kirigakure had been full of surprises, and almost all of them had Gen's fingerprints on them. It was his strategy that got them into the village. He was the one who confirmed Obito was the culprit from 10 years ago. He even used Minato's sealing mark to fight Obito again, and won. He led the team out safely and brought back critical intel. Sarutobi couldn't help but feel stunned, and impressed. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Gen said, snapping out of his thoughts. Normally, he wouldn't even be qualified to attend a meeting like this. But due to his deep involvement in the mission, he'd been brought along. He'd assumed his part was over, but to his surprise, they were actually talking about him again. Thankfully, he refocused quickly. I was just doing my duty. I'm a Konoha ninja too, after all. You don't need to be so modest. Sarutobi smiled slightly. His mood lightened, even though he remembered how this brat tricked him out of a bowl of ramen before leaving the village. Shaking his head, he grew a bit more serious. Still, Gen, you're exceptional, but there's still so much for you to learn. A great shinobi grows through humility. And considering who and what we're up against this time. They're terrifying. You've caused them a serious setback, and I'm worried. He paused for a breath, then continued sincerely. So I hope you'll stay in Konoha for now, focus on your training, and work on improving yourself. This is for your own safety, and your own growth. He hesitated, then added in a more generous tone, in case Gen resisted. Talents like him usually had some pride. And one more thing, your contribution this time was outstanding. We're classifying this as an S-rank mission. If you have any reward in mind, speak up. I'll do everything I can to make it happen. Really? Gen's eyes lit up. He had already been planning to stay in Konoha for a while to study his rewards anyway. Especially since his eyes had reached their limit, he could feel a breakthrough coming at any time. And he had to be prepared in case any sudden changes occurred. Besides, if he wants to leave, using the Flying Thunder God isn't exactly difficult. As for the reward, he hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, can I be promoted straight to Jonin? Lord Hokage, I know I still have room to grow, but I can learn. I think I'm capable enough, right? I mean, Kakashi-sensei became a Jonin at around my age, didn't he? Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead twitched. Was it just him, or had this kid crossed a line? What is a Jonin? They're the elite of the village, the very top tier of ninja, some even being potential candidates for the Hokage seat. Of course, becoming Hokage isn't that simple, but if you're not even a Jonin, it's like you haven't even stepped through the front door. Konoha has over 100,000 people, and tens of thousands of them are shinobi, but how many are actually Jonin, especially in peacetime? Handing out promotions too easily could cause backlash. Jonin requires careful selection. You need a wide range of knowledge, and the ability to lead missions solo, Hiruzen said, rubbing his temples, trying to reason with him. And becoming a Jonin means you'd have to lead your own team. You wouldn't want to part with Kakashi just yet, right? Kitagawa Gen glanced at Kakashi, then asked with genuine confusion, but I heard that even after Kakashi-sensei became a Jonin, he still. Your Chunin application has been approved. But, don't worry, you're exceptional. No further testing is needed. That's enough for now, go get some rest. Sarutobi quickly cut him off and started ushering him out. He really didn't want to keep going in circles with this kid. Alright, Lord Hokage, I'll be taking my leave too. Kakashi shrugged, walked over, and casually slung an arm around Gen's shoulders, steering him toward the exit. We've got a team dinner tonight, so rest up and be ready. Let's go. TCH, Gen pouted. He had hoped to wrap up the main quest this time. Seriously, why was the third Hokage being so stingy? Still, the rewards weren't half bad this time. Besides receiving the Three Tails chakra, he also got something quite interesting, / exclusive mission, Kakashi's side quest, / the disillusioned Obito, broken and lost, / objective, help Kakashi uncover the truth about Uchiha Obito, / reward obtained, White Zetsu's unique yang release chakra, / another yang release chakra, Gen had already acquired Kimimara's yang release chakra, part of the Ōtsutsuki Himura lineage. And with his eyes awakening, that line was essentially complete. Now, with this new reward, he basically collected parts of the Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo lineage as well. Although, it's not the full Indra and Azura lineage, a bit disappointed, but Gen still felt satisfied. With the Three Tails chakra and everything else he'd gained this time, I'm definitely going to power up big time. Pumped with excitement, he quickened his pace. He couldn't wait to get home and try everything out. / that kid. Back in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled helplessly as he watched Kakashi and Gen disappear down the hallway. After a long moment, he shook his head. Truly an outstanding child. Definitely. A bit quirky, sure, but incredibly talented. Jiraiya nodded with a grin, then gave Hiruzen a teasing look. But isn't that how it always is? The next generation surpasses the last. Yeah. Watching him makes me feel old. Hiruzen chuckled and, perhaps a bit too sentimental, turned and asked with a smile, Jiraiya, how about helping me out? You take over as Hokage. But the moment he finished speaking, he caught sight of Danzo standing at the door, eyes wide, glaring at him. You're home. Get some proper rest. Hiruzen, Sarutobi and Danzo stood locked in silent confrontation. Sometimes, silence was louder than any argument. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Kakashi had already escorted Gen Kitagawa back home. Yes, Gen shrugged, a bit amused. But Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine. Why'd you go out of your way to walk me home? It's called being considerate. Kakashi's eyes curved into a squint as he patted Gen's shoulder with a smile. Go rest already. Using Flying Thunder God so many times while carrying someone, any adult would be exhausted. But I really don't feel tired at all. Gen pressed his lips together. Even if his mastery was still limited, the Ōtsutsuki clan's innate control over space-time abilities gave him an edge that couldn't be ignored. Using Flying Thunder God didn't strain him much at all. In fact, something else had been nagging at him. Are Flying Thunder God markers supposed to be interoperable? Why can I sense both the second and fourth Hokage's markings, and actually use them? It didn't make sense. Gen knew he needed to brush up on his knowledge, but that could wait. Oh, right. Don't be late tonight, Kakashi added as he pulled out Ika Paradise and turned to leave. And bring someone along if you want. Last time, Jiraiya paid. This time, it's my treat. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, Gen said, winking. I'm never late. Not for dinner, or for saving someone. Kakashi rolled his eyes and bonked Gen on the head with his book before walking off, nose buried in its pages. Guess he really is okay, Gen muttered, rubbing his head. He knew the joke might have crossed a line, but he'd wanted to test Kakashi's reaction. Judging by the response, it seemed Kakashi had truly moved on. A joke like that didn't sting anymore. But just this once. I won't make the same joke again. With a glance in Kakashi's direction, Gen leapt up to the rooftops. He didn't actually head home, instead, he ran straight to Naruto's place. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't there. He was probably in class. So, Gen climbed in through the window, scribbled a message on Naruto's desk, and quietly left. Returning to his own room the same way, through the window, he shut and locked everything tightly behind him. Alright then. Time to try out my reward properly. The Ōtsutsuki bloodline was impartial when it came to energy. Regardless of the source, it would assimilate everything into what the body needed. That was the case with Obito's chakra before, and now, what intrigued Gen the most was Tailed Beast chakra. He wasn't exactly sure what kind of changes it might cause. But the system didn't give me that much. Considering how massive Isabu, the Three Tails, was, the chakra Gen received wasn't all that impressive. Maybe just a single unit of power. Still, he remembered that tailed beast chakra had the ability to evolve on its own. In a certain temple in the land of fire, there was a boy around Naruto's age who had Nine Tails chakra within him. That chakra was steadily growing, gradually evolving towards something closer to the true Nine Tails. Still, the Nine Tails' full consciousness only exists within Naruto and Minato. The others are just beasts, no will of their own. Gen shook his head and stopped overthinking. Leaving a shadow clone in place, he vanished in the next instant. After several quick teleports, he finally arrived outside the village. No way he was testing this inside Konoha, especially not with tailed beast chakra involved. Alright. Let's do this. Buzz, the moment he activated it, he felt a strange surge explode from within his body. The power spread rapidly, setting his blood ablaze. And with it came a strange vibration in his muscles. Is this the effect of yang release from White Zetsu? Gen stood still, carefully feeling it out. There wasn't any pain, just an overwhelming heat rushing through him. He knew what it was. The Ōtsutsuki bloodline reacting. And another thing. The Three Tails chakra. Three Tails chakra surged wildly into his body, mixing and reacting with his own chakra. But it wasn't just his body that this chakra influenced, it was pouring into his eyes as well. Is this the power of the fruit beginning to resonate? To the Ōtsutsuki, tailed beasts were nothing more than fragments of the god tree. And consuming the chakra fruit was, in a sense, akin to absorbing the power of a tailed beast. So this chakra flowing into his eyes wasn't entirely unexpected. As the power continued to surge, he could clearly feel his eyes reacting more intensely by the second. Then, all of a sudden, he felt the power in his eyes explode, erupting alongside the bloodline that thundered within his body. Everything felt as though it was transforming. This feeling, in that moment, Kitagawa Gen felt weightless. A refreshing coolness washed over his entire body. The heat and frenzy within his blood had subsided. Now, a tremendous power was steadily gathering inside him. His eyes had clearly undergone a transformation as well. He could see farther. Clearer. Sharper. And perhaps even. I think I can predict movements. Lifting his head, he watched a bird soaring through the sky and couldn't help but murmur to himself. It was such a surreal sensation, so vivid that he felt like he had never truly seen anything before in his life. And more importantly, over there. Shifting his gaze from the bird, his eyes locked onto a particular patch of cloud. He didn't know why, but something in that direction tugged at his senses, something hidden, something distinct. Could this be the Tensigan? Gen muttered suspiciously, but after watching for a moment, he shook his head. Too blurry. He only had a vague sense, nothing concrete. But he was certain of one thing, as his bloodline continued to awaken, he would be able to sense that massive eye someday. And when that time came, maybe he could finally fulfill his long-cherished dream of beating up the disabled. There's still a long way to go, but at least I have a direction now. Gen whispered to himself, then reached for a kunai to check his reflection. What he saw stunned him. Wait, why am I so pale? Staring at his hand, his face turned stiff. He knew the Ōtsutsuki transformation turned one pale, but he didn't expect it to happen this fast. He quickly opened his status panel to investigate. Name, Kitagawa Gen, age, 13, bloodline, Ōtsutsuki clan, awakening progress, 20%, chakra reserves, SS, high Kage level, 20% already. Staring at the panel, Gen was momentarily dazed. He remembered it being just 13% before. Even with the yang release power obtained from White Zetsu, he hadn't expected more than a 2 to 3% boost. But just the chakra from Three Tails had pushed him this far. Is this because of my eye awakening? Or is the tailed beast's chakra alone this potent? Gen wasn't sure. But one thing was certain, tailed beasts brought enhancements far beyond expectations. That realization sent a thrill down his spine. Still, he quickly calmed himself. Using the reflection in the kunai, he examined his face closely. And in that moment, a random thought popped into his mind. Should I start calling myself Ōtsutsuki Genshiki, or Ōtsutsuki Genshin, hey? Is it just me, or is there something off about you lately? Huh? What do you mean? A gentle autumn breeze rustled through the streets of Konoha. Naruto squinted at Kitagawa Gen with a puzzled look. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something felt different. And that bugged him. This guy looked the same in every way, but somehow also completely different. After thinking hard for a moment, Naruto suddenly smacked his right fist into his left palm. Aha! I got it, you look paler than before. That's all you noticed after staring for that long? Kitagawa Gen let out a soft snort. Honestly, his changes were much more dramatic than that. Now that his Ōtsutsuki bloodline development had reached 20%, he really had turned noticeably paler. Even he was startled when he first saw it. Thankfully, he wasn't as ghostly white as Momoshiki or Urashiki yet, and he certainly hadn't reached Orochimaru levels. Besides, he was always kind of fair-skinned anyway, so he could pass it off without too much suspicion. Most importantly, no horns. He let out a sigh of relief. If he had grown horns, he might have gone full Uchiha Madara and snapped them off right then and there. Despite the minor hiccups in appearance, everything else had gone surprisingly well, especially the increase in chakra, which had now reached the level of a high Kage. Granted, Kitagawa Gen was still trying to fully grasp what high Kage even meant. But when he thought about it more deeply, he kind of got it. Kage is more of a conceptual tier. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, was a Kage. So was Hashirama, the first Hokage. But are they really in the same league? Clearly not. You think Raza could be compared to Senju Hashirama? He wished. Unless, of course, he wanted to lose all self-respect. There aren't many who qualify as high Kage. Reaching this level with just 20% of the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. This blood really is something else. Kitagawa Gen couldn't help but marvel. Beyond this level. Perhaps the next tier would be Super Kage, and only a rare few stood at that height, overlooking the rest of the world. No point in dreaming that far ahead. What matters now is that my body's gotten stronger again. He shook his head slightly and clenched his fist. He noticed another improvement, his chakra recovery speed had increased as well. Wait. I can sense flying thunder god seals from farther away now. Scanning his surroundings, he could feel the scattered seals all across Konoha, some placed by the second Hokage, others by the fourth. It thrilled him. But he didn't let it get to his head. More chakra is great, but I still lack actual combat experience, battle instincts, and mastery of techniques. Strength alone wasn't what made ninjas dangerous. It was how they used it. Even Naruto and Sasuke, without their plot armor, could still beat Momoshiki. And that weirdo Kashin Koji pushed Ishiki into a corner just by relying on Jiraiya's battle wisdom. And let's not forget, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki was once thrown off guard by Naruto's reverse harem jutsu. Yeah. He still had a long way to go. Hey, why were you zoning out again? Naruto pouted beside him, clearly still curious. Come on, how'd you get paler? Tell me. Maybe if I do the same, Sakura will like me more. TCH. Some things are just out of your league, kid. Kitagawa Gen snapped out of his thoughts, chuckling with a mix of pride and mischief. Besides, his changes weren't just skin deep. Even his eyes had turned pale. They hadn't changed color like the traditional Byakugan, but they resembled the future version of Himawari Hyuga he remembered, only activating when in use. Is this because of tailed beast chakra? Or maybe Azura's chakra? He wasn't sure, but whatever the reason, it was incredibly convenient. At the very least, he didn't need contact lenses anymore. And more than that, my eyes seem to have the Byakugan's traits, but with hints of the Sharingan's abilities too. He wasn't entirely certain if that was linked to the chakra from Isabu, Three Tails, but one thing was crystal clear: his eyes didn't just have Byakugan-like powers, they could see farther, and his perception had grown incredibly sharp. And now / My eyes are absorbing chakra again. That familiar saturation from before had disappeared, replaced by the old, gnawing hunger. And with this latest enhancement, his bones had started absorbing chakra too, at a much greater rate. The benefits were unimaginable. But there was one problem. His bones seemed like a bottomless pit. For now / There's no end in sight. But it wasn't really a big deal, after all, he had the upper hand. You bastard, why are you always such a jerk? The blonde kid rubbed his ears, clearly annoyed even though he'd gotten somewhat used to it. But Kitagawa Gen didn't respond. Instead, after thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, Naruto, what do you think if I dye my hair white? Huh? Naruto looked completely confused. Why would you do that? Don't you think it would look cool? Actually, why don't we go and dye ours together? Changing hair color wasn't a big deal for a ninja. Sure, there was the transformation jutsu, but dyeing might have a more lasting effect. Kitagawa Gen's skin had already turned paler, maybe next, his hair would follow suit. Rather than wait for that to happen passively, why not take the initiative? Might as well get it dyed now and save himself the trouble later. Imagine going on a mission with Kakashi and Jiraiya, 3 white-haired guys. What a team. Gen chuckled to himself at the thought, but Naruto shook his head in protest. No way. I'm not doing that. I'll pay, what are you scared of? Still no. Naruto shook his head like a pendulum. But when he heard the words, I'll pay, his expression shifted, like it had triggered some kind of trauma. He instantly grew suspicious. Hold up. Who's paying this time? I'm warning you, I haven't gotten my stipend yet. And you're not going to run off midway for a mission again, are you? What are you so nervous about? Gen looked at him, half laughing, half exasperated. Had he traumatized this poor blondie? The last 2 times were accidents. And I paid, didn't I? One time you did. The other time it was Grandpa Hokage who covered it, and I got scolded for days after. Alright. I forgot. But hey, at least I didn't leave you stranded, right? Since Naruto wasn't budging, Gen didn't push it. The two continued bantering as they headed toward the restaurant. But as they walked, Gen suddenly paused. Something caught his attention. He looked ahead and spotted Sasuke walking alone, his silhouette almost melting into the night. TCH, that guy. Naruto followed his gaze, muttering under his breath. He's really pushing himself. What do you mean? Gen raised a brow, curious. He'd been busy lately and hadn't kept up with what was going on. It's your fault, actually. Ever since you told him about hardworking geniuses, he's been going nuts. Naruto snorted, then added, he trains after school every day, super late into the night. Sometimes he even ends up hurting himself. Is that so? Gen nodded thoughtfully. He already knew Sasuke was intense, whether or not he'd said anything, Sasuke would have pushed himself just as hard. Then he gave Naruto a strange look, filled with curiosity. Why are you paying so much attention to him? Because we got paired up during last week's sparring class. Naruto rubbed his face like it still hurt. Ugh. That guy's a menace. Gen didn't need him to finish the story, he could already guess Naruto had taken a beating. That explained the attention. Watching Sasuke's retreating back, Gen stroked his chin and said, why not invite him along? Huh? Naruto's eyes widened. Though he clearly looked tempted, he still grumbled, that guy's cold, arrogant, and super annoying. Why bother? You really think that? Gen raised an eyebrow, and Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration. Ugh, whatever. Just hurry up. I'm starving. Gen didn't argue further and started walking toward Sasuke. Since his recent improvement, he could sense Naruto and Sasuke's hidden chakra more clearly. Though both were still dormant for now, he could feel the potential brewing deep inside them. The question was, when would that power awaken? And just how much could he draw out of it? I wonder when we'll get sent out on a mission again. And how much development I can squeeze from those two, man, they're taking forever. Where are they already? In a cozy private room of a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Naruto sat restlessly, grumbling as his stomach loudly protested. Across from him, Kitagawa Gen lounged comfortably beside Sasuke, who remained silent. It was clear, Kakashi and Jiraiya hadn't shown up yet. Relax. You'll get used to it. Besides, those two have a lot on their plates, Gen said casually, then turned to Sasuke with a smile. Loosen up a bit. Even a hard-working genius needs to rest once in a while. Sasuke just pursed his lips in response. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to come, he had better things to do, like training and planning how to avenge his clan. But Gen had literally dragged him here, and for some reason, he couldn't quite explain, there was something oddly compelling about the guy. Shaking his head, Sasuke pushed the thought away and turned his curiosity elsewhere. Gen-senpai. I heard you went on another mission recently. Yup. Gen nodded. Naruto instantly jumped in, his voice loud and full of exaggerated grievance. This guy was gone for almost 2 months. I had to water his plants the whole time. So unfair. I haven't even left the village once. 2 months. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Unlike Naruto, he knew exactly what a 2-month mission implied. Either it was a long chain of consecutive missions, or a high-level operation. And since Gen was still technically a genin, the latter seemed unlikely. But even so, it meant his sensei held him in very high regard. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke looked up and asked quietly, "Can you train me?" Gen blinked, caught off guard. Huh? Me? Actually, that doesn't sound too bad. Naruto cut in excitedly, standing up with a grin. You owe me for all the times you've scammed me, right? Plus, you'd be training the future Hokage. Idiot, Sasuke muttered, struggling to keep a straight face. He had asked seriously, and this loudmouth had to butt in again. Can you two chill for a second? Gen said, half amused, half exasperated. He thought for a moment before responding. I've got way too much on my plate right now. And Naruto, didn't I tell you before? If you can get Jiraiya-sama to take you on, you'll be set. Jiraiya-sama, huh? Sasuke murmured, thoughtful. Naruto, on the other hand, scowled and muttered under his breath, ugh, that pervy old man. You said you were almost ready last time, didn't you? Gen grinned knowingly. Come on, show me what you've got. Right now? Yup. Let's see it. You're such a perv. Naruto grumbled but started forming hand signs anyway. Sasuke quickly turned away, already guessing what was coming. Sexy jutsu. A puff of smoke filled the room, and out stepped a blonde, blue-eyed bombshell, surrounded by soft mist and sparkles. She looked like she walked right out of a fantasy. At that exact moment, the door slid open with a whoosh. Gen, Weir, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, and a few others walked into the room. And froze. Dead silence. Every single one of them stared, eyes wide, speechless. Meanwhile, in the land of rain. The rain never stopped. It poured relentlessly, like the sky itself wept endlessly over the war-torn land. In the shroud of rain, a pitcher plant-like figure walked steadily alongside a towering man with shark-like features, who carried the massive sword Samahata on his back. Joining this organization doesn't come with many demands on a normal day, Black Zetsu explained calmly as they walked, but right now, we need you to carry out missions. We need the money. Within the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito operated under the alias Tobi, playing the role of an intern to remain behind the scenes. Naturally, the front-end duties fell to Black Zetsu, who didn't mind taking the reins. After all, he didn't fully trust some of Obito's decisions. Like, say, losing the land of water. Black Zetsu didn't even want to talk about what happened in Konoha, but this last battle. He'd watched it from start to finish. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Why the hell was Obito carrying a flying thunder god seal? Why didn't he get rid of it? Even if you couldn't dispel the seal, you could at least carve off that chunk of flesh. Just cut it out. It's not embarrassing. Worst case, stick a piece of white Zetsu on there. But no, he didn't. And now look where they were. Not only had they been tracked down, but Obito had lost, and his control over the fourth Mizukage Genjutsu had collapsed entirely. Black Zetsu sighed inwardly. He'd warned Obito to stay sharp. They'd already suspected someone from Konoha had been tailing them. And now it was clear. All his warnings had gone to waste. I understand, Kisame said simply, unaware of Black Zetsu's internal complaints. Oh right, Kisame added, the guy who recruited me, how is he now? What's his status in the organization? He's recovered. That level of injury wasn't enough to seriously harm him. He just needs a few days of rest, Black Zetsu replied smoothly, snapping out of his thoughts. As for his role, think of him as the true power behind the scenes, hidden deep within the organization. I see, Kisame grinned, his shark-like face as unsettling as ever. No wonder he could control the fourth Mizukage. Takes real skill to pull that off. But why not use his real name? Is he worried it doesn't carry enough weight, or is he just afraid of Konoha? Black Zetsu was thankful Obito wasn't here to hear that. He wouldn't have taken it well. He was about to reply when Kisame spoke again. But I get it. Being wary of Konoha makes sense. Who would have thought another brat from there would master the flying thunder god technique? Kisame pursed his lips at the thought of Kitagawa Gen, the kid's near teleportation movement still fresh in his mind. Even he had been caught off guard. And Black Zetsu? He felt the same, uneasy and full of questions. That kid, what is he? Black Zetsu muttered. His presence, he remembered watching the battle unfold from the shadows in the Mist Village. The moment Gen appeared, a strange shiver ran down his spine. That sense of familiarity, yet foreignness. It was stronger now, more distinct. And he didn't understand it. But he knew one thing for sure, that boy was hiding something. Something big. What's really going on with him? Black Zetsu felt a rare pang of anxiety. This kind of unpredictable factor was dangerous. He needed to investigate, soon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Wordlessly, he led Kisame toward a sewer entrance beneath a building. This was one of Akatsuki's hidden bases. I'll take you to meet our leader, Black Zetsu finally said. The public one. He's extremely powerful. And don't mention his real name, or anything about the Mist Village. Got it? Oh. Sounds like he's a big deal, Kisame said with a smirk. So, he's worried his own name can't command enough respect. Don't overthink it. Someone's coming. Black Zetsu rubbed his temples. Kisame was strong, smart, and terrifyingly competent. But sometimes, being too smart was a pain. They paused as a figure approached, someone wearing the Akatsuki cloak, face half covered with a black cloth, and a slashed forehead protector from Takigakure. A long scar crossed his headband, marking him as a missing nin. His green eyes scanned Kisame before shifting to Black Zetsu. A new recruit, huh? From the mist, and carrying Samahata, no less. Looks like a tough one. He's very capable, Black Zetsu affirmed. Where are you headed, Kakuzu? He asked. Recruiting someone, Kakuzu replied bluntly. Heard there's an interesting guy in the land of hot water. Our leader wants me to check him out. Supposedly, he's immortal. Immortal? Kisame raised an eyebrow, while Black Zetsu frowned slightly. Immortal, could it be those cult freaks? Oh yeah, since you handle intelligence, Kakuzu added, I've got a question for you. Black Zetsu blinked, then nodded. Go ahead. Konoha just issued a new bounty. Saw it posted in the black market. Oh. Who's the target? Someone named Uchiha Obito. Can you believe it? An Uchiha still alive. The bounty's hefty, too. Ever heard of him? No. Well, I'd suggest you dig into it. Find the guy and kill him, we could make a fortune. Damn it. In a remote cave somewhere in the land of rain, the rain outside pattered steadily, but Uchiha Obito's heart was on fire. Staring at the wanted poster in his hand, the one with his own face on it, although slightly inaccurate, his mind buzzed. He had long expected this to happen, but now that it actually did, he couldn't hold it together. Especially. Kakuzu is eyeing my bounty. There's actually been some internal discussion in the organization about whether we should just eliminate you. Black Zetsu stood nearby, expressionless. Especially Uchiha Itachi. He was surprised to learn of your existence and has started to question your identity. Thankfully, Konoha didn't release too many details. Konoha probably didn't want to embarrass themselves, after all, I did kill the fourth Hokage. Obito sneered. And he wasn't wrong. Konoha had kept his list of accomplishments quiet. The notice only marked him as extremely dangerous, with a powerful Sharingan, and a very generous bounty. But that was enough to stir up bounty hunters from all over. And the Sharingan? That caught the attention of every major village. Hey, Obito, you're basically famous in the ninja world now. White Zetsu chuckled with one half of his face. That bounty is huge. You should have seen Kakuzu's eyes light up when he saw it, they were practically glowing green. His eyes are already green, you idiot. Black Zetsu cut in, annoyed. So, what now? Did you get rid of that flying thunder god mark? I dealt with it. Obito's tone was icy. Didn't expect Minato to still cause me trouble after death. But that's over now. When it came to Namikaze Minato, Obito's emotions were complicated. Maybe he resented him for being late that night. Maybe he hated that Minato hadn't recognized him back then, mistaking him for Madara. But all of that was in the past. Now, he was Madara. As for what's next, focus on strengthening the Akatsuki. We need more manpower. Also, send someone to Water Country. I want to know what's really going on over there. Agreed. We're short-handed, Black Zetsu nodded. Besides, the Three Tails and Six Tails are still in that region. I'll assign Itachi's team. Kisame is familiar with Kirigakure. Obito nodded. That also meant Itachi would be too busy to snoop around him, a win-win. Who's the new recruit? Some cultist, from what I've heard. Not sure of the details, but apparently, they've got some spiritual immortality going on. Can't die. Black Zetsu didn't hide anything. A cult? Immortality? Obito raised a brow. This piqued his curiosity, he wanted to see what can't die really looked like. Then again, with the new world he planned to create, immortality wouldn't matter. I'll keep an eye on it. By the way, who went to recruit him? Oh, I know. White Zetsu cut in before Black Zetsu could reply. It's the same guy whose eyes sparkled green at your bounty, Kakuzu. Kakuzu. Obito's gaze shifted, and Black Zetsu suddenly regretted sharing a body with a loudmouth. Meanwhile, in Konoha. Hey, Sasuke, why are you still embarrassed? In the morning streets of Konoha, Naruto grinned smugly at Sasuke, while Kitagawa Gen trailed sleepily behind them. Shut up, you idiot. Sasuke shot Naruto a death glare. He couldn't believe how this guy wasn't even fazed after what happened last night, and was even proud of it. If not for the fact that they'd been forced to share accommodations, Sasuke would have pretended not to know Naruto by now. He winced remembering last night, when Naruto used his sexy jutsu. Just as a group of shinobi walked in. That awkward silence, that frozen moment, Sasuke wanted to smash his head into a wall. Alright. It's not that big a deal. Besides, Jiraiya-sensei promised to train you guys now, didn't he? Gen yawned as he spoke. Naruto nodded eagerly. Exactly. That jutsu was created to win the attention of that pervy sage. Senpai, I remember you laughing pretty hard last night, Sasuke muttered, teeth clenched. He might have gained a mentor, but Naruto's thick skin was unmatched. Then again. So was this senior of theirs. You're mistaken, Gen replied solemnly. I'm a trained ninja. Even if something's funny, I don't laugh. His straight face looked totally convincing, except Naruto was now giving him the side eye. He remembered hearing someone snickering in the corner. Suddenly, Naruto didn't feel so triumphant either. Hey, Gen-senpai. Have you ever experienced something super embarrassing? Sasuke asked the question half seriously, trying to recover his pride. Not really. Gen scratched his chin and thought for a moment. Or had he? His face suddenly stiffened. He did remember something. 13 or 14 years ago, just before he died and reincarnated here, he definitely didn't have time to wipe his phone. And his browser history. And that one very poorly hidden folder. Yeah. He now understood the phrase, can't die physically, but socially. Already dead. If anyone had found that stuff. Oh man. He clenched his fist just thinking about it. Gen, there you are. Just as he was considering whether to teach these two brats the meaning of iron-fisted ninja discipline, a familiar voice called out. It was Kakashi, casually reading Ika Paradise as always, although he did glance at Naruto with a look that clearly recalled last night's trauma. Kakashi-sensei. Gen straightened up. You two head to the academy, I've got other matters to handle. Another mission? The two younger boys looked at him with sparkling eyes. So much envy. Nope, just some small business. I'll see you guys later. Gen waved and jogged over to Kakashi. Not a mission. Something else entirely. Man, dragging me out this early just to pick up some paperwork. Don't these people sleep? He muttered under his breath, but honestly, it was good to get this out of the way. He had a lot on his plate, like mastering ice release, and finally diving into that yin-yang technique data he'd stolen from Obito. Time to get serious. Damn it. Jiraiya really did come back to compete for the Hokage seat. In the root base, Shimura Danzo was in an especially foul mood. He hadn't forgotten what he overheard yesterday when he barged in on Hiruzen Sarutobi, a single sentence that chilled him to the bone. What he couldn't understand was why. Why did everyone deliberately avoid mentioning him when discussing the next Hokage? It was as if he was destined never to attain the title. Over 30 years ago, he had left Konoha to fight in the Second Great Ninja War and had played a vital role in keeping the village safe from invasion. But just because he hesitated for 1 second back then and lost out to Hiruzen. Now, 3 decades later, was that one moment enough to deny him the position forever? I can't be impulsive. I need to be patient and come up with a proper strategy. Even though Danzo's dissatisfaction was boiling over, he didn't have the guts to directly challenge Hiruzen, not yet, anyway. He wasn't officially reinstated, not completely. He still needed time. So what if he was already 70? Who said Konoha couldn't have a 70-year-old Hokage? First, I need to handle what's in front of me. Danzo knew that for now, all he could do was work steadily and try to gain more control over intelligence. Only with that leverage would he have a shot. The problem was, if he gathered intel and Jiraiya swooped in and took all the credit, that would be a disaster. I'll need to compartmentalize the information. Give Jiraiya pieces that aren't the real deal, but don't look fake either. His mind raced as he reviewed the situations involving Uchiha Obito and the mysterious organization. These were his responsibilities, his assignments. Handling them had already earned him back some authority. After all, even Root needed manpower to keep functioning. Shame about that kid, though. Thinking about manpower led his mind to Kitagawa General. He had already received intel on the boy's current status, and honestly, it made Danzo burn with envy. Too bad he couldn't risk reaching out to someone from Hiruzen's circle right now. Just like with Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, he suspected that Kakashi's eye might have changed too, but he didn't dare make a move. Just like with Obito, he could only watch. Especially since that brat is Kakashi's student. He still remembered vividly how Kakashi had once betrayed him. He could grind his teeth just thinking about it. If not for Kakashi's betrayal, Hiruzen might be dead by now, and he, Danzo, could already be Hokage. Forget it. No use dwelling on the past. After a long sigh, Danzo fell silent, then suddenly narrowed his eyes with a new idea. Looks like I'll need to use Orochimaru again. Sure, constantly throwing allies under the bus made him seem like a scumbag, but that didn't bother him. After all, it wasn't like he had a moral compass to begin with. Not only that, Orochimaru didn't have one either. Still, I can't push too far. I'll leak just enough of Orochimaru's bases to lure Jiraiya in. And hopefully, he won't come back. Danzo murmured to himself, then simply picked up the scroll in front of him and began reading. It was best to keep his focus on actual work. But after only a moment, his single visible eye flickered with uncertainty. More trouble from the cult of Jashin in the land of hot water. And someone's been asking about them, a skilled bounty ninja wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Staring at the intel, Danzo couldn't help but recall seeing Orochimaru wear a similar outfit once. An idea slowly began to form in his mind. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin, Gen, thanks, but, what's wrong? Did I not do well enough or something, Kakashi-sensei? Why didn't I even get promoted to Special Jonin? As they walked out of the Hokage building, Kakashi gave Kitagawa Gen his signature deadfish stare. He was starting to regret ever saying, "At your age, I was already a Jonin." Be content. You're strong, but some things can't be rushed. This isn't wartime, we're not just handing out ranks. You still have a lot to learn, and this kind of patience will help temper your mindset. Oh. Gen nodded. He understood, somewhat. Still, it was frustrating that he couldn't find a way to glitch the system. Technically, Special Jonin was a form of Jonin, but if the system didn't count it, what could he do? At least he had become a Chunin within half a year of graduating, and without even having to take the exam. That alone was pretty impressive. Maybe I really will end up being Naruto's proctor one day. As that thought crossed Gen's mind, Kakashi suddenly looked over with a sharp eye. Speaking of which, what was that jutsu last night? What exactly have you been teaching Naruto? That has nothing to do with me. Gen quickly denied everything. He definitely wasn't taking the blame for that one. That was all his own idea. Besides, didn't Lord Jiraiya agree to train him? Seems like it's going well. Using that method, though, Kakashi was too speechless to argue. He eventually just rolled his eyes and muttered. Whatever. Go home and rest. Why's your face so pale anyway? You looked off yesterday too. I was born this way. Nothing I can do. Oh, right, Kakashi-sensei, what do you think about me dyeing my hair white? I mean, I keep going on missions with you and Lord Jiraiya. I'm the only one with black hair. Feels kind of out of place. Kakashi gave up and decided to ignore him, lowering his head and flipping open his little orange book as he headed toward home. They'd been out too late last night, he was tired. Gen waved at Kakashi as he left, then took off running toward his own place. Only when he leapt through his window did he suddenly realize, wait, why didn't I just use Flying Thunder God? Scratching his head, he decided it wasn't worth overthinking. He shut the windows and doors, then plopped down onto the floor. Alright, time to give it a try. He had nearly fully grasped the theory behind yin-yang release, but he had to admit, its difficulty was far higher than he had imagined. Especially the intel Madara gave to Obito, there's something off about it. As someone who could control chakra as naturally as breathing, Ōtsutsuki level 20, he had studied the mission-provided data closely and managed to spot a few subtle, seemingly illogical inconsistencies. The intel had come from others, after all. But he could adapt it using his own understanding. Same with Obito's case, he'd realized there was a good reason it was called yin-yang arts, not yin-yang style. Still, that's not a bad thing. If I can trigger stronger yin or yang-based techniques individually, that's useful too. Isn't this supposed to be part of the Ōtsutsuki clan's core abilities? Gen couldn't help but wonder, just how much power actually counted as the Ōtsutsuki's inherent abilities. The more he developed his bloodline, the more terrifying it seemed, and the more absurd figures like Momoshiki and Urashiki felt in comparison. Maybe Momoshiki got his butt kicked so badly that, after becoming Momokurama, he started studying ninja strategy and tactics just to survive. Even with top-tier, equipment-level power, he still got destroyed by people with lesser gear. That'd humble anyone. Even Ishiki, for all his overwhelming might, had to witness the shinobi world's evolution through Code's eyes after becoming a karma seal. Let's start with something simple, ice release. Then I'll dig deeper into yin-yang arts. With that thought, he slowly raised his hand. In an instant, wind and water chakra began to swirl in his palm. Guided by his control, the two forces started to merge, forming a slow, growing chill that solidified in his hand. You actually dyed your hair. The next day, at the Konoha training grounds, Kakashi stared at Kitagawa Gen with stunned disbelief. He had thought the kid was joking. But to his shock, Gen had really gone and dyed his hair white. Not bad, right? Gen reached up and ran his fingers through his newly colored hair, grinning. Gotta say, it actually looks pretty good, doesn't it? Kakashi covered his forehead with a sigh, momentarily at a loss for words. He honestly didn't know how to respond to this guy's antics. To be fair, the white hair did look good. It gave Gen a slightly more mysterious vibe. But don't you think it makes you even more conspicuous? And you don't, Kakashi-sensei. Fine. Whatever. Kakashi shook his head, clearly not in the mood to argue over something so trivial. In the end, it wasn't a big deal. And like Gen had said, lately he'd been going on missions with Kakashi and Jiraiya often enough that his black hair actually made him stand out more. It'll probably fade out in a few days anyway, Kakashi thought privately. Meanwhile, Gen tilted his head curiously. So, what are we doing today, Kakashi-sensei? For now, you're staying in the village to study. Did you already forget what the Hokage said? Kakashi casually pulled out a few scrolls and handed them to Gen. These contain a lot of foundational knowledge for Chunin and Jonin. Study them thoroughly when you get home. It's all basic, but essential. Also, Kakashi continued, I've invited someone to help train you. I'll be working with him to make sure you improve. I was originally planning to let missions temper your skills, but the enemies you'll face from here on out are only going to get stronger. You've got talent, and brute force can take you far. But if you don't learn how to use your strength properly and gain real experience, you'll run into serious trouble eventually. I understand, Gen replied without protest. Kakashi was right, this was exactly where he was lacking. Still, one thing puzzled him. But wouldn't doing more missions help me train faster? If I keep running into tough opponents, I'd improve more naturally, right? That's exactly the problem, Kakashi said, narrowing his eyes. If you run into someone too strong, you'll panic. For now, stay in Konoha. I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen at lunch. His eyes curved into friendly crescent moons, like he was coaxing a child. Gen pressed his lips together in silent resignation. He only tricked Naruto into going for ramen because they were broke. It's not like he loved ramen that much. Still, he didn't mind. This was a good time to settle down and consolidate everything he'd learned so far. / status screen, name, Kitagawa Gen age, 13 bloodline, Ōtsutsuki clan, development, 21%, chakra reserves, SS, Kage level average, chakra natures, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, yin, yang special ability, ice release / looking over his skill set, Gen felt genuinely satisfied. Especially ice release, its success brought him real joy. It was the first technique he had developed on his own, outside of anything the system provided. A fusion he created through personal experimentation. Honestly, he hadn't been entirely confident in it. Even though his chakra control was excellent, no one's completely calm when trying something brand new for the first time, but luckily, after fighting Haku, I realized it wasn't as hard as I thought. Haku, born with a natural Kekii Genkai, wielded his bloodline abilities with graceful precision, every movement smooth, efficient, and perfectly refined. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't even be able to understand what they were looking at, let alone identify the core principle behind it. But Kitagawa Gen was no ordinary person. The more precise and intricate an ability was, the more he liked it. Maybe, if I run into a Noki one day using dust release, I could learn that too. The thought popped into Gen's mind unexpectedly, but he quickly shook his head. Best not to entertain that idea. With his current body, if he got hit by dust release, he'd be turned to ash before he even realized it. Besides, his bloodline development hadn't reached the point of unlocking things like the Kama seal, no way he was about to take reckless chances. Still, developing a Kekii Genkai seems easier than I thought. But at the same time, kind of troublesome. Gen remembered when he replicated Haku's method of using ice release, blending wind and water chakra in a precise ratio. In that moment, he felt like his chakra was being rapidly drained. It was the same sensation he had when awakening his eye and bone abilities. Is that why Kekii Genkai are so rare, he wondered. It was an odd thought, but the more he considered it, the more it made sense. Kekii Genkai, in a way, represent the evolution of one's bloodline. Without a strong genetic foundation and abundant chakra reserves, it would be nearly impossible to manifest them. Whether or not that theory was true didn't matter much to him, though. In the past, he might have panicked about such limitations. But now, chakra was the one thing he had in abundance. This level of chakra consumption didn't even faze him. That said, the bloodline development I got from ice release is kind of minimal. And Haku's version is more defensive than offensive. Gen shook his head lightly. It was ridiculous, but it all made sense to him. The Ōtsutsuki bloodline could give rise to something like Kekii Mora, a fusion of all chakra natures. How could a mere dual nature fusion compare to that? Maybe I'll see better results if I can fuse more elements together. As for the defensive nature of Haku's ice release, that wasn't much of a problem either. If he could already create purple lightning, then tweaking the chakra ratio of ice release shouldn't be beyond him. He was sure he could make it flashier, or deadlier. Still, getting rid of the white hair is gonna be a pain. Then again, Gen had already resigned himself to it. Instead of worrying about appearances, it'd be better to dive deeper into analyzing the stuff they took from Obito. Kakashi-sensei, who's this person you mentioned? And what about Lord Jiraiya? He sat down beside Kakashi, curious while waiting. You'll see soon enough. Don't worry, he's reliable. Kakashi looked up, his eye narrowing slyly. After a pause, he added, as for Jiraiya-sama, he's in a meeting. There's been some news from Kirigakure, but it doesn't concern us. I see. Gen nodded, a suspicion creeping into his mind. Could it be Yamato? Was he going to try copying would release, but he didn't dwell on it. He'd find out soon enough. Besides, whatever was going on in Kirigakure had nothing to do with them. Still, speaking of the mist, he suddenly recalled those two rather unfortunate tools. That night, neither Jiraiya nor Kakashi seemed particularly interested in pursuing or punishing them. Maybe they didn't want to waste energy on it, or perhaps they figured that Zabuza, being a rogue ninja, no longer had a foothold in the hidden mist anyway. So when they left to go after Uchiha Obito, they simply had Zabuza and Haku guide them for a while, then let them go. When they later left the mist village outskirts, they actually saw the two of them again. They sure ran fast, probably hiding out in the land of waves by now, Gen muttered in his head. Just then, someone suddenly came running toward them. Sorry. I'm late. Huh? Gen blinked. He knew that voice all too well. Gai-sensei. That's right, Might Guy. Kakashi stood up, brushing off his clothes with a smile. I figured I wouldn't be enough to train you on my own. So I brought someone to help out. And since you're already familiar with him, it'll make things easier. I see, Gen nodded as Might Guy arrived in front of them. Just as he raised his thumb, ready to launch into one of his passionate speeches, he suddenly noticed Gen's white hair. He froze. His eyes widened dramatically. Gen. Why do you look like Kakashi now? Seriously? Gen's mouth twitched. And at that moment, a sudden notification from his system flashed. / new side mission unlocked, title, I'll take you both on. Accept mission. / yes / no, you've got to be kidding me. Old man, what's up? Inside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya yawned as he leapt in through the window. But the moment he entered, he noticed Danzo staring at him with a grief-stricken expression, as if someone had just died. That immediately cleared the sleep from his eyes. You're here. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted him casually, not even sparing a glance. He was used to his students' antics by now. Jiraiya, we've made some new discoveries recently, but things are a bit complicated, the third Hokage said calmly. New discoveries? Jiraiya's lazy demeanor vanished as he instantly became serious. Tell me more. I'll explain, Danzo cut in before Hiruzen could speak. According to intel gathered by Root, we've found 3 new leads. You're already aware of the prior contact with Kirigakure. Following that, the 4th Mizukage personally sent us a letter. In it, he recalls seeing not just Uchiha Obito, but also 2 others. One was a man with orange hair, and the other a woman with blue hair. Danzo frowned slightly as he described them, something about those features felt vaguely familiar. But he had seen too many faces in his life to pinpoint why. Orange-haired man and blue-haired woman. Jiraiya stroked his chin. He had a strange sense of familiarity too, which reminded him of his 3 former students. But, those 3 had died long ago in the chaos of war. I'll keep that in mind. What about the other 2 leads? Sarutobi took over before Danzo could continue. Puffing from his pipe, he said, one is in the land of hot water. There, we suspect the presence of a member of a mysterious organization. We've actually had our eyes on this for a while, but we held off to gather more definitive proof. The land of hot water again? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. He still vividly remembered his last trip there to look for Orochimaru. Then again, it made sense, places like that were often full of shady types. Anyone could be hiding there. And the other? He asked. This time, Hiruzen sighed before replying. It's related to Orochimaru. The entire room fell silent. Jiraiya's expression turned unusually grim. Seeing this, Hiruzen understood his intentions instantly. This man would never ignore intel related to Orochimaru. I understand. I'll take the lead on Orochimaru. Assign the hot water case to Kakashi. Meanwhile, Danzo, still wearing his usual deadpan expression, was thrilled on the inside. As long as Jiraiya took Orochimaru's case, the hot water lead had nothing to do with him. Even if that mission turns out to be a success, the credit won't go to you. He thought with a rare flicker of smugness. Elsewhere, Kitagawa Gen still didn't quite understand what Might Guy meant by, "Why do you look like Kakashi now? What's the big deal about dyed hair?" It was going to turn white on its own eventually anyway. What he could understand, however, was the weight behind Guy's fists. In just a month, Gen had come to deeply understand what kind of teacher this smiling, energetic man, who often made jokes about the white fang of the leaf, truly was. He used his fists to boost Gen's physical awareness and taught through pain what it meant to evolve spiritually through combat. Is this what people mean by lectures are useless, but broken bones are the best textbook? Gen muttered to himself under the shade of a tree. Just then, Kakashi handed him a bottle of orange juice. "Here. It's pretty good," Kakashi said. "Thanks." Gen took the bottle, but then grinned and offered it to Might Guy instead. "Here, Guy-sensei. You worked hard." Kakashi rubbed his head sheepishly, while Guy flashed him a knowing look before accepting the drink. "Thanks. I've gotta say, you're improving fast." "No doubt about that," Kakashi agreed as he handed Gen a second bottle and sat down beside them. "Your progress is clear to see." "Heh, that's all thanks to my awesome teachers," Gen replied brightly. He had gained a lot from the month-long training. Sure, the early days were rough. Even in one-on-one sparring, going up against elite jonin who were experts in both combat strategy and field experience was no walk in the park. Not to mention, many techniques were off-limits during their training duels. Once he got used to that, Kakashi ramped up the intensity, turning the sessions from one-on-one to 1 versus 2. "Wait a sec, this isn't I'm going to fight two people, this is just me getting tag-teamed." Bit by bit, the restrictions loosened. For example, he was finally allowed to use the Flying Thunder God technique. That made things a little easier until he realized Kakashi had his own tactics. He'd camp near Gen's Flying Thunder God seals, ready to ambush with surprise ninjutsu attacks. After grinding through a month of intense training, Gen's combat reflexes had improved so much that not getting stronger would have been nearly impossible. And Kakashi-sensei has been helping me refine and develop my techniques too, he thought. Even outside of normal training sessions, Kakashi made time to guide him. For example, he offered ideas on how to better utilize the Flying Thunder God technique and gave constructive suggestions for improving Gen's Purple Lightning and Rasengan. As expected of someone rumored to have copied over 1,000 jutsu, Kakashi might not use them all himself, but his insights were still incredibly valuable. These tips sparked a lot of new ideas in Gen's mind, and he was already figuring out how to bring them to life. Maybe I could try what Kakashi-sensei said, channel Purple Lightning through a weapon as a conduit, or even use it in a lightning release, chakra mode. As for the Rasengan, I seem to remember a technique that involved planetary rotation. He vaguely recalled a move called Rasengan, Yuzuhiko, where the chakra from the Rasengan was injected directly into the enemy's body. That chakra would then continue spinning in sync with the planet's rotation, meaning the attack technically never ended, as long as the Earth kept turning. But how the heck do you even make that work? Gen puzzled silently, chewing on his straw. Beside him, Kakashi gave a curious glance. "What's on your mind?" "I was just wondering how to implement your advice." "Wait, did you drink that already?" Gen casually turned to look and was shocked. "Seriously? That huge bottle is already empty." "Heh, you were just trying to catch a glimpse of his face, weren't you?" Guy chimed in, clearly amused. Though Guy still wasn't totally on board with Gen's hair color, a month of training together had helped him mostly get over it. He chuckled as he spoke. "I only saw his face a few times when we were kids. He's always been super mysterious. Plus, he eats crazy fast, you rarely get a chance to catch him off guard." "I've seen it firsthand," Gen nodded solemnly, then blinked and asked curiously, "So? What does Kakashi-sensei look like? Can't you two talk about anything else?" Kakashi sighed, rolling his eyes. Gen tilted his head with an innocent smile. "When I was in the land of hot water with Lord Jiraiya, we actually stumbled upon the manuscript for his next book. It looked like an unreleased draft of Ika Ika Paradise. Want me to tell you what happens next?" "Hold on. You read that kind of book at your age?" Gen's expression froze. He hadn't expected that reversal. "You too?" Kakashi muttered as they playfully bickered. Guy watched them with a warm smile, though deep down, he felt a twinge of envy. What a shame. Why didn't my application get approved back then? Still, he reminded himself, that kid's not bad either. Maybe not as innately talented as Gen, but definitely a hardworking genius. As he stroked his chin thoughtfully, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Several masked ANBU were approaching them from a distance. "I can't believe it. I finally get to go on a mission with Kakashi-sensei and Guy-sensei." At the base of the Hokage Tower in Konoha, Kitagawa Gen was in an unusually cheerful mood. "Lord Hokage is actually easier to convince than I thought." All right, enough of that. Go get ready already," Kakashi sighed, rubbing his forehead. He really didn't want to recall what had just happened, his head still hurt thinking about it. It all started when the ANBU showed up looking for them. Gen insisted on tagging along, and though Kakashi initially planned to turn him down, having already guessed a mission was in the works, Guy offered zero resistance. He simply brought Gen along with him, leaving Kakashi no choice but to follow. To this day, Kakashi could still picture the expression on the third Hokage's face, half headache, half helplessness, the moment Gen walked into the office uninvited. Especially when Hiruzen tried to politely ask Gen to step outside, and the kid hit him with, "Lord Hokage, I understand. Just like how I haven't earned the title of Jonin or Special Jonin yet, it's because I'm not strong enough. I've let you down." Kakashi was used to Gen's occasional bouts of melodrama, but the third Hokage and Guy clearly weren't. Watching Gen act all pitiful, Hiruzen could only sigh and eventually chose not to argue. "And you call that being easy to convince?" Kakashi muttered, exasperated. He looked at Gen. "You really overstepped there. The Hokage was just looking out for you." "Yeah, that was pushing it a little, Gen," Guy agreed, but then flashed a gleaming thumbs up, his teeth sparkling in the sun. "Still, well said. Wait, whose side are you even on?" Kakashi gave Guy a look of disbelief. He hadn't expected his loud and loyal friend to suddenly defect. Still, he didn't argue with the "well said" part. Even if it wasn't exactly fitting for the situation, it was hard to deny Gen's passion. Following the mission briefing came the expected deployment orders. Hiruzen's original plan was for Kakashi and Guy to handle the task together. He clearly hadn't intended for Gen to come along. But Gen wasn't having it. "Lord Hokage, I formally request to join the mission." "No, General, you're certainly gifted, but this mission is already assigned. Besides, staying in Konoha is for your own protection. But I've already been to the land of hot water, and I've participated in a mission to the land of water too. The results speak for themselves. I helped my team escape safely both times. I won't deny that. However, then I'll have to place a Flying Thunder God marker on either Guy-sensei or Kakashi-sensei before they go." "What?" "Lord Hokage," Gen said solemnly. "I know that those who break the rules are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Please forgive me for being selfish." At those words, Kakashi fell silent. Guy smiled. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned. Those were the very words that had shaped Kakashi's current ideals. Hearing them from Gen, Kakashi couldn't bring himself to object, especially not after their private talk before the Kirigakure mission. He remembered it vividly. In the end, the third Hokage could only let out another sigh. Without further protest, he handed over the mission and told them to be cautious. Thank you, Guy-sensei, Gen grinned, while Kakashi rolled his eyes. Go get ready. We're on a tight schedule. Meet at the village gate by noon. Dismissed. Got it. Gen gave a quick nod and took off toward home. Truth be told, the moment the ANBU showed up earlier, he had a hunch something was up. And right then, his system had chimed in, / new side quest unlocked, / this team can't go without me. Objective, travel to the land of hot water and assist Kakashi and Might Guy accept mission. / yes / no, seeing the notification, Gen had hesitated for a moment. After all, it had been a while since he'd had any meaningful missions, the last major one was long completed. It's really Naruto and the others holding me back lately. Gen muttered on the way home. During this time, Gen had run into Naruto and the others plenty of times, but not a single one of the missions that came up was remotely reliable. Take, for example, that one labeled, If Naruto can, why can't I, which involved convincing Sasuke to learn the sexy jutsu. Then there was, My Dad Needs Makeup, where he and Naruto went around vandalizing with prank graffiti. And let's not forget Kiba's, Dogs Can Be Emergency Rations, or Choji's, Who's the Biggest Eater, which nearly bankrupted the local barbecue shop. Honestly, the last one was probably the only one that made any sense, but Gen didn't have the money for that kind of mission. He had thought about trying to cheat the system, like creating an Earth-style wall and then teaming up with Naruto to graffiti it. But after considering the risks of failure, he decided against it. He'd skipped too many missions already, and he was starting to worry the system might hit him with something really outrageous as punishment. Like that one absurd quest from a while back, Twin Sisters, Tasty Delights. A mission that wouldn't be possible for at least 10 more years. What kind of lunatic challenge was that? So when the mission to the land of hot water popped up, he accepted it without hesitation. After all, he'd been beat up for so long, it was about time he saw some payoff. Still, it's not all bad news. Back during the previous mission, when he managed to withstand the combined onslaught from both Kakashi and Guy, the system had responded immediately, / side quest completed, I'll take you both on. / new reward unlocked, 8 gates released formation, Gen was pretty satisfied with this reward. Sure, he would have preferred something like, Kakashi's combat IQ or Might Guy's battle awareness, but so far, nothing like that had ever shown up. But hey, 8 gates is still top tier. He couldn't quite recall whether 8 gates was exclusive to Guy's clan or part of Konoha's official techniques, but what he did know was that Guy with the 8th gate open was an absolute monster. Even the proud and battle-hardened Uchiha Madara, already at 6 paths level, had acknowledged him, in terms of taijutsu, you are the strongest I've ever faced. I wonder how many gates I can handle with my current body. If he were a fully awakened Ōtsutsuki, it wouldn't be a problem, but he was still only at Ōtsutsuki stage 21. Maybe I can unlock more power. But can a complete Ōtsutsuki even awaken latent potential? Shaking his head, he resolved to find time to properly consult with Guy and thoroughly master the technique. Back in the Hokage's office, as the trio departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya leaned against the windowsill, watching them from above. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. You don't often get shown up like that, old man. That was intentional. Don't talk nonsense, Hiruzen grumbled, puffing on his pipe. He lifted his gaze to the Hokage monument and spoke again. This kid's never done a single D-rank mission. He started straight from C-rank and has already been dragged into multiple S-rank missions. The fact that he's been able to train patiently for this long is impressive. Well, it's not like Kakashi had any idea what he was doing when ANBU pulled him out, Jiraiya added, rubbing the back of his head. But whether intentional or not, an eagle can't stay in the nest forever. Eventually, it has to fly. Even if you disagreed, I'd have talked you into it. And what if I agreed from the start? Then I'd just take him myself. Not like the flying thunder god's going to let anyone stop him, Jiraiya grinned. Hiruzen rolled his eyes and gave Jiraiya a half-hearted smack with his pipe. You're the one who's supposed to be in a hurry. Funny how you're the least rushed one now. I'm going, Jiraiya laughed, vaulting over the windowsill and landing on the rooftop opposite. He waved over his shoulder. I'm off, old man. Yeah, get lost, Hiruzen muttered, though a hint of a smile crept onto his face. Still, as Jiraiya set out to search for Orochimaru, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel conflicted. He looked up again at the monument, eyes settling on the youthful face carved into the stone. So willfulness again, huh? Maybe he really can surpass him. Minato, as he recalled the words Gen had said, the smile on his face grew wider. But then his expression froze. Because suddenly, he remembered another time Gen had talked about being willful. It was that awkward evening in front of Ichiraku Ramen, when Hiruzen had realized too late that he had left the house without any money. Again. Not that he was stingy, it's just that, as Hokage, it had been years since he needed to carry cash. Ugh, so expensive. As noon approached, Gen Kitagawa made his way toward the rendezvous point, grumbling under his breath the whole way. He'd planned ahead, deciding to sharpen and tune up his blade before the mission, but the cost had turned out to be outrageous. This sword's practically a legend. Chakra-conducting materials aren't cheap, you know. No cutting corners. Remembering what the shopkeeper had said, Gen could only sigh. No matter how much money he had, it seemed impossible to hold on to it. Maybe I should open my own shop one day. Call it Yorizuya or something. He ran a hand over the short blade at his back, then up through his white hair. Actually, it kinda suits me. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. Hey! Gen. He looked up to see Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji staring at him curiously. Not far away, Sasuke stood surrounded by Sakura and Ino, both of whom were also glancing over with interest. Oh, it's you guys. Gen blinked, recognizing them immediately. What, skipping class again? Idiot, we're out of school already. Naruto's face fell into an exaggerated pout, and Kiba muttered with a scowl, not that I don't want to ditch, but some jerk ruined it for everyone. Now Iruka-sensei's watching us like a hawk. It sucks. Total drag, Shikamaru chimed in, too tired to hide it. Choji nodded along. Yeah, can't even sneak out to grab a snack. Oh, really? Gen raised a brow, though his eyes occasionally flicked over to Naruto. Naruto, sensing something, suddenly looked around nervously. He was already starting to piece things together, and getting the sneaking suspicion that he'd been set up. But he didn't dare say anything, he just gave a forced laugh. Why yeah, that's right, ha ha ha, idiot, came Sasuke's voice from behind him. Damn you, you smug bastard. Idiot. Hey, Gen cut in. It's bad enough when you two do this at school. Do you really need to bring it out here too? The tension between Sasuke and Naruto was practically hardwired at this point. Even Shikamaru and the others looked exasperated. Gen, though, found it amusing. Keep that dynamic going, boys. Who knows? Maybe we'll even get that legendary kiss of the century again. Glancing at the time, he sighed. Anyway, I've got stuff to do. You guys study hard. Don't flunk out before you even graduate. He paused, then gave a parting smirk. You never know, your own teammates might end up giving you a little push. Especially you, Naruto. You're the real jerk here. Naruto shouted, unable to hold back, but Gen had already turned and waved goodbye as he disappeared into the crowd. That was Gen-senpai, wasn't it? At that moment, Sakura and Ino approached, even the usually timid Hinata tagging along. Sakura spoke up curiously. Yeah, that was him, Sasuke replied casually. The girls looked surprised, especially Sakura. She hadn't expected Sasuke to answer so quickly, or so familiarly. Did they know each other that well? But wait, wasn't that the same senpai who supposedly hospitalized his entire team? Weird. When did his hair turn white? Ino was curious too. She hadn't met Gen Kitagawa before, but honestly, he looked even better with white hair. He dyed it, Naruto chimed in, now much calmer. Tried to get me to do it with him, too. Watching Gen's back as he walked away, Naruto let out a small huff. Also, is he heading out on a mission? He only just graduated. Seriously, I'm jealous. Yeah, last time I saw him, he was training with 2 Jonin, Sasuke added, nodding. He already knew Guy and Kakashi were Jonin, and he understood exactly what that meant. I bet he'll be promoted to Chunin soon, if he hasn't already. Wait, you guys seriously don't know? Shikamaru opened his drowsy eyes and looked at Naruto and Sasuke, puzzled. Aren't you too close with him? Know what? Both boys looked confused, and the rest of the group leaned in, just as curious. No way, none of you know. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing his head in disbelief before finally giving in. Come on, he is a Chunin already. What? Didn't he invite you guys out for dinner? That was the day he got promoted. Nanny? Everyone turned to Naruto and Sasuke, who both looked completely lost. They genuinely had no idea. Sasuke's eyes flared with frustration, it lit a fire in him. Naruto, meanwhile, swallowed hard. A memory surfaced suddenly. Wait, didn't he say, he'd be my examiner? No way, he was serious. Elsewhere, Gen Kitagawa had just arrived at the village gates of Konoha, where he ran into Kakashi and Guy charging toward the same meeting point. This time, I won, my eternal rival, Kakashi. Arriving almost simultaneously, Guy flashed a wide grin and gave a bold thumbs up. Yeah. You win, Kakashi muttered, barely looking up as he pulled out Ika Ika Paradise from his pouch. Noticing Gen giving them a peculiar look, Kakashi cleared his throat. Now that everyone's here, let's head out. Gen, since you've traveled to the land of hot water with Jiraiya-sama before, do you have anything we should know? Anything to mention? Gen paused for a moment, thinking carefully, then replied in a dry tone, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, if we stop at a hot spring, can we go to one I'm actually allowed into? Kakashi's expression shifted into his infamous deadfish eyes. Guy, meanwhile, just looked around, confused. Huh? Meanwhile, in the forests of the land of hot water, humph. So this is the guy after my bounty. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes at Kakuzu below, displeasure written on his face. Black Zetsu, watching from the side, looked visibly irritated. It's him. But he's one of our most capable operatives, very efficient. Don't do anything reckless. Relax. I'm not that dumb, Obito muttered. Still, he looked down with interest. I know how valuable he is to Akatsuki right now. But more than that, he's fearless. Willing to do anything for a reward. People like that are fascinating. You're thinking, Black Zetsu hesitated but couldn't help asking, bring him over to our side? Though Obito had aligned with Nagato, both knew it wasn't a bond of trust. Konan especially made no effort to hide her suspicion of him. Obito had long been planning a tighter grip on Akatsuki. Itachi was one piece. Kisame had been handpicked. And he wanted more like them. Exactly. Outwardly, they'll follow Nagato. But when it counts, I need them to follow me. That's true. Itachi plays his own game, and Kisame's just one man, Black Zetsu nodded. But before he could go on, his white half suddenly piped up. Oh, Obito. Your eyes looked really scary earlier, like, murderous scary. Obito and Black Zetsu fell completely silent. Then, as if by mutual agreement, they ignored him entirely. Obito finally broke the silence. Get ready. Try to recruit Kakuzu. And that new kid, we'll test him too. Got it. Black Zetsu nodded. But, of course, White Zetsu couldn't stay quiet. Oh. One more thing, think carefully before you speak. I won't promise not to kill you. Okay, okay. No need to get scary, I just sensed someone coming. Who? Old acquaintances of yours. White Zetsu paused dramatically, then chuckled. I recognize their chakra. One's Kakashi Hitaki, the other is that kid who hurt you last time, and there's also some weirdo who looks like a kappa, Obito's face, hidden behind the mask, twisted. You've got to be kidding me, them again. TCH. So, you're another one of those immortal freaks, huh? Deep within the forests of the land of hot water, Haydn stood with bizarre black and white symbols etched across his body, resembling a skeletal pattern. A massive scythe was still lodged in his abdomen, blood continuously pouring out, yet not only did he show no sign of pain, he actually looked amused and slightly confused. You're not the only immortal around here, Kakuzu said coldly, standing back up from the ground, though inwardly he was cursing in pain. One of his hearts, this bastard actually destroyed one of them. Still, I have to admit, this guy's ability is strange. No wonder he uses such a huge scythe. Kakuzu had more or less figured out Haydn's technique. He collects blood with his weapon, then uses some kind of ritual to link the victim's body to his own. But while Haydn may be immortal, his opponents are not. Even Kakuzu, with all his abilities, had suffered a significant loss. Well? Have you thought it over? Despite the pain, Kakuzu kept a calm, indifferent tone. Join us. You may be immortal, but the mess you've made in the hidden hot springs village is bound to draw attention. We can offer you protection. We won't interfere with your beliefs or daily activities, all we ask is that you complete missions and help fund the organization. TCH, what a pain. Haydn grinned, revealing sharp teeth. He wasn't particularly interested in joining a group, nor did he care for protection. If anyone came after him, he'd just sacrifice them to Lord Jashin, simple. But the offer wasn't half bad. Especially the part about not meddling in his beliefs, much better than the hidden hot springs village. And besides, this Kakuzu guy was an immortal too. Fine. I'll join your little group, damn it. After a moment of thought, Haydn finally nodded, prompting Kakuzu to exhale in relief. He didn't want this fight to continue. He hadn't known about Haydn's ability before, which had let the man collect his blood. If the fight dragged on, he'd be the one in danger. If he had to start over, Kakuzu wouldn't be afraid, but this was the ninja world. Without intel, even the strongest could die from one careless mistake. A wise choice. Now, I'll take you to, Kakuzu's cold voice was suddenly interrupted by another. Looks like you've completed your mission. The moment the voice rang out, Kakuzu's eyes sharpened. Even Haydn raised an eyebrow in surprise. Space twisted unnaturally, and in the next moment, a figure stepped out from thin air. This eerie method of appearing was deliberate. Uchiha Obito wanted to make a strong impression. No need to worry, I'm Uchiha Obito. But before he could finish, Kakuzu's eyes lit up with excitement. A mask and a Sharingan. That's him, no doubt. Haydn, let's take him out, this guy's worth a fortune. Obito's face darkened. For a moment, he considered that recruiting this guy might have been a mistake. Maybe it would be easier just to kill him. Where the hell did this money-hungry maniac come from, meanwhile? Not bad at all. You're picking this up fast, Gen. Deep in another part of the forest, Might Guy beamed at Kitagawa Gen with clear approval. Kakashi, standing off to the side, kept his head low, engrossed in a familiar little orange book. Despite their tight schedule over the past few days, Gen had shown impressive diligence, and a surprisingly intense interest in the 8 Gates technique. Kakashi had no idea when this kid got so interested in it, but once he latched onto Guy, he wouldn't stop asking questions. Guy, of course, was more than happy to teach, even winking every time Gen made progress. You're seriously turning this into a competition? That's my student you're training, you know. Kakashi sighed, amused yet helpless. It's all thanks to Gai-sensei's excellent teaching, Gen said humbly, despite already having a solid grasp of the technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have learned it so quickly. You've already mastered opening the first 4 gates, beyond this point, I won't be able to teach you more for now. Gai gave Kakashi another wink, which the latter ignored, before his expression turned serious. The 8 gates technique puts immense strain on the body. It requires continuous, disciplined training. You're doing well, but your physical conditioning still needs work. Understood. I'll keep training hard, Gen replied earnestly. Kitagawa Gen gave a small nod, though he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. His physical fitness wasn't good enough. Seriously, of course, he understood. Physical capabilities weren't easy to judge just by looking. Even after sparring, it was hard to get a clear read, especially when it wasn't an all-out fight. Still, he had confirmed something important. When I use the 8 gates, I feel a kind of boiling blood, like a rush of power, something deeper, something unique. The 8 gates technique fundamentally worked by releasing the chakra limiters within the body to gain temporary explosive power. But for someone with Ōtsutsuki blood, that system of restriction shouldn't even exist in the same way. In fact, triggering the gates might actually awaken his latent power. So maybe, using the 8 gates as a catalyst to ignite my bloodline, could I actually pull off a full-on Genshin Impact mode? Gen rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The only thing he wasn't sure of was, how many gates would he need to open to reach the desired effect, opening all 8? Not a chance. Sure, the Ōtsutsuki could theoretically regenerate using yin-yang release, but he was only at Ōtsutsuki, stage 21. Alright, enough chatting. Let's focus on the mission at hand. Kakashi's voice broke through Gen's thoughts as he finally closed his little orange book and pulled out a map. We haven't found our target after days of searching, but we need to stay alert. Aside from the one we're officially tracking, there's someone else we need to be careful of. He paused, his voice turning grave. That guy might show up, and don't forget, he's the one who moves like a ghost. Relax, Kakashi, we're on it, Guy said cheerfully, clapping Kakashi's shoulder. And besides, he might have been the class dead last, but I was second to last. Is that really something to be proud of? Kakashi muttered, half exasperated and half amused. He knew Guy was just trying to lighten the mood, and honestly, it worked a little. Gen couldn't help but chuckle, remembering the time Guy once kicked Uchiha Obito square in the face. As they walked, Gen suddenly paused, sensing something off. Kakashi, who had just been joking with Guy, came to an abrupt stop as well. Guy tensed immediately. What's wrong? He asked, on full alert. Someone's here, Gen replied in a low voice. Kakashi sniffed the air slightly, eyes narrowing. Get ready for combat. There, watch out. Incoming. The words had barely left his mouth when the air twisted unnaturally. In the next moment, a storm of kunai exploded toward them, the sheer number darkening the sky. They're using a space-time technique to launch an ambush? Kakashi's hands flew into seals, analyzing the situation even as he moved. He already had a good idea of who the attacker was. Earth-style, multi-mud wall. With a steely gaze, Kakashi slammed his hands to the ground, conjuring 4 solid stone walls etched with snarling dog heads to encircle the team, just in time to block the incoming kunai barrage. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, the kunai were laced with explosive tags. The blast rocked the walls, nearly bringing them down. Smoke and dust engulfed the area. Careful. I smell 3 distinct scents. We're up against multiple enemies, Kakashi warned in a hushed voice. But before he could say more, a voice snarled behind him, still relying on that mutt's nose, "Huh, you useless runt." Kakashi's eyes widened. He spun and leapt away just in time to dodge a strike, the attack slicing through the space he'd been in. Kakashi. Guy called out in concern, but then felt a tremor beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he grabbed Gen and jumped away. A split second later, a forest of jagged earth spikes burst from the ground, and a massive figure with a huge scythe lunged forward, swinging down with murderous force. "Watch yourself, Gen!" Guy yelled, pushing him clear and engaging the attacker alone. As Gen landed and steadied himself, a cold voice rang out from nearby. "So, it looks like I'll be dealing with you, huh? Kid." Gen's expression darkened. "Obito." Smoke coiled in the air as Kakashi stared grimly at the black-cloaked figure before him. Even with the mask, he knew without a doubt who it was. ZZZZT, sparks of blue lightning danced in his left hand, while his Sharingan flared scarlet, more striking than ever. Locking eyes with the masked man, Kakashi's voice was low and steady. "You're really not coming back? You're seriously going to follow this wrong path all the way to the end?" "Wrong?" Obito let out a cold snort, shaking his head, face unreadable behind the mask. "Ever since the day you stood by and watched Rin die, my heart was torn open by the hellish reality of this world. Back then, I had nothing but pain. But now / I have a purpose. I'm going to create a peaceful world. So tell me, Kakashi, what right do you have to call my path wrong? And what about our sensei? The others? What did they ever do to deserve this?" Kakashi asked quietly after a pause, his voice heavy. But Obito remained unexpectedly calm. "Don't bother fishing for information, Kakashi. I already know how you think. So do me a favor and shut up, would you?" "I see." Kakashi let out a breath. His eyes, once conflicted, now held a quiet resolve. "Obito, your will, it's always been a part of me. It's kept me going for years. But now, the only thing I can do is send you on your way. Is that so?" Obito's voice remained emotionless, his expression unreadable beneath the mask. "Then we're the same." In a flash, both figures vanished. The next moment, two shadows clashed midair. Splat, Kakashi's Raikiri pierced straight through Obito's chest. But at the same time, Obito's kunai sank deep into Kakashi's abdomen. Blood spilled from both, but in the next moment, the scene shattered like an illusion, their bodies vanished again. Clang, the sound of steel meeting steel rang out, echoing across the battlefield. Kakashi and Obito now stood locked on the other side, weapons clashing. "You're using that Sharingan well," Obito sneered, gripping a black chain in his hand as he faced Kakashi. "But that's all it is. Let me show you how that eye is really meant to be used. Geez, you're a slippery little river kappa, aren't ya?" Elsewhere, Haydn swung his massive scythe wildly at Guy, his mouth running non-stop as always. But Guy didn't respond. He dodged swiftly, his focus sharp as he quickly assessed the surrounding situation. Kakashi's tied up with Obito, Gen's on his own, dealing with someone unknown, this situation's looking dicey. Just then, Haydn suddenly flung his scythe outward. Guy dodged reflexively, but noticed something strange. In a flash, the scythe snapped back, dragged by a chain, and Guy spun away at the last second. This psycho's taijutsu is decent, and that weapon is a pain. Still haven't seen any ninjutsu from him, maybe some kind of secret technique? Guy kept his cool. He was definitely worried about Kakashi. Obito was extremely dangerous. He was also concerned about Kitagawa Gen. The kid was strong, no doubt, but he lacked experience and might get outplayed. Still, Guy believed in his teammates. He trusted they could handle it. And he would give it his all too, to make sure he could support them when it counted. "Hey, River Kappa. You fighting or not? If you're just gonna stand there, why don't you give up and let me sacrifice you already?" Haydn grew increasingly irritated that Might Guy was outright ignoring him. His attack sped up, but at that moment, Guy's expression suddenly turned serious. "Hey, you lunatic. Just one thing before we start, huh? Haydn blinked, confused. In the next instant, Guy vanished, and slammed a kick right into Haydn's face. Boom, with a dull thud, Haydn was sent flying, just as Guy's voice echoed through the air, I am not a river kappa. I am the proud blue beast of the leaf. Just before Haydn's head crashed into a tree trunk, he muttered under his breath, what a stupid-ass nickname. Baka. While Kakashi and Guy were forced to split up, Kitagawa Gen found himself face to face with Kakuzu. Kakuzu, huh? Gen narrowed his eyes at the strange, stitched-together man before him. This was someone who had nearly overwhelmed Kakashi multiple times, only with Naruto and Yamato's help had they finally taken him down. Definitely not an opponent to underestimate. Still, there was one thing Gen couldn't help but question, did this guy really fight Hashirama Senju? That just doesn't seem right. Kakuzu was strong, no doubt, but against Hashirama? That sounded far-fetched. Only Uchiha Madara had ever truly forced Hashirama to go all out. So, kid. I hear you've learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakuzu suddenly broke the silence, voice cold and sharp. I've heard tales of how Tobarama Senju and Minato Namikaze used it to terrifying effect. I'm curious to see just how powerful it really is. You will. Gen drew his white fanged short blade, purple lightning crackling down its edge. He wasn't about to take any chances. Not with this guy. In fact, he already had a bold idea forming in his mind. I hope so, Kakuzu said, cracking his knuckles. Because I'm in a really bad mood right now. Suddenly, Kakuzu finished a string of hand seals. A massive wave of flames surged toward Gen like a crashing tide. Thanks to Obito, I'm not getting that bounty anymore. Kakuzu was angry. And that guy, is one of us? He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Since when did Ōtsutsuki have two leaders, one in the open and one in the shadows? He could pretend not to know, sure. But when it came to Obito, he had no leverage. That space-time jutsu of his. He couldn't even land a hit. One mistake, and he'd be obliterated in an instant. He'd already lost one heart. He couldn't afford to lose another. Obito claimed he was Madara's successor. Haydn probably didn't get the implications, but Kakuzu, having lived through that era, knew exactly what that name meant. Still, he didn't care who these people were or what schemes they were running. I don't care who's in charge. I'm not here for politics. I'm here to make money. The only thing that made him feel better was that Obito had tipped him off. Two-leaf Jonin. One of them's the Sharingan user, Kakashi Hatake, definitely worth a lot. As for this kid, as the sea of flames roared, Kakuzu calmly switched to his wind heart. He remembered how Tobarama and Minato used kunai to channel their teleportation. If he could just blow away the kunai, he could counter it. But something was off. No kunai came flying. As the flames began to die down, Kakuzu finally saw it. Gen stood with one hand raised, a wall of purple lightning shielding him. That kind of lightning release, Kakuzu's green eyes gleamed briefly with greed, but something didn't feel right. This kid's chakra, it's strange. Before he could analyze it, Gen moved, so fast he was like a phantom. And in that instant, Kakuzu saw his eyes, they had turned into a pair of glowing white pupils. Ever since Kitagawa Gen obtained his exclusive Byakugan, he hadn't yet had a chance to use it in real combat. This was the perfect opportunity. Kakashi had been pulled away by Uchiha Obito, and Guy was occupied with Haydn, both of them were far from him now. Just to be safe, Gen cloaked his body in purple lightning, obscuring the changes in his eyes. It's a shame I haven't fully developed lightning release, chakra mode yet, but at least I can bluff it with the 8 gates. Activating the 8 gates wasn't just to test his limits, it was also to boost his speed. Even if Guy was sharp despite his brashness, he didn't have any intel on Haydn. So Gen had to stay cautious. Buzz, with a sharp tearing sound, the white fanged short blade slashed toward Kakuzu. Lightning chakra mode. This brat can do that too. Gen was faking it to some extent, but in Kakuzu's eyes, it looked completely real. That speed. That force. How could it be fake? Kakuzu, a seasoned warrior, immediately leapt backward, the blade, crackling with purple lightning, grazed right past his forehead. Boom, though it didn't hit him, the slash cleaved through the trees behind him. Chunks of broken wood crashed to the ground in a deafening cascade. This kid's way tougher than I thought. Glancing at the ruined forest, Kakuzu's mouth twitched slightly. This wasn't some ordinary brat, it was time to fight seriously. But Gen was already on him again in a flash, thrusting his short blade toward Kakuzu's throat. In response, wind release chakra erupted from Kakuzu's body, making him move with surprising agility. Earth release, earth spear. He ducked under the stab and immediately shifted his chakra again. One of his fists suddenly detached, launching at Gen with black tendrils trailing behind it. His other hand tore open his cloak, revealing his grotesque, stitch-covered body. Ha! With a low growl, 3 masked monsters made entirely of black tendrils burst from within his body. Earth grudge fear, huh? Gen blocked the detached fist with his blade. At the same time, his Byakugan scanned the entire battlefield. His Byakugan looked deceptively normal, unlike typical Hyuga users, the veins around his eyes didn't bulge when activated. That subtlety helped him keep it hidden. Through his enhanced vision, he clearly saw Kakuzu, the 3 masked entities, and everything around them in full detail. Guys being cautious, not risking injury for injury. Kakashi should be fine for now, he has intel. But, why is this guy missing a heart? Just then, one of the masked creatures opened its mouth, and in an instant, it launched a barrage of fireballs at Gen. Boom. Boom. Boom, explosions thundered through the forest, but Gen's body, wrapped in deep purple lightning, remained unharmed. His speed blurred like an illusion, dodging the dense barrage as if he could see every projectile before it was even launched. Just as I thought. My vision's clearer than ever. While weaving between the flames, Gen's thoughts raced. He had sensed this clarity when he first awakened his eye, but now it was confirmed. He had possibly been influenced by the tailed beast or perhaps by Uchiha Obito. Could that have given my eye some Sharingan-like properties? He wasn't sure, but one thing was clear, it was to his advantage. Plus, the 8 gates boost, that boiling blood effect, was definitely effective. Still, even though I've grown stronger, I haven't hit the level I'm aiming for. In the next moment, his chakra flared even more wildly. Then let's use this chance, to see just how far I can go. Yoo-hoo. On the other side of the battlefield, Haiden was getting faster, scythe in his right hand, dagger in his left, slashing wildly at Might Guy. What proud blue beast of Konoha. Don't flatter yourself, you look more like a kappa. Are you gonna fight or not? Stop dodging and just let me sacrifice you already. Haiden's mouth was as annoying as ever, even while attacking relentlessly, he couldn't stop running it. Guy, on the other hand, wore a strange expression. This lunatic doesn't seem normal at all. He'd kicked Haiden square in the head earlier, yet the man got right back up like nothing happened. Any normal person would have been out cold. What's more, Haiden was fighting with a completely careless attitude, like nothing could hurt him. Guy had landed several more clean hits since then, and yet, the guy still looked full of energy. Incredible regeneration. Guy made a rough mental estimate. His eyes narrowed, watching the scythe and dagger blur through the air. I get it now, he could be using more efficient methods to attack me, but he insists on using weapons. That can only mean one thing, he ducked under the swinging scythe, sidestepped the dagger, and leapt back just in time to avoid the scythe being yanked back toward him. But by now, he had reached a clear conclusion. His weapons must be poisoned. He's trying to cut me just once and let the poison do the rest. With that realization, Guy knew exactly what he had to do. Maybe he couldn't keep up with Hayden's regeneration, but broken bones don't heal instantly, right? And if his weapons are poisoned. Your methods are despicable, but I won't hold it against you. Landing squarely on the ground, Guy raised his voice. Huh? Hayden looked at him, completely confused by the sudden declaration. Then, Guy's chakra surged with explosive force. The 8 gates, open. Let's see you keep up with this speed. He flashed a confident thumbs up. His sparkling white teeth gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Now witness the true, straightforward, and passionate power of youth. Wah! Konoha whirlwind. Meanwhile. What a pain. Kakashi stood a short distance away, panting slightly as he watched Obito. Thanks to Kitagawa Gen's intel, Kakashi had a general grasp of Obito's abilities. That alone let him keep up, barely. But barely wasn't enough. Because Obito's jutsu, when used carefully and without exposing any openings, was nearly impossible to counter. Some teacher I turned out to be. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a bit of self-mockery. Gen had forced Obito into a corner on his first encounter, and even beat him during their second. Meanwhile, he, Obito's former comrade, was barely hanging on. You're using that Sharingan all wrong, Obito said coldly. Do you finally understand the gap between us? He shook his head slightly, almost bored. But whatever. Let's end this. The moment he spoke, Obito rushed forward, the iron chain in his hand sweeping across in a wide arc. Kakashi instinctively moved to evade, but the chain's wide reach made dodging difficult. Whoosh, he struck out with a raikiri, but it sliced through only air. Obito calmly raised his right hand. You're just in the way. Without hesitation, he activated Kamui, a swirling distortion of space forming all around them. But just as it was about to pull him in, boom, Kakashi exploded into a flash of lightning, emerging from the ground behind Obito. He stabbed forward with raikiri aimed straight at his back. That cheap trick again? Don't embarrass yourself. Obito turned slowly, letting the blade pass harmlessly through his body. I told you, this is over. Kamui surged again. Kakashi instantly felt numb, his senses distorted, like space and time were warping around him. This time, I win. Kakashi. Obito looked into Kakashi's eyes, a strange flicker of emotion passing through him, but it faded quickly. Being pulled into Kamui created a spatial dissonance, a confusion that almost no one could resist. So far, only Minato Namikaze had managed to escape it. Now then, Obito prepared to finish absorbing Kakashi and move on to deal with the others. Guy had kicked him. Gen had tricked him. All familiar faces. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly froze. Looking back, the vortex had vanished. And Kakashi was still right there, staring him down. For a moment, both men stood in silence. Then Obito noticed something. Kakashi's left Sharingan had changed. It had become a form he knew all too well. This sensation. Kakashi wasn't calm either. Ever since being hit by Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu, he had felt something strange about his Sharingan. And when he encountered Obito, the feeling intensified. It was as if a powerful force was sealed inside his left eye, something hidden, waiting to be awakened. He had tried to investigate it in private, but no matter what he did, he could never tap into its deeper power. But today felt different. His direct clash with Obito seemed to stir something within the eye. Especially the moment Obito's Kamui activated, the paralysis, the spatial distortion. With no other option, Kakashi made one last attempt to connect with his eye. And, against all odds, it worked. It was thanks to this eye that he managed to resist Obito's attack. And in that moment, information about this Mangekyo Sharingan technique flowed into his mind. I think I finally understand what this eye can do. He was exhausted, the sudden transformation had drained much more chakra than usual. But Kakashi was already adjusting his stance, ready to fight again. Now, let's continue. TCH, troublesome. Under the mask, Obito's face twisted. This guy actually awakened the Mangekyo. This was going to be more of a pain than he expected. But Obito quickly calmed himself. He stared coldly at Kakashi and said, "Humph. Even if a failure like you gains the eye's power, it changes nothing. Trash is still trash." He lunged forward in an instant. Kakashi moved at the same time, Raikiri crackling in his hand. Obito. Kakashi. Just as their attacks were about to collide, a sharp, deafening roar echoed in the distance. The next second, a massive, invisible shockwave blasted across the battlefield, engulfing them both, elsewhere. What the hell? Who fights like that? Haydn lay sprawled on the ground, gritting his teeth as he grabbed his twisted leg. With a loud crack, he snapped it back into place. But before he could recover, Guy charged in, a powerful punch to the gut sent him flying again. Guy followed up by breaking one of Haydn's arms for good measure. Landing roughly, Haydn stared at his mangled arm, finally unable to hold back, he roared in pain. "It hurts like hell." "Yeah, it feels good, but, damn it. This psycho's got some serious strength, and a pretty twisted fighting style." But Guy didn't respond. He was stroking his chin, deep in thought. Breaking his limbs isn't enough to stop him. Then maybe, his gaze shifted to Haydn's head. What if I just knock it clean off? So far, this battle hadn't been too troublesome for Guy. Haydn's taijutsu was decent, but compared to Guy, his strength and speed were sorely lacking. And with 5 gates already open to speed things up, Guy had been steamrolling him. But this level of damage, still wasn't enough to end it. His regeneration is insane, no matter how I hit him, he just recovers. Looks like I need to turn up the youth. Determined, Guy's expression turned serious. Then. I'll take it up a notch. Huh? Haydn blinked, confused for a moment. He was about to ask what the hell this weirdo was doing, until his face went pale. Because once again, Guy's chakra exploded, this time, vivid green chakra surrounded his body. In that instant, his speed and strength surged to an entirely new level. Now feel the full force of youth. Too fast. Haydn tried desperately to dodge, but he couldn't. He couldn't even raise his scythe or dagger in time. Wham! With a heavy thud, Guy launched Haydn like a cannonball. He rocketed through the air like a shooting star, hurtling straight into the trees behind. Huh! But just then, a massive, deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. And before Guy's wide eyes, a shockwave struck Haydn mid-air, blasting him out of the sky. Damn brat. Within the swirling mist created by the clash of water style and fire style, Kakuzu crouched low, eyes sharply scanning his surroundings. Behind him, 2 of his dark, monstrous masks were positioned closely, a defensive formation. The recent fight had cost him another heart, and the pain of that loss was almost unbearable. He hadn't withdrawn from the skirmish with Haydn earlier because he was afraid, but because losing one more heart would have been too costly. He already understood Haydn's abilities. Subduing him didn't require killing, there was no bounty on the man's head, after all. But now, he hadn't expected to lose yet another heart. The intel didn't say anything about that brat using lightning release, chakra mode. That was strange. And that purple lightning of his, especially when paired with flying thunder god, he recalled that moment, the kid's short blade suddenly came flying toward him. Kakuzu immediately blew it away with a wind-style jutsu. But in the next instant, the boy had teleported behind him, and a hand glowing with purple lightning pierced clean through his chest. The agony had nearly driven Kakuzu insane. Finding a compatible heart wasn't easy, I think I've figured out your secret. Through the mist, Kitagawa Gen, cloaked in flickering purple lightning, stepped into view, his figure blurred and ghostly. You survived a flying thunder god / and I saw one of those creatures re-enter your body to revive you. Those monsters, they're your hearts, aren't they? Kakuzu said nothing. But inside, his frustration reached its peak. Damn it. He's got my intel. No wonder your coordination with them is so seamless, Gen continued, casually flicking the blood off his white-fanged short blade. Even without one element, your formation has no flaws. The teamwork between you and your masks is near perfect. Impressive. There was no doubt Kakuzu was a true all-rounder, master of offense, defense, and strategy, with nearly no weaknesses. Even during combat, his masks could pair up and unleash powerful combined elemental jutsu. If Gen hadn't had 8 gates and purple lightning, he wouldn't have held the upper hand in close combat. While Gen's raw ninjutsu power was superior, Kakuzu's fluidity and precision in battle were on a different level. For the first time, Gen genuinely believed this man might have actually faced the first Hokage in battle. And it now made perfect sense why Kakashi had nearly lost his heart in the original timeline. But, lucky for me, I have the Flying Thunder God technique. And, as Gen murmured to himself, a new wave of chakra surged violently through his body. Kakuzu was undeniably powerful, but unfortunately for him, Gen was a walking cheat code. And through this battle against such a well-rounded opponent, Gen had finally sensed the awakening of his own bloodline's potential. I've opened up to the 5th gate, and I can feel it now. Something deeper is stirring. Boom, as chakra roared within him, his blood seemed to boil even hotter than before. The purple lightning flared brighter, and his body felt almost weightless, as if he could take flight at any moment. In his enhanced vision, Kakuzu's movements slowed, everything around him became razor-sharp and clear. My senses, strength, speed, chakra, everything's evolved. A strange thought suddenly crossed his mind, wait a sec. Is this Genshin activated? What the hell is this brat doing? Kakuzu had no idea what Gen was going through. But one thing was clear, it was time to run. I have to admit, Gen suddenly spoke up, his tone serious and respectful. You're the strongest opponent I've ever faced. So now. I'm going all out. Kakuzu's eyes went wide, but it was already too late. By the time he finished constructing his defense, Gen's strike had already landed. Boom, a deafening roar shook the air. A brilliant flash of white erupted between them, swallowing both combatants in a blinding light. The glow expanded outward in a violent surge, and an invisible shockwave exploded from the center, ripping through the battlefield. In an instant, trees splintered, boulders cracked, and the terrain itself began to collapse under the force. Looks like we're in the clear for now. Deep in the dense forests of the land of hot water, within the shelter of a hidden cave, Kakashi and Kitagawa Gen sat side by side, slumped against the cave wall. Nearby, Might Guy kept watch on their surroundings. All three looked thoroughly worn out, their clothes were tattered, Gen's shirt had been completely destroyed, and Kakashi's green flak vest was missing altogether. Only Guy seemed relatively untouched. After ensuring the area was safe, he returned to the cave and, seeing the sorry state of his comrades, grinned brightly and gave them a thumbs up. Yosh! Looks like I win this round. Now it's my turn to protect you too, so sit back and witness the power of youth. Oi, not the time for speeches like that, Kakashi groaned and rubbed his temple, still feeling woozy. What we need to do now is gather all our intel and send it back to the village. And then get the hell out of here. He was completely exhausted. Using the Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time had left him drained, it felt like his chakra had been siphoned out, leaving him nauseous and cold. Thankfully, he could shut the eye's power off. Otherwise, he wasn't sure how much longer he could have lasted. Still, a sigh escaped his lips. Damn. I couldn't stop Obito. There was nothing you could do, Kakashi-sensei, Gen responded quietly, fatigue thick in his voice. That guy's spacetime jutsu is just too slippery. Under those circumstances, I doubt anyone could have held him down. He's right, Kakashi, Guy nodded in agreement. But then, his eyes shifted to Gen. Still, Gen, you were incredible out there. If you hadn't made such a huge impact, we'd probably still be stuck in battle. Heh, just lucky, I guess. Gen gave an awkward chuckle, but Guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Your energy back there was off. If I hadn't dodged in time, I might have been caught in the blast myself. The guy I was fighting got torn apart by your shockwave. Scary stuff. But it was thanks to that attack that Uchiha Obito had no choice but to retreat and save his comrade. I got hit by the shockwave too, Kakashi added, narrowing his eyes at Gen. Seriously, what was that? 8 gates. Before Gen could respond, Guy stepped forward, his expression serious. You must have opened some of the 8 gates, maybe even added something else on top. Am I right, Gen? Kakashi's brows furrowed too, joining Guy in a concerned stare. Gen rubbed his neck, clearly flustered. But thankfully, Guy's guess aligned with the excuse he'd prepared. Something like that, he nodded. The guy I fought had multiple hearts. He used a secret technique to turn each one into a fighting monster, and every one of them had a unique chakra nature. He also figured out I could use the flying thunder god, so he was on guard the whole time. His taijutsu and ninjutsu were both strong, so I had no choice but to go all out. Since he didn't have intel on my 8 gates, I took the risk. Multiple hearts, turned into fighting creatures through secret techniques. Guy stroked his chin again, and Kakashi frowned deeply. That kind of enemy is dangerously tricky. But you can't be reckless either, the 8 gates scramble your entire chakra system. Using them without caution could ruin your body. Exactly. Guy sighed heavily, but his eyes remained stern as he looked Gen in the face. You were lucky this time. But the 8 gates are not something you gamble with, understand? The 2 older shinobi both spoke with the concern of mentors, though neither seemed entirely surprised by Gen's explosive potential. Over the years, they'd all experienced enough to become somewhat numb to certain things. After all, a 13 or 14-year-old Obito had once orchestrated the Nine Tails incident, killing the 4th Hokage and his wife in the process. A similarly aged Uchiha Itachi had massacred his entire clan and even taken down Kakashi in an instant. So, even though Kitagawa Gen was just a civilian-born ninja, his purple lightning and flying thunder god technique made it clear, he was no ordinary shinobi. Especially when compared to the legendary Minato Namikaze, who during the Third Great Ninja War had wiped out 50 Iwa Nin in an instant, regardless of whether they were Jonin or Genin. The difference meant nothing. They all fell just the same. Considering that Gen's opponent had no full intel on him, a sneak attack was more than viable. I understand. I'll be more careful with it in the future. Gen nodded seriously. He truly meant it. The 8 gates technique, yes, it was powerful. But also not too powerful. As an Ōtsutsuki, he was something of a cheat character, in terms of chakra control and bloodline. So he could handle the initial chakra turbulence. But as he opened more gates, his control began to slip. The moment he opened the 6th gate, it was like, Genshin Impact has launched. For a moment, his blood felt like it was boiling, his chakra became wild and chaotic, but at the same time, he felt invincible. Still, the aftermath is no joke. That burning power wasn't truly his, and once it passed, what remained was an overwhelming emptiness and exhaustion. Luckily, he had integrated White Zetsu's cells, which had drastically improved his body's regenerative capabilities. Otherwise, he might not even be able to stand right now. As it was, the fatigue would pass in a few days with proper rest. This technique shouldn't be used lightly, only when there's no other option. So, he needed something more stable, something powerful but less taxing. Sage mode. Naturally, his thoughts turned to the senjutsu he had obtained long ago but never fully mastered. A method of power that didn't squeeze out his future for short-term gain. And when Sage Mode is activated, doesn't the user's eyes change color too? He recalled Naruto's Sage Mode, his blue eyes had turned golden. So if his eyes turned from black to white, wouldn't that be perfectly reasonable? Let's hope he actually listened this time. Kakashi tilted his head as he looked at Gen, but eventually shook it and sighed. He decided it might be best to have Jiraiya help talk some sense into the kid. Anyway, let's drop it. At least I got a better understanding of Obito's abilities this time. What about you, Guy? Any intel from your side? Me? Honestly, it wasn't too bad. Guy was also thinking about how he'd lecture Gen later, but he took a moment to reflect seriously. The guy I faced had decent taijutsu, but in terms of ninjutsu, he didn't really show anything. However, that single, pulled both Kakashi and Gen's attention straight to him. Especially Gen, he had used the 8 gates partly out of concern that Guy might run into real trouble. Yet somehow, Guy was the one who came out looking the least injured. He couldn't help but wonder, how the hell did Guy pull that off? However, that guy's secret technique was incredibly strong. Secret technique? Gen's eyes widened. Did Haydn seriously spill his secret by accident? His regeneration is insane. No matter how many bones I broke, he healed right back. Also, his fighting style was the exact opposite of youthful. He poisoned his weapons. Tried to kill me with poison. So the solution? Easy. Just dodge the weapon attacks, and when you get the chance, smash his head off. Gen stared at Guy, completely stunned. Wait, how did you get the result completely right, with the logic completely wrong? Or, was it the logic that was right and the result that was wrong? Something doesn't add up here. At that moment, Gen's system suddenly flickered to life. // side mission complete, / this team can't go without me. / objective, travel to the land of hot water and assist Kakashi and Might Guy. / reward being calculated, somewhere else, deep within the forests of the land of hot water. With a ripple of warped space, Uchiha Obito, Kakuzu, and Haydn emerged together, landing on a flat patch of earth. You two aren't dead, right? Obito's voice was cold. Clearly, he was not in a good mood. And understandably so. He had just witnessed Kakashi awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and worse, use its power to counter him, with his own eye, no less. Everything about it felt off. Unsettling. It gnawed at him like something fundamentally wrong. To make matters worse, the two people he was trying to recruit had ended up humiliated. Kakuzu, the man who claimed to have fought the first Hokage, had been thoroughly beaten by Kitagawa Gen, the same brat who'd once made a fool of Obito. And Haydn, the supposed next addition to Akatsuki, had been brutally pummeled by Might Guy, the man who once landed a kick on Obito's face. With all that frustration boiling inside him, Obito felt that the fact he could still speak calmly was a testament to his self-control. No, we're alive. But this was a damn loss, Kakuzu groaned as he staggered to his feet. His body was torn and battered, though his Earth Grudge Fear technique was already beginning to repair the damage. But the real pain wasn't external. He had lost 4 hearts during this mission. 1 had been shattered thanks to Haydn's stupidity, and 3 more had been destroyed in the battle against that damn brat. This wasn't just physical damage, it was psychological torture. Also, didn't you say that kid's biggest threat was his Flying Thunder God technique? Kakuzu turned, his voice weak but sharp, eyes locked on Obito. Then why the hell does he know Lightning Release, Chakra Mode? And why is it so damn strong? Lightning Release, Chakra Mode. Obito was confused. That was a technique exclusive to Kumogakure. How did a brat like Gen know it? But then he remembered Gen's signature purple lightning and instinctively shook his head. Maybe. This kid had developed his own variant. Given the power of that purple lightning, it was entirely possible. We didn't know about that technique, Obito admitted, so we couldn't have warned you. But how did you, tch? Because I didn't know, I was constantly on guard for the flying thunder god, Kakuzu said grimly, shaking his head. But that brat blitzed me with lightning chakra mode, the speed and strength, combined with that cursed purple lightning, overwhelmed me. I had no time to react. Next time. Kakuzu clenched his fists. He had focused his defenses entirely on flying thunder god, and ironically, that had cost him more than anything else. Yes, the jutsu did end up taking one of his hearts, but the real damage had come from the unexpected taijutsu blitz. He wasn't arrogant. If he had known, he would have planned differently. Flying Thunder God was deadly, yes, but overcompensating had split his focus. That brat's a damn headache. Kakuzu cursed inwardly. He wasn't sure if he was more pissed about losing his hearts or about how unexpectedly tricky Gen had turned out to be. I'm still alive too, Haydn grumbled, sitting up with a scowl on his face. But the irritation on his face said everything. That damn Kappa freak, his taijutsu is insane. Ridiculous speed and strength. And he's nuts. Kept shouting about youth this and youth that, while constantly breaking my bones. Also, what's his problem with kicking me in the face? He did it like he enjoyed it. Obito didn't say a word. But somewhere in the back of his mind, a memory he had long tried to suppress began resurfacing. Back during his genin exam, he had been sucking on a piece of candy, planning to show off with a fire release jutsu. But the candy got stuck in his throat. Before he could even react, Guy kicked him right in the face. The candy did pop out, but the damage was done. He failed the test. He became the true deadlast of the year, while Guy, previously second to last, passed. That guy only knows taijutsu, Obito explained, shaking off the unpleasant memory. But he also uses a secret technique called the 8 gates. Fighting him in close combat is a losing battle, even if he used to be the second worst in the class. Don't underestimate him, he's stronger than he looks. Humph. So he's just a taijutsu guy with some secret technique, Haydn muttered, rubbing his chin. That explains the strength and speed boost. Yeah. Then he looked at Obito, his face full of curiosity. You seem to know him really well, even his old class ranking. So who was the deadlast that year? Were they strong? Obito paused. He felt a vain throb in his temple. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why is that the part he's curious about? We're heading back, Obito said coldly, ignoring the question. We've taken some serious losses. You both need to report in. Then his lone Sharingan eye swept over them, cold, sharp, and full of warning. There are things you should say, and things you shouldn't say. What you choose to reveal is up to you. But I strongly advise you to make the right choice. Because the right path. There's only one. Take the wrong one, and there's no coming back. Silence followed. Kakuzu looked displeased. He really didn't care for this kind of threatening speech. Who does this Uchiha think he is, barking orders like that? He looked up at Obito, eyes cold, and Obito frowned slightly in return. But before he could say anything, fine, Kakuzu said. But it's gonna cost you more. Obito's breath hitched. More. Money? He remembered their first meeting. Kakuzu had practically looked ready to cash him in for a bounty. Now, all Obito could do was fall silent. Huh? Haydn blinked, glancing between the two of them. What the hell are you two lunatics even talking about? A few days later, entrance to the Hidden Leaf Village, Yash. We're finally back. At the village gates, Might Guy struck a triumphant pose, his arm wrapped around a very exhausted Kakashi. Slow down. Kakashi muttered, his dead fish eyes half closed. Trailing behind, Kitagawa Gen carried a mountain of luggage, staring at the village ahead with a sigh. We didn't even get to visit the hot springs. What a waste. Hey, can you two be a little more serious? Kakashi groaned. Why do you both look like this was some vacation? At this point, he was starting to wonder if Gen had trained under Guy as a child. That would explain a lot. Still, he's not exactly like Guy, Kakashi mumbled, rubbing his temple. Then he straightened up and said, Gen, go home and rest. Guy, you're coming with me to see the Hokage. Our intel should have been delivered. Got it. I'll take you there immediately. Guy gave Gen a thumbs up, then, with a fierce yell, time to accelerate. Kakashi, feel the power of youth. Wait, wah. Before Kakashi could react, Guy hoisted him over his shoulder and sprinted off toward the Hokage building. Gen watched as Kakashi's eyes rolled back in his head. Let's hope he doesn't pass out, he muttered. Oh well. It's not the first time this has happened. He'll live. Gen turned and headed back to his house, already planning ahead. He had recovered from his injuries, and the rewards had been delivered. Now it was time to rest, research his gains, and maybe seek out Jiraiya when the time was right. Still, this reward is interesting. As he walked, he opened his system panel, / side quest completed, / this team can't go without me. / reward, Uchiha Forbidden Art, 6 Paths Technique. Uchiha Forbidden Art, 6 Paths Technique. Kitagawa Gen stared at the information that popped up in his mind, feeling a little confused. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be one of the last things Uchiha Madara passed down to Obito before pulling out his oxygen tube and dying, right? Am I just completely milking Obito dry at this point? His expression turned odd. He had to admit something, Obito really had been generous with him. Never once had he held back. First it was Yin-Yang release. Then Uchiha's unique Yin-style chakra. Then White Zetsu's Yang-style chakra. And now even the Uchiha 6 Paths technique. Even though Obito would probably want to kill him on sight, Gen still felt a strange sense of gratitude. After all, he was a kind-hearted guy. Well then. Time to keep up the good work. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Kitagawa Gen blinked and instantly reappeared at home. The Uchiha Forbidden Art, 6 Paths technique was certainly intriguing, and not exactly what he had initially expected. I thought it would be something tied to the actual 6 paths, but I overlooked the key part, Uchiha Forbidden Art. In other words, it was a set of abilities specifically related to the Uchiha clan, naturally, well suited for them. Techniques for controlling tailed beasts with dojutsu, Izanagi, but no Izanami. He muttered quietly. If memory served, Izanami was invented by a woman named Uchiha Naori to counter Izanagi. Back then, the Uchiha had 4 Mangekyo Sharingan users. But 3 of them ended up turning on each other for various reasons. In the end, only Uchiha Naori and Uchiha Naka remained. And it was said that Naori eventually made Naka surrender through the use of Izanami. Come to think of it. Was that during the Warring States period, or after Madara left the village? He vaguely recalled they were wearing Konoha forehead protectors, but who knew? Continuity in ninja history was a mess. Anyway, not that useful to me, unless I could get my hands on Obito's Sharingan. But the rest of this. Now this was where Gen's interest truly sparked, because the remaining techniques didn't rely on the Sharingan at all. Uchiha Flame Formation, Tailed Beast Summoning Seal, Sealing Jutsu, Phantom Dragon 9 Consuming Seals, and the Tailed Beast Release Seal. Every one of them sounded interesting, and practical. Take the Uchiha Flame Formation for example, a high-level barrier technique so durable that even a tailed beast would have a hard time breaking through it quickly. Not to mention it burned with intense flames, strong enough to injure even the 8 tails. If he ever needed to capture a Jinchuriki for chakra, this would be the perfect way to trap them, like shutting the door and beating a dog. The tailed beast summoning seal was also straightforward, it left a summoning mark on the tailed beast, allowing it to be summoned. If he remembered right, the Nine Tails still had one of those seals on it. Even though the fourth Hokage severed Obito's link to the Nine Tails, Madara did try summoning it later. Definitely something worth investigating. As for Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals, it was a jutsu used to seal tailed beasts into the demonic statue of the outer path, doable even without the Rinnegan. But what Gen valued most was the tailed beast release seal. A technique to forcibly separate a tailed beast from its host. He wasn't planning to completely extract the tailed beasts, way too much hassle. But if he could just extract the chakra, now that, he was very interested in. The benefits from the three tails last time were unforgettable. And he had no intention of stopping the growth of his bloodline power. As long as I can find someone isolated, I could give it a try. That guy named Sora, for instance. He hadn't forgotten about Sora, the pseudo-Jinchuriki with Nine Tails chakra still lurking in the fire temple. That chakra might be worth taking a closer look at. Clack, while deep in thought, he suddenly heard a noise. Looking up, he saw his window being opened. What a pain. This damn guy. A little blonde kid grumbled as he opened the window, holding a watering can, clearly ready to tend to the flowers. H. But when he looked up and saw Gen sitting on the floor staring blankly at him, he immediately screamed. Flailing wildly, the kid toppled backward out of sight. Thud, there was a dull crash, followed by a dog barking loudly. Ow, 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 Gen leaned out the window and looked down. Sure enough, there was Naruto, sprawled on the ground in a heap. He paused in silence. This is, the second time, right? You okay? Damn it. Why didn't you say anything before coming back? Naruto yelled from the ground. Gen nodded slightly. Tough kid. It wasn't long before Naruto recovered. He shooed away the barking dog and leapt up to perch on Kitagawa Gen's windowsill. I just got home and wanted to rest a bit. How was I supposed to know you'd show up? Kitagawa Gen said lazily, then asked with a curious look, and what's up with you watering my plants? You told me to do it before, remember? So whenever you go out on a mission, I come by, Naruto mumbled, rubbing his back. That caught Gen off guard. He honestly didn't expect Naruto to take a passing comment so seriously, let alone remember it and act on it so diligently. So that's why my flowers always look so healthy. He muttered, gazing at the blooming plants. A smile tugged at his lips. Naruto really was a good friend, especially if one planned on staying in Konoha. Naruto, since I'm back from my mission, dinner's on me tonight at Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated. After a pause, he said quietly, actually, maybe not. I'm treating, Gen added. That's not it. I mean, did you really make it to Chunin? Huh? Gen tilted his head, a little confused. Since when could Naruto resist ramen? And how'd you find out about that, anyway? Shikamaru told me, Naruto admitted without hesitation, selling Shikamaru out instantly. He stared at Gen wide-eyed. So it's true. Yeah, it's true, Gen nodded, chuckling at Naruto's reaction. Why? Planning on giving me a promotion gift? Not a bad idea. Naruto suddenly grinned. I just got my stipend, tonight, I'll treat you at Ichiraku instead. But, there's something I need to ask. What is it? Just say it. Naruto looked hesitant, then blurted out carefully, you're not gonna be my examiner in the Chunin exams, right? Gen almost laughed out loud. So all of this was just to avoid that. After a moment of amused silence, he shook his head. No, don't worry. I'm not that bored. Phew, good. That's a relief. Naruto sighed dramatically, then broke into loud laughter. Alright then. Ramen's on me tonight to celebrate your promotion. I got paid, he said proudly. In that case, thanks, Naruto, Gen smiled. It's already noon, why don't we grab a bite now? Watching the cheerful blonde, Kitagawa Gen maintained a calm expression, but inside, he was plotting something more sinister. When the Chunin exams come around, I'm going to sit right next to you. If you so much as hesitate on a question, I'll ask if you have a problem with me. Let's see if you can keep smiling then. While Kitagawa Gen contemplated ways to strengthen his friendship with Naruto, Uchiha Obito reappeared within the borders of the Land of Rain alongside his two companions. As rain poured down around them, Obito flicked his head to shake off the water and said coldly, "You take him to meet pain. I'm not going. And as for your payment, don't worry, you'll get every cent, good. And next time, get me proper intel on that brat," Kakuzu said. Ever since hearing about the gold release, super rich technique, Kakuzu had no problem working for Obito. After all, to him, loyalty belonged to the highest bidder, money was the only thing he truly believed in. But even so, he hadn't forgotten about Kitagawa General losing 3 hearts in that battle. Unforgivable. "I got it," Obito said with little emotion, watching Kakuzu and Haiden walk away. Only when their silhouettes disappeared did he mutter, "A money-obsessed freak and a lunatic. Just great. Hee hee." Came a giggle as Zetsu emerged from underground. They agreed, didn't they? So what if they want to earn some cash? No big deal, White Zetsu chirped. Humph, Obito snorted, clearly still annoyed. After a brief pause, he said, "Go gather intel. Look for high-value targets. I'm ready to make a move." Okay, White Zetsu nodded, but then asked curiously, why not just rob some rich guy and empty his house? Obito froze. Damn it. Did that idiot just make more sense than me? Fine. We'll go with your plan. Though annoyed, he nodded in agreement and then turned to Black Zetsu. You saw that last fight, didn't you? What's the deal with that kid? Black Zetsu hesitated before replying cautiously, he's definitely not ordinary. You need to be extremely careful. His abilities, they're stronger than before. TCH. I figured as much, Obito muttered, frowning. Something felt off about Black Zetsu today. Was he distracted? But Obito didn't have the patience to dwell on it. He was more concerned with Kakashi and that damn Mangekyo Sharingan. Kitagawa Gen had already uncovered some of his secrets, and now Kakashi had the same eye as him. That spelled nothing but trouble. What frustrated him most was that he still hadn't figured out the ability of his other eye. This is a problem. I'll need someone to help test it out. As Obito brooded over his next move, he didn't notice the subtle, fleeting glance Black Zetsu cast toward the sky. It couldn't be, could it? During the great battle in the land of hot water, Black Zetsu had been hiding in the shadows, observing. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to this particular conflict. In his eyes, the outcome, win or lose, wouldn't affect the bigger picture much. But one specific development during the battle left him so stunned that he still hadn't fully recovered. What was that? Why is the aura coming from that brat getting stronger, and more familiar? As the fight escalated, Kakashi unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan caught him off guard, but it wasn't entirely surprising. Mangekyo evolution could be linked, especially when the eyes were once part of a pair. Given the proximity and emotional resonance, it was plausible one awakening would trigger another. Besides, the emotional toll on Kakashi was high, it wasn't unusual for that to lead to awakening. But what truly disturbed him was Kitagawa General. That kid had erupted with something different during the battle, an energy that made even him, an ancient being, feel a chill. He'd always sensed something strange about Gen, a familiar yet foreign presence, but had never been able to pinpoint it. And today, for the first time, he felt it up close, clearer than ever before. It didn't last long, but the impact lingered, planting an absurd idea in his mind. Why, does it feel a bit like Mother? Black Zetsu shivered. He knew how ridiculous that thought was. Still, that aura was too unusual, too unnatural. Even someone like him, who had lived for over 1,000 years, was left confused and unsettled. "Hey, Blackie, what's up with you today?" White Zetsu's voice broke through his thoughts, snapping him back to reality. Black Zetsu looked around instinctively and realized that Uchiha Obito had already disappeared. He exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. "Just thinking," he replied. Under his control, the whole pitcher plant sunk underground again as he continued, his tone calmer now. "That kid, there's something off about him. His power feels strange." "Strange?" White Zetsu tilted his head, thinking, then shrugged. Yeah. He is kind of weird. That brat's pretty strong. Even Obito wasn't that tough at his age. Can you not bring up Uchiha Obito right now?" Black Zetsu felt his irritation rise but pushed it down. "Anyway, keep an eye on him. Have your clones investigate, but don't alarm him. Not a single misstep." "Got it." White Zetsu nodded, but then asked with a hint of curiosity, "Should we tell Obito? He still wants me to steal that thing, after all." "Don't tell him yet." Black Zetsu cursed inwardly. This white idiot can't tell what's important and what's not. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. The kid is special, sure, but maybe not that special. Black Zetsu tried to reassure himself. After all, his mother, the progenitor of chakra, had left her seeds in this world long ago. Her bloodline had passed down through her unfilial sons, Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo and Ōtsutsuki Himura, eventually giving birth to the current shinobi world, brimming with life and chakra. Could that brat's ancestors just have some ridiculously mixed bloodline? The thought crossed his mind, but even he found it far-fetched. Still, the best course was to investigate. Only then could he find peace of mind. "Most likely, it's not what I think it is. Kakashi, are you alright?" In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was reviewing Kakashi and Gai's mission report while mentally comparing it to the intel they had already sent back in advance. But as his eyes drifted toward Kakashi, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Kakashi had seemed completely drained the moment he stepped into the office, and Sarutobi couldn't help but wonder, was this the side effect of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan? He had received the intel days ago, and even now, he still felt genuinely pleased. After all, the best way to counter a Sharingan is with another Sharingan. Especially considering Kakashi's eye originally belonged to Uchiha Obito. Sharing the same roots, it was only natural that they could suppress each other more effectively. But was the backlash really this intense? "I'm fine, Lord Hokage." Kakashi glanced at Guy from the corner of his eye before finally speaking in a weary voice. "It's just. The drain was substantial. I'll need some time to properly recover." "I understand. That eye of yours is certainly no ordinary one." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded solemnly. Then, deciding to wrap up the meeting quickly, he continued, "This operation was a great success, not just for you personally, but also in shedding more light on that mysterious organization. You've both done well. With this key intelligence, they could now devise better strategies moving forward." The only regret was that the organization's true objective remained unclear. Obito had mentioned something briefly, but Kitagawa Gen's interpretation had sent chills down everyone's spines. They needed to dig deeper. "We're just doing our duty," Kakashi and Guy replied humbly in unison. Sarutobi gave another nod, then asked, "By the way, Gen. Is he alright?" According to the report, his opponent was far from ordinary. Multiple hearts, overwhelming strength. Did he act recklessly? As he spoke, he cast a brief glance at Guy, as if silently asking, "What are you teaching him?" He was indeed a bit reckless, Kakashi admitted. But he got lucky this time, came out mostly unscathed. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional as he continued, "In fact, it was Gen's battle that turned the tide. When I first tapped into that eye's full power, I was already close to exhaustion. If he hadn't escalated his fight and triggered that massive explosion, we might not have gotten out of there so cleanly. A little reckless. But definitely impressive, Guy added, seemingly oblivious to the glances between Kakashi and the Hokage. Still, I think we need to talk to him. Gen's always been obedient, but once someone tastes that kind of power, it's hard to let go. Agreed. I propose we ask Lord Jiraiya to speak with him as well, Kakashi suggested with a nod. Gen's trained and gone on missions with all three of us. His bond with Jiraiya is strong. If Jiraiya speaks to him, the message might carry more weight. Jiraiya, huh? Hiruzen fell silent, contemplating the matter. Kitagawa Gen's performance had been dazzling, but it no longer surprised him. Compared to the other prodigies who'd shaken the ninja world at age 13 or 14, Gen still seemed well-mannered. His opponent had been formidable, yes, but true geniuses were always unpredictable. With the sheer power Gen possessed, his over-the-top display wasn't entirely unexpected. And the stronger he becomes, the brighter Konoha's future will be. With that thought, Sarutobi made up his mind. Asking Jiraiya to persuade him shouldn't be difficult, but Sarutobi had more in mind than just a conversation. He knew his student's capabilities. Sage Mode was Jiraiya's ultimate trump card. Jiraiya had even passed the knowledge to Minato Namikaze, though Minato once admitted the technique didn't quite suit him, his chakra nature and fighting style didn't align. But at the very least, he had learned it. So what about Gen? Gen already knew Flying Raijin and didn't seem overly reliant on it. He had also mastered Kakashi's sword techniques and possessed an exceptionally strong chakra. He might be able to wield Sage Mode even better. Still, even the first step doesn't seem to be going smoothly, Sarutobi thought with a frown. He remembered Jiraiya's complaint, Gen apparently disliked toads and refused to even sign the summoning contract. That's troublesome. Still, it was worth trying. And Sarutobi also resolved to revisit the old research left by the first and second Hokage. If he recalled correctly, the first Hokage could also use Sage Mode. Alright, I've made up my mind. As for this matter, just as he was about to finish his thought, a voice rang out from the window. Old man. I'm back. A white-haired figure stepped casually onto the Hokage office windowsill. The breeze caught his long hair, flowing behind him in the sunlight. His relaxed aura and confident stance made him look like a sage descending from the mountains. He glanced at the others in the room, then asked, "Did I come at a bad time?" "No." Hiruzen's eyes lit up. It was a stroke of good fortune, he had just been thinking about him. Beaming, he stood up and exclaimed, "You came at the perfect time." Seeing that burning gaze, Jiraiya shivered on the spot. He recognized that look. It meant trouble was coming. He instinctively stepped back, and promptly slipped. Wah! To the stunned silence of Hiruzen, Guy, and Kakashi, Jiraiya flailed wildly and tumbled right off the Hokage office window, that air of otherworldly elegance evaporated in an instant. A short distance away, Kitagawa Gen and Naruto were walking toward Ichiraku when they saw someone fall from the Hokage building. What was that? Naruto asked, a bit alarmed. Is it dangerous? Don't worry, Gen replied calmly. He's not the type to get hurt so easily. Even from afar, Gen could clearly see who it was. Jiraiya's back, huh? Watching Jiraiya's dramatic fall, Gen twitched slightly. That overwhelming sense of déjà vu. He turned to the confused, concerned blonde beside him, and after a moment of thought, he muttered, "You two really are alike, huh?" Naruto blinked. Why can you eat so much? In Konoha, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto stared in disbelief at the towering stack of empty bowls in front of Kitagawa General. Turning to the side, he saw Jiraiya wiping his mouth and completely lost it. Why are you here too, pervy sage? TCH, it's just a few bowls of ramen. What's the big deal? Jiraiya shot Naruto a displeased glance. Don't forget, I trained both you and that Uchiha brat. What's a few bowls of ramen between us? That night, they celebrated Gen's promotion to Chunin, and Naruto's heaven-defying performance had left even the infamous superperv Jiraiya impressed. Taking on an extra student didn't bother him. In fact, he was happy to offer guidance. He had taught both Naruto and Sasuke foundational techniques, simple but essential ones like tree climbing and water walking. Techniques that honed chakra control and were useful for a lifetime. Sasuke had performed well, Naruto, not so much, but that was expected, considering the nine tails sealed inside him was affecting his chakra flow. Overall, both were passable. And Gen? He came with extra perks. Jiraiya-sama, did you finish your mission? Gen timely interrupted, looking at him with a curious smile. What's the outcome? TCH, don't even ask. Total bust. Jiraiya sighed in frustration, shaking his head. Checked a few places, completely empty. Waste of a trip. Wow, must be nice to have that kind of luck. Gen blinked innocently, letting out a staged sigh. Not like me, my first time out and, oi, are you saying I have bad luck now? Jiraiya rolled his eyes, but then gave Gen a more serious look. I heard about what happened. You did well, reckless, but impressive. Hey! Are you two even listening to me? Naruto tried to cut in again, but his voice was completely drowned out. It wasn't really reckless, Gen responded calmly. The enemy was just that strong. And yeah. That technique has serious aftereffects. But neither Jiraiya nor Gen paid Naruto any mind. Gen got straight to the point. I was wondering when you'd return, Jiraiya-sama. Just in time, I've got something I'd like to ask you. Huh? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, but then a knowing look crossed his face. Ah, so the old man already spoke to you, huh? Huh? Now it was Gen's turn to look puzzled. He hadn't even attended the last meeting, he went straight home to rest. When did he ever speak to Hiruzen? TCH, seriously. Jiraiya stood up and dusted off his clothes. If you wanted to learn, you should have said so earlier. I'm not stingy, especially, he paused, smiling slightly. Especially if this kid really is like Minato. Or perhaps, even beyond him, in some ways. Jiraiya might be a goof sometimes, but even falling out of the Hokage's window didn't shake his core. After getting invited back by Hiruzen, he was brought up to speed. Gen's joint mission with Kakashi had gone extremely well. Not only had Kakashi gained a new strength, but they'd also uncovered vital intel about the enemy. Most importantly, Gen's own performance had been nothing short of outstanding, though admittedly, a bit reckless. The Eight Gates technique wasn't suited for someone like Gen, especially given his primary reliance on ninjutsu. They were all worried he might get addicted to the sudden burst of power, creating a dangerous path dependency. That's why they wanted Jiraiya to step in, and not just to advise him. \***** sage mode. \***** when Hiruzen brought it up, Jiraiya hadn't really planned to say no. He genuinely liked the kid, even if his personality could be a bit sharp. And he had experience training Minato, why not pass that knowledge down again? Huh? Gen was still confused, completely ignoring Naruto's animated protests. The Hokage never mentioned any of this. What's going on? He didn't. Jiraiya tilted his head, then waved it off with a chuckle. Ah, forget it. Doesn't matter. If you're full, let's get going, you wanted to learn, right? I've got the time. Alright. Gen smiled back and stood up to leave with him. Naruto, meanwhile, was left frozen in place. Oi. You're seriously just going to walk off like that? He stared blankly at their backs as they exited, before sighing in defeat and pulling out his poor, nearly empty frog wallet. Naruto knew Kitagawa Gen could eat, but he didn't expect him to eat that much. And that pervy sage isn't any better, seriously. Naruto counted the money left in his little frog wallet, then looked up with a pitiful expression at Tsuchi, who was clearing the table. Tsuchi-san, since they ate so much, do you think maybe we could get a discount or something? Tsuchi blinked, then chuckled. What are you talking about? They already paid. Huh? Naruto was stunned. Only then did he notice the stacks of cash tucked neatly under the empty ramen bowls left by Jiraiya and Kitagawa Gen. Lord Jiraiya really cares about you. And that Gen kid, he's a good friend, Tsuchi said as he continued cleaning up with a warm smile. Didn't you want to be acknowledged by everyone? You're already doing great. Keep it up. Yeah. Naruto bit his lip, then suddenly put on an exaggeratedly annoyed face. Who told them to pay? I said I was treating them. Those jerks, wait up. Hey. As Naruto ran out the door, Tsuchi just shook his head with a sigh. Both Lord Jiraiya and Gen paid, and even overpaid, too. He chuckled again. Guess next time they come, I won't charge them. Did someone just call us from behind? Sounded like it, but I couldn't catch what they said. Kitagawa Gen and Jiraiya were already deep into the forest surrounding Konoha. This training session wasn't going to be like the last. Both of them moved fast, and even if they heard someone calling, they didn't pay it any mind. Soon enough, they arrived in a quiet clearing. This place isn't bad. There's even a hot spring nearby, perfect for resting after a hard day's training. Jiraiya smiled, then quickly got serious. Kid, listen. I don't know exactly what you want to learn, but I've decided I am going to teach you something. Huh? Gen blinked. He had only planned to ask about purifying sage jutsu, but it seemed like Jiraiya had already decided to pass something on. A bit confused, he asked in a quiet voice, What are you planning to teach me, Lord Jiraiya? A powerful technique, one that, as far as I know, only I can use right now. Jiraiya's face carried a hint of pride, but it quickly gave way to a wistful sigh. Of course, I once taught it to Minato. He had the talent to learn it, but he wasn't especially suited to using it. What a shame, Jiraiya really meant it. If Minato had mastered Sage Mode more thoroughly, perhaps Obito wouldn't have caused so much trouble. Only you and the fourth Hokage? Gen's face turned a bit strange. If he wasn't mistaken. Jiraiya was talking about Sage Mode. Things suddenly felt oddly coincidental, but the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Ah, so that's it. Most likely, it was the huge commotion he caused by using the 8 gates technique, and the resulting chakra instability and physical damage, that had everyone worried. Kakashi and the others were probably concerned that he might grow too reliant on that kind of power. So they were trying to offer him a safer alternative, which led to this. Realizing what was going on, Gen didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. Still, this was a good thing. Alright, enough of that sad talk, Jiraiya said, slapping his cheeks to wake himself up. Mentally prepare yourself. I know you don't really like toads, but what I'm about to teach you is deeply connected to Mount Myaboku, so, let's just cut to it, Lord Jiraiya. What exactly are you planning to teach me? Gen interrupted before the old man could launch into a long-winded sales pitch. I need to at least know what I'm getting into, right? You little punk. Jiraiya pouted but relented. The technique I'm going to teach you is called Sage Mode. It's incredibly demanding. If you don't have strong chakra reserves, you could be consumed by natural energy. Natural energy is what fuels Sage Chakra. It's everywhere, but extremely hard to absorb. You need specific tools and conditions to even try. When I trained, I used the oil from Mount Myaboku's toads. But even that's not enough. You need a certain kind of mindset. Jiraiya paused and looked at Gen, who was listening intently. He nodded in satisfaction. You need to learn how to be still. Stay perfectly still, attune yourself to nature, and only then can you start sensing and absorbing natural chakra. The process is difficult and painful, but you must remember, only unwavering determination can turn someone into a sage. I see. Gen nodded as if in deep thought, putting on a thoughtful expression. Jiraiya nodded again. He'd seen Gen's talent firsthand, anything he taught the boy, he picked up almost immediately. But Sage Mode was different. You might be a genius, but this won't be easy, kid, Jiraiya thought, then said aloud, want me to show you what Sage Mode looks like? That way, you can, Lord Jiraiya, you said natural energy is everywhere, right? Jiraiya blinked, slightly thrown off. Yeah, that's right, but it's not that simple to sense, but if it's everywhere, Gen interrupted again, raising his hand with curiosity, could it be this? Huh? This? Jiraiya's eyes widened. In the next instant, Gen raised his hand, and it was as if the entire forest trembled. An overwhelming aura burst forth from his body, shaking the air around him. What the? Jiraiya nearly lost his footing from the sheer force but quickly steadied himself. Panic filled his face as he stared at Gen, this kid. He's way too reckless. He immediately realized what was happening, but that only made him more anxious. Having gone through sage training himself, Jiraiya knew just how dangerous it was. But then, he saw it. A red tint had appeared around Gen's eyes. When he opened them, his irises were pure white, similar to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The energy around him gradually stabilized. His entire body radiated the calm, vibrant power of nature. In that moment, even Jiraiya understood. That's Sage Mode. It was late afternoon, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, having enjoyed a hearty meal, was ready to resume work. Kakashi is recovering at the hospital. Guy is keeping him company. Jiraiya has taken off with Kitagawa Gen, finally, a moment of peace. Settling into his chair, Hiruzen couldn't help but muse aloud, that kid Gen, can he really master Sage Mode? To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure. But then again, the kid had even learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Maybe he really would surprise everyone again. Well, time to get back to work. With his pipe in hand, Hiruzen glanced toward the mountain of documents on the table and fell silent. His eyes shifted to a cloth-covered towel nearby. Stroking his beard, he muttered, it's still early. A little rest shouldn't hurt. Besides, checking up on Konoha's current state is part of the job. Just as he reached out his hand, old man. Startled, Hiruzen yanked his hand back as Jiraiya suddenly burst in through the window, his voice loud and urgent. What is it? What happened? Hiruzen tried to stay calm as he looked at the flustered Sannin. That brat Gen, he did it. Did what? He's already mastered Sage Mode. Hiruzen's hand trembled at the news. What? But it's only been, how long? You're not joking. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. He'd seen countless storms as Hokage and didn't lose his composure easily. You said it was incredibly difficult to learn, so how backslash? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Jiraiya said, his voice dry and still stunned. That brat seems to have a natural affinity for chakra. I gave him the basics, just a general idea of how Sage Mode works, and then he told me he could feel natural energy. I didn't even have time to stop him, he absorbed the Senjutsu chakra and actually controlled it. Perfectly. Hiruzen was stunned. But he quickly recalled what Jiraiya and Kakashi had both said before, Gen had exceptional chakra control. That was why he learned so fast. Incredible chakra control, able to sense natural energy, pipe in mouth, Hiruzen slowly nodded. He was surprised, yes, but he was also starting to understand. As Hokage, he had access to all kinds of intelligence. There were rare individuals across the shinobi world who had been favored by natural energy. But without the right control or knowledge, those people often lost themselves, going berserk like wild beasts. Even some of Orochimaru's post-defection research contained vague references to similar cases. I see, and how stable is he now? Not bad. But it's still too early to say for sure. Jiraiya gave an honest answer after some thought. Good. Then keep training him, make sure he learns to use that power skillfully. Hiruzen's tone became firm as he clapped his hands. An Umbu agent immediately appeared. I've already ordered a search for the first Hokage's old records. Once you have them, pass them on to Gen as part of his training. Raise him well. Understood? Jiraiya nodded. Even if Hiruzen hadn't said it, he would have done so anyway. This is great news, a smile broke across Hiruzen's face. Konoha truly felt like it was thriving again. But just as he was enjoying the moment, Jiraiya's next words nearly choked him. Hey, old man, how come you never gave me any of those records? Playing favorites, huh? Cough cough. You were training at Mount Mayaboku. You didn't need them. Well then, you owe me. How about we go take a peek at that crystal ball of yours? You. Get out. Right now. Sage art, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu, by the pond deep in the Konoha forest, Kitagawa Gen stood with one hand raised in a completed seal. In the next instant, a colossal crimson fire dragon roared to life, spiraling out with explosive force. A massive fire dragon roared across the pond, its enormous body casting a shadow over the water. As it swept through the air, thick steam billowed upward where fire met moisture. Boom! The fire dragon slammed into the opposite bank, igniting a blazing inferno that threatened to devour the nearby forest. But Kitagawa Gen didn't rush. Calm and composed, he formed another hand seal. Sage art, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. As his chakra surged, a water dragon no less formidable rose from the pond. It shot forward with a deafening roar, quenching the forest fire in moments and shrouding the area in a heavy mist. How did I do, Jiraiya-sensei? Gen asked, turning around. Jiraiya's mouth twitched before he nodded with a stiff smile. Very good, really good. Truthfully, he was almost numb to it by now. Performances like this had become common over the past month and a half. Time had flown. A month and a half had passed since Hiruzen Sarutobi, after learning of Gen's progress, ordered a batch of key scrolls and documents to be compiled and delivered. Gen had immersed himself in study, and then his progress exploded. Watching him develop so rapidly was more frustrating than satisfying for Jiraiya. He'd read those same documents himself, and they hadn't helped him much. This kid's a true genius, Jiraiya thought with a sigh, staring at Gen's flawless sage mode. Finally, he asked, how long can you maintain it now? I'm not really sure, Gen said, tilting his head. Probably over 10 minutes. In truth, he could maintain it far longer if he wanted. Not bad, Jiraiya nodded. That duration was enough to decide most battles. Then Gen said something unexpected. Jiraiya-sama, staying in Konoha doesn't seem to help me much anymore. I think it's time I trained out in the field. Why don't we travel? Jiraiya blinked. Travel, huh, he'd been considering the same thing. His last attempt at tracking Orochimaru had failed, and it still nagged at him. Watching Gen's progress in the village was satisfying, but also a blow to his pride. Unlike Jiraiya, who needed the help of two toads to enter Sage mode, Gen could slip in and out of it seamlessly. The gap was undeniable. Plus, the boy did need real-world experience. Alright, I'll ask the old man if there's any valuable intel we can follow up on. Then I'll keep training here while you go talk to him, Gen said. No problem. As Jiraiya disappeared, Gen deactivated Sage mode and smiled. Finally, he could openly use his Byakugan. And those scrolls from the third really did help a lot. Name, Kitagawa Gen, age, 13, Bloodline, Ōtsutsuki clan, development level, 24%, chakra capacity, SS, above Kage level, chakra nature, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, yang, special ability, ice release. Looking at his personal stats, Gen felt content. He'd been right, deepening his connection to natural energy was indeed accelerating his bloodline awakening. He was curious about how Hashirama Senju had attained sage power, through Shikatsu Forest or as an Azura reincarnation. But it didn't matter. Now that sage mode was publicly acceptable, it was time to shift focus. Time to focus more on developing my bloodline, with sage mode and his Byakugan, or perhaps something beyond the Byakugan. He felt ridiculously strong. But he knew strength alone wasn't enough. The history of the Ōtsutsuki clan was full of downfalls, and even Naruto and Sasuke had stumbled. He needed battle experience, technique, and strategy. No shortcuts. Tailed Beast Chakra. Kekkei Genkai. These are all my targets. I still have a long way to go. He looked up at the sky. As his bloodline awakened, his senses grew sharper. That super energy cannon up there had been waiting for him. His eye and bones continued to draw chakra. The bones, slow and steady, made him stronger physically but with no drastic external changes. Still, he wasn't worried. He knew the power sealed in his bones was immense, too immense to rush. That path could easily end in tragedy, like Kimimaro. His eye, however, was progressing well. The rate of chakra absorption had accelerated. Clearly, a new transformation was approaching. I already have the Byakugan, or maybe not. Maybe it's something else entirely, he murmured, falling deep into thought. Could the next step be the Tenseigan? He didn't know for sure. But it seemed likely. After all, awakening the Tenseigan required multiple stages, not something easily done in one leap. My journey is just beginning. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Pain suddenly opened his eyes atop the ghetto statue. Around him, chakra projections began to flicker into existence. He scanned the gathering quietly, then spoke in a calm voice, "Now that everyone's here, let's begin." The Akatsuki organization held regular meetings to keep up with each member's situation. It was Hayden's first time attending one, and he looked around with curiosity, only to quickly grow bored. TCH. I'd rather be praying than sitting through this. Hey, Kakuzu, where's that guy anyway? Shut up, Kakuzu snapped, glaring at him. After receiving an impressive financial incentive, he had decided to take Uchiha Obito's orders seriously. That walking gold coin was just too generous, he saw no reason to argue with money. But yeah. Someone is missing. Kakuzu scanned the room, frowning slightly. We've recently added a new member, Hayden, the missing nin from Yugakure, Pain said, calmly controlling the Deva path. He didn't care about Hayden's little outbursts. One more thing, Biwa Juzo is dead. Uchiha Itachi, from now on you'll be teamed up with Kisame. Fine by me, Kisame grinned, unfazed. Itachi nodded silently, signaling his agreement. They had previously been assigned a mission to Kirigakure, partly to earn money, but also to gather intel on the village's current state. Unfortunately, they ran into the fourth Mizukage, who attacked them on sight as if they were sworn enemies. The result? Biwa Juzo was now resting in peace. Another rogue from Kirigakure, huh? Itachi mused. Was he fated to always work with ex-Kirinin? One dies, another shows up. Besides that, we need more funds, and more manpower to prepare for our future plans, Pain continued once both had acknowledged the new arrangement. So we'll be taking on more missions and recruiting additional candidates. Any suggestions? Anyone to recommend? No recruits on my end, Kakuzu said, seeing no one else speaking. But I do have something to say. There's this kid in Konoha who's pretty talented. Itachi, you've encountered him before. Since you're from Konoha, you probably know more about him. Who? Itachi asked quietly. A white-haired brat who uses Flying Thunder God, has purple lightning, and can use lightning chakra mode. That little punk and I have some history. Purple lightning. Itachi immediately recalled the boy who had been with Kakashi during their last encounter. Had that kid really progressed this far, not only Flying Thunder God but also the Lightning Chakra mode? Still, wasn't his hair black before? When did it turn white? Though questions filled his head, he shook them off. I already reported everything I knew last time. I don't have anything new. What, you actually got bested by a brat? Sasori interjected with disdain from across the room. You're really slipping. Humph, say that after you fight him, Kakuzu sneered, glancing sideways at Sasori. Oh, and by the way, did you know that kid's been following Hitaki Kakashi? And guess what? Kakashi gave him a sword. Sasori's expression shifted slightly. Sensing this, Kakuzu pressed the advantage. The original owner of that sword was the White Fang of Konoha. You know, the one who, do you have a death wish? Try me. Tension exploded in the room, the atmosphere instantly turning hostile. That's enough. This is not the place for petty fights. Pain's voice cut through the room, cold and commanding. The moment he spoke, everyone went quiet. That kid is dangerous. I suggest you all proceed with caution. Black Zetsu's projection appeared, scanning the group before speaking with deliberate thought. He's only around 13 or 14 years old, but his future potential is enormous. For now, let's return to recruitment. Black Zetsu had his own agenda. He was genuinely interested in testing that boy, Kitagawa Gen, because everything about him was beyond reason. As for recruits, there's a promising one near Iwagakure. He's Inoki's student, but due to personality issues, he now lives outside the village. That's our opportunity. Inoki's student? Worth a try. If Inoki took him in, he must be capable, Pain muttered, nodding after some thought. But be cautious. Iwagakure is one of our biggest clients. Avoid detection at all costs. Itachi, Kisame, you'll handle this. Sasori, you've been solo since Orochimaru left. Go with them. No problem, the three answered in unison, showing no objections. Then the meeting's adjourned, Pain said, stepping down and leaving without another word. Black Zetsu's projection also vanished, he had fishing to do. Where are you? I'll come to you, Kisame asked Itachi. I'm near a village on the Iwa border. Meet me there, Itachi replied casually. Hey, wait a minute. Hayden suddenly called out just as Itachi was about to disconnect, causing him to frown. What is it? You're from Konoha, right? You know that guy? Might guy? Itachi found the question strange but nodded. Yes. He's a very powerful shinobi. Great. I heard he was the second worst in his class, the bottom of the barrel loser. So, who the hell was last? Wait, are you saying this is an actual mission? In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Kitagawa Gen stood beside Jiraiya and Kakashi, his expression slightly odd as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Gen had indeed wanted to get out of the village, which was why he'd asked Jiraiya to help him request a mission. But he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Barely a day later, here they were. This mission is urgent. Make your preparations, Hiruzen spoke with utmost seriousness. According to our intel, that mysterious organization has been spotted operating near Iwagakure. Iwagakure? Jiraiya and Kakashi both frowned at the name. Iwa was far from friendly toward Konoha. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, the two sides had practically spilled their brains out across the land of grass. Iwagakure, huh? Gen didn't show much reaction. He hadn't fought in the war, but he'd read enough to understand the situation. By this timing, Deidara should be about to make his debut. Deidara, the young man with a strong artistic streak, had taken on numerous terror missions just to prove his art. He was so extreme that even as Inoki's student, no one in Iwagakure could really deal with him. In the end, he ended up living alone outside the village. Yes, Iwagakure. Hiruzen nodded, biting on his pipe as he continued in a grave tone. They've been moving near the border, but we haven't figured out their objective yet. Anoki hasn't noticed? Jiraiya asked, clearly puzzled. The old Ōtsutsuki was known for being sharp. Danzo's intel suggests that Iwagakure might have hired this mysterious group. Hiruzen sounded helpless as he spoke. The last thing he wanted was another situation like what happened with Kirigakure. So, as long as they haven't crossed into the land of Earth itself, Anoki probably won't interfere. For now, we're on our own. I see. Jiraiya winced. What was supposed to be a simple scouting mission had ballooned into a major operation. Still, he nodded and said firmly, "Got it. We'll prepare to head out. Just the three of us. There's a chance you may cross into enemy territory, so Guy." Hiruzen hesitated, pipe between his teeth, but eventually shook his head and added a warning, "I'll send Anbu to back you up. But listen carefully, if you enter the land of Earth, do not draw Anoki's attention. That old man's particle style, dust release, is far more terrifying than most Kekkei Genkai." "Got it, old man. We'll be ready." Jiraiya nodded and promptly left the Hokage building with Kakashi and Gen in tow. Seriously, I just wanted a mission. Didn't expect it to turn into this much trouble. Once outside, Jiraiya grumbled, glancing at Kakashi. "You sure you're okay, Kakashi? Just got out of the hospital and we're already dragging you along." "No worries." Kakashi smiled and shook his head. "I've been fine for a while now. The doctors just wouldn't let me leave." "That's true. When I went to visit Kakashi-sensei, I caught him sneaking up to the rooftop to train," Gen added with a nod. Even though Kakashi had been in the hospital for over a month, he hadn't been resting. Gen was also curious. He had no idea how Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan was progressing. In the original timeline, Kamui's full potential wasn't shown until 3 years later, but this Kakashi had already developed things like Kamui Shuriken and Kamui Raikiri right after awakening it. Maybe there's a surprise in store. By the way, Iwagakure's pretty far. Which route are we taking? Gen asked after a bit of thought. There are 3, through the land of waterfalls, the land of grass, or the land of rain, Jiraiya replied. Let's take the shortest, through grass. Kakashi seemed hesitant at first but quickly suggested it. In truth, just hearing the name Iwagakure brought back memories, but he'd decided to confront them. Rain country it is. Before he could finish, Jiraiya cut him off with a hearty laugh. That place is my lucky spot. Faced off against Hanzo the salamander there once. Besides. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then continued more somberly, I had 3 students in that country once. But endless war buried them. I wasn't the best teacher, I admit. This time, let's go through the land of rain. I want to pay my respects. He sounded casual, but the heavy emotions behind his words were unmistakable. Gen couldn't help but shake his head silently. Honestly, I would have preferred the land of waterfalls. But Jiraiya seems determined. That place isn't your lucky spot at all. Gen muttered to himself. And then, his system interface popped up unexpectedly, / exclusive mission, Jiraiya's side quest, / title, life or death, assist Jiraiya in investigating the Akatsuki's operations. This quest will not interfere with standard side quests. Accept? / yes / no, what is this, beach volleyball now? The next morning, Kitagawa Gen rose early. After a quick wash, he made sure to yell loudly at Naruto's window before leaving. Hey, Naruto. I'm heading out on a mission, don't forget to water my plants. Damn it, it's barely morning. Naruto was jolted awake by the shout. When he opened his window, Gen was already gone. Seriously, Naruto rubbed his bleary eyes and sighed helplessly. That idiot. But man, he's already on another mission. So jealous. While Naruto grumbled to himself, Gen had already made his way to Konoha's flower shop. Despite the early hour, he had arranged this stop the day before. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw Ino waiting for him at the entrance. "Morning, Ino." "Good morning, Gen-senpai." Ino greeted him cheerfully. "Sorry for dragging you out this early." Gen smiled as he approached. Ino just returned his smile and handed him a bundle of flowers. "It's no trouble. I've got the chrysanthemums you requested, all prepared." "Thanks." Gen accepted them with a nod. He didn't know much about flower meanings, but chrysanthemums were a traditional symbol of mourning and respect. Especially the yellow ones, they were often associated with remembrance. At the very least, he knew this choice wouldn't go wrong. "Senpai, are you going to honor someone's memory?" Ino asked curiously, watching him examine the bouquet. But then she quickly added, "Sorry if that's rude, just ignore me if it is." "No worries. They're not for me." He shook his head, pulled out a scroll, and sealed the flowers inside with a practiced hand. "They're for a senior of mine, he wants to pay respects to his former students. I personally don't think it's necessary, but since he asked, I figured I'd be prepared." Jiraiya's words from the day before still lingered in his mind. Even though Gen knew that Nagato and Konan were still alive, Yahiko was truly gone. So, it wouldn't hurt to help Jiraiya prepare some flowers for the occasion. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, if Kakashi had insisted on taking the route through the land of grass yesterday, would that have changed his exclusive side quest? "Why does everyone I meet feel like some kind of war widow?" He muttered internally, then paused. "Wait, that term doesn't even apply here." Shaking his head, Gen tucked away the scroll and turned to Ino. "Thanks again, Ino. I'll be off now." In the next instant, he vanished. Wait. The flowers need to be properly cared for." Ino called out, flustered, but he was already gone. "Geez, just wait a second." Then, with a curious glint in her eyes, she mumbled to herself. "He's surprisingly kind and kinda cool. Doesn't seem like the guy who supposedly hospitalized all his teammates." At the Konoha village gates. By the time Gen arrived, Jiraiya and Kakashi were already there waiting. He was the last one to show up. "Took you long enough," Jiraiya grumbled with a smirk, while Kakashi chuckled beside him. "It's still early enough," Kakashi said. "Let's head out." Agreed. The three of them promptly departed the village. As they traveled, Jiraiya offered a word of caution. "We're heading into the land of rain, so keep your guard up. Hanzo the salamander isn't someone to take lightly. Hasn't he been in hiding for years?" Gen asked, though he already had a good idea of what had happened. From what he remembered, Hanzo was one of Nagato's first targets for revenge. The land of rain was so isolated that news rarely escaped its borders. "Still, better to be cautious," Jiraiya said, noticing Gen's contemplative expression. "The land of rain, like the land of fire, keeps its secrets in its hidden village. As long as we stay clear of Amigakure, we shouldn't have any problems. I've got no interest in stirring up trouble. Besides, when I trained those 3 kids years ago, we stayed far away from the main village." "I understand." Gen nodded. That matched what he remembered. Jiraiya had only been discovered in Amigakure when he used infiltration techniques, like the Rain Tiger at will. As long as they didn't act recklessly, things should go smoothly. The trio moved swiftly and comfortably, exchanging banter along the way. The climate in the land of fire was pleasantly mild, and at a glance, the scenery looked peaceful and harmonious. But a few days later, as they entered the borders of the land of rain, everything changed. "Does it ever stop raining in this place?" Dressed in a full cloak and straw hat, Gen looked up at the gloomy sky and couldn't help but shake his head. "And there's barely a soul around. It's so oppressive." "That's not just a feeling. It's a fact." Jiraiya, walking ahead and leading the way, sighed when he heard Gen's comment. The land of rain seems cursed, forever crying. Years of rebellion and war have taken their toll. Everyone here lives under a constant cloud of pressure. The only place here that's even remotely livable is probably Amigakure, thanks to Hanzo's control. But the rest of the country? He shrugged. Not everywhere can be like the land of fire. Even Kakashi had put his book away, not wanting to risk it getting soaked. Walking beside Gen, he added, in the entire shinobi world, aside from the 5 great nations, peace is a rare luxury. Gen nodded. He already understood this before crossing over into this world. After all, every great ninja war started in these smaller nations. Konoha vs Iwagakure in the land of grass. Konoha vs Kirigakure in the land of whirlpools. Konoha vs Kumogakure in the land of hot water. When the world was in chaos, it was always these smaller countries that paid the price. The land of rain might have been a bit of an exception, with Amigakure and Hanzo, but its geography and political position meant it would never rise beyond a certain point. It was a war between Amigakure and Konoha that ignited the Second Great Ninja War. Victory might have meant expansion and opportunity, but defeat left a scar far worse than simply going back to square one. Clearly, the land of rain had chosen the wrong gamble. We're here. Jiraiya's voice broke the silence as they arrived at an abandoned wooden cabin. Looking at the structure, a wave of nostalgia swept over him. I can't believe how many years have passed. And yet, it all feels like yesterday. The place is the same, but the people. Jiraiya-sama, here. Gen stepped forward, handing him a bouquet. Jiraiya blinked in surprise. You. I remember you mentioned it once, Gen said with a casual smile. So I prepared ahead of time. I figured if we're coming to pay respects, we shouldn't come empty-handed. You little brat, Jiraiya rubbed his face, then tilted his head back to let the rain fall freely onto it. After a moment, he exhaled and looked down again. TCH. You didn't have to go through the trouble. But, thanks, Gen. He gently placed the flowers at the door and stood in silence for a while before finally turning around. Alright, let's go. You sure you don't want a little more time? Kakashi asked quietly. No need. I'll come again when the time's right. We've got more pressing things to handle. Alright. They didn't speak much as they left the cabin. A somber silence followed them, heavy with the weight of memories. Hey, kid. Perhaps not fond of the silence, Jiraiya suddenly patted Gen on the shoulder with a grin. When we get back to Konoha, I'll treat you to something good. Just food? Gen looked unimpressed, which made Jiraiya raise an eyebrow. Alright, fine. Name it, so long as it's not outrageous. Really? Gen tilted his head, clearly understanding what Jiraiya was implying. With a smile, he said, well, I've been to the land of hot water twice now, but I've never actually tried their famous hot springs. How about we go next time? Hey. What did you just say? Kakashi, who had just been reminiscing about the old days in the land of grass, instantly choked. Those hot springs, he knew exactly what Gen meant. The land of hot water, huh? Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully, then, to Kakashi's horror, replied, sure. But only if your transformation jutsu is flawless, otherwise I can't bring you. Really? Of course. You too, can you knock it off already? Kakashi groaned. But just like that, the heavy mood lightened. In the gentle rainfall, the three of them bantered and laughed, slowly vanishing into the mist. Rain continued to fall in a quiet drizzle. No one knew how much time passed, but eventually a soft breeze stirred the white chrysanthemum left at the cabin's doorstep. Just as the wind was about to blow its petals away, a figure with blue hair stepped forward, shielding the flower. She stood there in silence, gazing down at the bouquet. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of earth, Black Zetsu stood quietly, waiting. At last, the white half of his face spoke up. Hey, Blackie. I've tracked down those leaf guys. They've crossed through the land of rain and are nearing Iwabikyu's border. The land of rain? Black Zetsu frowned for a moment, then calmed himself. They probably just took a convenient route, they couldn't possibly know the real secret of the rain. As long as they didn't barge into Amigakure itself, Nagato wouldn't act. He wasn't Obito. Even if he noticed them, he likely wouldn't interfere. Not yet. The timing wasn't right. Who's with them? That kid still there? Yep. White Zetsu nodded. Same crew as the mist incident, Kitagawa Gen, Kakashi Hitaki, and Jiraiya. Mist, huh? At the mention, Black Zetsu couldn't help but compare Nagato and Obito again. Both tried controlling a village. One stabilized it. The other nearly destroyed his. That comparison never failed to irritate him. Alright, I got it. What about Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame? Have they regrouped yet? They have. White Zetsu seemed cheerful as ever. Though Kisame and Itachi don't seem to get along. They keep going on about killing comrades and family. Almost came to blows. Humph, Black Zetsu didn't care. They were both Obito's pawns, after all, and two of the bloodiest among them. Pairing them up made sense. As long as they didn't kill each other, he had no complaints. Sasori doesn't seem to care much. Anyway, I've arranged things so they'll likely encounter the Konoha group. Good. Black Zetsu finally looked a bit satisfied. White Zetsu might be a moron, but at least he got things done. That's what mattered. That was his value, well, besides being a spare body part, but say, White Zetsu piped up, you're not gonna tell Obito about this. I told you, no. He doesn't need to know. Black Zetsu shook his head. He still had to play Madara's ghost, pretend to follow Obito's orders, but that didn't mean he had to report everything. Especially something this important. Even with a cover story in place, he wanted to observe a little longer. This was his chance, he wasn't going to waste it. The intel route got. That was his doing. White Zetsu had delivered it on his orders. Trust me. Not telling him is for the best, for everyone. Okay. White Zetsu nodded slowly, still a little confused but willing to go along. Anyway, Obito's busy cataloging all that stuff I stole for him. But hey, I've got a weird question. What now? That hot water place, what's so great about it? That Gen kid won't shut up about their hot springs. Can you just stop talking? Oh, also, Hayden was asking who's dead last in the whole organization. Do you know? TCH, Black Zetsu nearly snapped. He really wanted to strangle this half of himself. After a long pause, he muttered, fine. I'll tell you. But shut up after that. Amuchim. White Zetsu nodded rapidly. If I remember right, it's Uchiha Obito. Huh? White Zetsu's eyes widened. No way. So he really is an idiot like me? Ha. So you are aware of yourself after all. Elsewhere, Kitagawa Gen and the others finally arrived at a village on the border of the land of Earth. In the village of Amigakure, Pain sat atop a tall tower, gazing down at the village through the ever-present curtain of rain. After a moment, he spoke quietly. Conan, you're back. Behind him, a woman with blue hair and a black cloak adorned with red clouds stepped forward. Yes, I'm back. But I encountered something unexpected. Conan nodded, her voice low as she recalled what had just happened. Someone visited that place. And left a bouquet as an offering. If I'm not mistaken, there's probably only one person who would do such a thing. Jiraiya-sensei, huh? Though Conan spoke in vague terms, Pain instantly understood, and a trace of nostalgia crept into his voice. To think he still remembers us. But sadly, this isn't the past anymore. His beliefs likely no longer align with ours. I know. It's unfortunate. Conan nodded again. She had long since realized that Jiraiya would never approve of who they had become. I'm just curious why he came to the land of rain. If I hadn't gone there, I wouldn't have known he had even arrived. Was he here for the hidden rain village? Unlikely. I didn't detect any unfamiliar presence. Pain shook his head. With his rain tiger vision technique constantly active, he felt confident in his surveillance, and that made the situation even more troubling. Maybe they've caught wind of the Iwagakure situation and are trying to pass through the land of rain to enter the land of earth. Why not go through the land of grass or the land of waterfalls? Wouldn't that be closer? Conan asked instinctively, then fell silent. Her question made Pain pause as well. Perhaps they chose the longer route just to pay their respects. We can't go back to the past, Conan. Pain finally shook his head after a long pause. Send word to the others. Have them gather as soon as possible. Wouldn't that attract too much attention? Anoki might notice. It's just a precaution. If anything happens, we'll be ready to respond. I have no intention of clashing with Anoki. At this stage, the Akatsuki lacked resources, and Pain had even been discreetly diverting funds from the organization to support the village's development. Making an enemy of Anoki now would not be wise. Understood. I'll make preparations. Conan gave it some thought, then nodded and turned to leave, leaving Pain alone in the rain. Jiraiya-sensei. After a while, he shook his head again. What a pity, your unwavering convictions, meanwhile, in the land of earth. This place really is a dump. 3 figures in black cloaks with red clouds made their way forward in silence. Kisame, carrying the massive Samahata sword on his back, glanced up at the sun and shook his head. Having lived in the misty and humid land of water for so long, he found the dry climate of Iwagakure deeply uncomfortable. At least it's better than the land of wind. Sasori, hidden inside Hirako, spoke in a low, raspy voice. Enough pointless chatter. Do we have any intel on that brat Deidara? Nothing new yet. That pitcher plant hasn't given us more details. Itachi shook his head. For now, Zetsu had only informed them that Deidara was nearby, but nothing specific. This place really isn't much to look at. Oh. Didn't think someone like you would be picky, Itachi. Kisame grinned, his sharp teeth making him look like a shark. You probably weren't old enough to fight in the Third Great Ninja War, right? Itachi shot Kisame a glance, not even bothering to reply. But Kisame was actually mistaken. Itachi had taken part in the war, even though he had only been 3 or 4 at the time. It was during the conflict with Iwagakure that he took his first life, an event that had haunted him ever since. Enough with the idle talk. Stay sharp this time. Sasori looked up at the sky, then continued in a quiet tone. Deidara is Anoki's student. He may have stirred up trouble, but Anoki still acknowledges him. He's likely protected. If we locate him, make sure to strike clean and fast. I don't want unnecessary complications. Oh. I didn't expect the famous Sasori of the Red Sand to be so cautious. Maybe those rumors were exaggerated. Kisame raised an eyebrow with a smirk. It's not about being cautious, it's about not crossing that guy. Sasori glanced at Kisame from the corner of his eye and spoke flatly. Anoki may be old, but he's strong, and he possesses the legendary Kekii Toda. If I could, I'd rather add him to my collection. A puppet made from him would likely be quite powerful. Unfortunately, he's one of our clients for now. What a waste. Creating puppets costs money. Sasori's entire arsenal of hidden weapons and even the poisons he uses all come at a price. That's where the hidden villages come in. They provide the basic resources you need, offer steady income through missions, and as your rank increases, so do the benefits. Life isn't easy for rogue ninja, it's no joke. TCH, you talk like you could actually take Anoki in a fight. Kisame snorted and shook his head. Kekei Toda isn't something to be taken lightly. Sasori raised an eyebrow but hadn't yet responded when suddenly, a pitcher plant emerged from the ground ahead of them. There you are. Good, I've finished the investigation, Zetsu said quietly as he surfaced, glancing over the three. Deidara is holed up in a temple to the west. There's an Umbu squad stationed nearby, you'll need to be cautious. The west, huh? Got it. Itachi gave a slight nod and turned to leave without further comment, but Zetsu spoke again. Friendly advice, wait a bit before making your move. It'll attract less attention. Also, there's something else you should know. Humph, just say it, Sasori grunted. Kisame also turned his gaze toward Zetsu. You're being tailed. Zetsu didn't seem concerned and continued. Pain has already been alerted. To avoid complications and to ensure backup if needed, he's begun mobilizing others, but that takes time. So delay your attack. It'll make things smoother later on. Tailed, the three looked at each other in surprise. None of them had noticed anyone following them. Who is it? All of them grew serious, but Zetsu only shook his head. Not sure, but whoever it is, they're definitely not just some nobody. Meanwhile, in a small village near the border, Kitagawa Gen looked up at the clear sky and nodded to himself. Even though this was only the outskirts, the climate was already different, you could see the land of Earth from here. The land of Earth was nothing like the relatively flat land of fire. Everywhere you looked, there were rocks and mountains. But at least here, unlike the perpetually rainy land of rain, there was sunshine. This place really is full of mountains, Jiraiya muttered as he looked through a telescope. No wonder it's so hard to invade, nature's given it walls on all sides. And I've heard the only way into Iwagakure is through narrow mountain passes, Kakashi added. If you want to invade the land of Earth, you'd have to come from the sea. That's how it happened during the Third Great Ninja War. Gen nodded, he knew exactly what Kakashi was referring to. Back then, Kakashi and his team destroyed the Kanobi Bridge, cutting off Iwa's supply lines, which forced them to surrender. But there was a deeper reason for Iwa's sudden retreat. Before that operation, the Third Raikage, in his usual reckless fashion, led his troops into Iwa territory to gather intel. Unluckily, they were discovered. For 3 days and nights, the Third Raikage fought alone against tens of thousands of Iwa shinobi to let his men escape. He eventually died from exhaustion. His death changed everything. Iwa feared that Kumogakure would retaliate from the sea to avenge their fallen leader. At that point, continuing the war with Konoha in the Land of Grass lost its meaning. After the bridge was destroyed, Inoki decided surrender was the best option. Besides, rebuilding a single bridge isn't that hard, is it? Especially since the third Hokage had offered Iwa some very generous terms. Of course, none of that diminished what Kakashi and his team achieved back then. Alright, enough history, Jiraiya said, putting away his telescope. The Umbu sent by the old man left me a message. They've tracked the movements of the mysterious organization, and they've already entered Iwa. We'll prepare to move out soon. Good thing the Umbu are here, otherwise we'd have a hard time with this. Agreed, Kakashi and Gen both nodded. The land of Earth was huge and bordered 3 smaller nations. Without the Umbu and their intel network, the 3 of them would have never been able to handle this on their own. Well then, since we've got some downtime, let's rest up, Jiraiya said, packing his gear and heading out while whistling. This Sanin's going to go for a little walk, call it gathering intel. Jiraiya-sensei, I'll come with you. Gen said, blinking enthusiastically and trying to follow. But before he could take more than a few steps, Kakashi yanked him back. Get back here. What do you think you're doing? I was going to set up some flying thunder god markers. So we can move around more easily later, Kakashi-sensei. You already did, I saw you. And don't think I don't know what you're really after. Kakashi covered his face with a hand. He could suddenly understand how the third Hokage must have felt when hearing about Gen's teammates beating each other half to death just to graduate. Truly a failure of education. Kakashi didn't want his student going down the wrong path. But then he glanced at the book hidden in his tool pouch and decided, at least for now, this wasn't the time. Come with me. You said you want to be a jonin, right? Then your fundamentals better be solid. Time to study. Come on, this is mission time. Even our free time should be for resting. Use every moment wisely. Study hard. Oh come on. You're reading Ika Ika Paradise and you're making me read the 3 ninja commandments. That's just cruel. Kitagawa Gen, I'm your instructor. You'll regret this. Damn it, is my reputation really that bad? As dusk fell, Kitagawa Gen moved swiftly across the land of Earth, accompanied by Kakashi and Jiraiya. Infiltrating the area wasn't particularly difficult, especially with someone like Gen on the team. All he had to do was leave flying thunder god markers on merchant caravans or even random passers-by. As long as the distance wasn't too great, he could teleport everyone in with ease. Still, Gen was in a sour mood. He had just spent hours reading alongside Kakashi, and it left him thoroughly frustrated. Was there no trust at all between master and student? Thankfully, he'd used a shadow clone to sneak away while Kakashi was in the bathroom. And why the hell did I yell, "You'll regret this," like some drama queen? Gen pursed his lips, recalling his own dramatic outburst. Even he found it laughable, until he remembered that Kakashi was probably going to become the 6th Hokage. That sobered him up quickly. Alright, focus on the mission. Kakashi gave Gen a pat on the back and whispered, "We can relax once we're back. But right now, we're in the land of Earth. This isn't like the rain country, we need to stay sharp." He's right. No room for carelessness now, Jiraiya added with a nod. Last time in the Mist Village, things were easier thanks to Zabuza. He guided us straight to the target. This time, we're on our own. I know, Gen replied seriously. He understood full well the weight of this mission. If he remembered correctly, Deidara had been recruited by a group consisting of Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori. But he hadn't forgotten how, the moment Deidara slashed his forehead protector and donned the Akatsuki cloak, Pain and a whole bunch of others suddenly appeared. Even if he suspected that the animators were just being lazy and reused the same scene, it was still a clear warning, stay cautious. Especially since his mission this time was an unexpected one, who knew what surprises might be waiting. At the very least, he needed to consider whether his small body could withstand a dust release attack. That's why he had scattered flying thunder god markers along the way and even used his sneaky little side trip to double-check them. Whether for a clean escape or just a rapid retreat, they were absolutely necessary. There it is. Soon, they arrived at a rundown old shrine in the distance. Jiraiya compared it with the intel scroll and nodded in satisfaction. Looks like the ANBU got it right this time. Kakashi, how does this compare to your old missions? Hard to say, Kakashi replied after a pause. Back then, I focused on eliminating targets. We rarely got involved with intel gathering. Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sama, Gen chimed in quietly, instead of worrying about how accurate the info is, maybe we should be asking what kind of person would choose to live in a place like this. If the Akatsuki came all the way out here, they've probably got a goal in mind. I think I have a rough idea, Jiraiya said with a grin, pulling out a scroll and raising an eyebrow. You thought I was just goofing off. I disguised myself as a merchant and did some recon around the land of Earth. Turns out, I picked up something interesting. I did some digging too, Kakashi added with a shrug. When Gen shot him a look, he grinned. Hey, don't look at me like that. This is basic ninja work. According to the local traders, they've been hearing explosions around here pretty often lately. Everyone thinks something's going on, but nothing ever comes of it. There's a guy in Iwagakure who's always performing dangerous experiments and causing trouble, Jiraiya continued, picking up the thread. He pissed off a lot of people, so eventually the village had him exiled to the outskirts. His signature? A love for blowing things up. And supposedly, he's got a rather unique identity. Yeah, Kakashi said with a grave expression. Rumor is, he's the third Ōtsutsuki student, Deidara. That revelation left both Jiraiya and Kakashi puzzled. If the intel from Danzo was accurate, Iwagakure had been a client of Akatsuki's. So why would they show up here now? Were they targeting Deidara? Only Gen rolled his eyes. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who had gone off-script with a secret side mission. Alright, now that we've got the full picture, let's move in quickly. Jiraiya clapped his hands and then looked at Kitagawa Gen, lowering his voice. Gen, are all the Flying Thunder God markers you placed still intact? Don't worry, I checked them thoroughly at noon, no issues at all. Gen nodded confidently, but this response made Kakashi's eyes go wide. Noon. Weren't you reading then? Wait a second, you slipped away while I was in the bathroom? Come on, Kakashi-sensei, you already know the answer. Why ask? But you, isn't this just standard ninja protocol? Right, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi was speechless. He hadn't expected that boomerang of sarcasm to hit so fast. Maybe it really was time to propose a major reform to the Leaf's education system. As the trio picked up speed, over in the temple ahead, feel the art, HM. Deidara hurled a string of clay spiders and shouted as Uchiha Itachi leapt backward. Boom, with a thunderous blast, the clay bombs exploded and blew a hole in the temple wall. Itachi, however, was too quick, he avoided the direct hit. But just as he landed, a clay centipede burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around him. Ha! Seeing this, Deidara couldn't help but grin. So much for all that talk. That's all you've got. He raised one hand to trigger a detonation. Let's finish this, HM. But Itachi's scarlet Sharingan calmly locked onto Deidara, and he spoke coldly, maybe you should take a look at yourself right now. Huh? Deidara was confused for a moment, but then a wave of unease swept over him. His mind blurred for a split second, then clarity hit like a hammer. What? Only now did he realize that the clay centipede meant for Itachi was actually coiled around himself. If he'd triggered the explosion just a moment ago, that was close. I almost blew myself up, he muttered. Kisame, who'd been watching from the sidelines, chuckled mockingly. Big attitude, little brain. Even the usually silent Sasori shook his head. Yep. He really does look like someone destined to die young. Genjutsu. When? Deidara was still in shock. He had absolutely no idea when it had taken hold. Kakuzu smirked from the side. From the very beginning, right when you made eye contact with his Sharingan. Genjutsu, Deidara turned his head toward the hole in the wall, and at that moment, a shaft of golden sunlight poured in, bathing Uchiha Itachi in warm light. The glow struck his red Sharingan eyes, and for a heartbeat, Deidara was transfixed. He felt like he was witnessing the essence of the beauty he had always sought. So beautiful, the words slipped out in a whisper. Is this true art? Whoosh! Before he could reflect any further, a kunai whistled through the air straight toward Itachi. Itachi had thought the battle was over, but the sudden attack made his brow furrow. As he turned his head to dodge, the sunlight glinted off something on the kunai's handle, a Flying Thunder God seal. That's... In an instant, Itachi's eyes morphed into Mangekyo Sharingan. At that very moment, a figure emerged from thin air, blade flashing with crackling violet lightning. Boom, an earth-shaking blast erupted. Purple lightning crackled wildly, and a deep fissure tore through the temple floor. The nearby Buddha statue was cleaved clean in two. What the hell just happened? Deidara was completely dumbfounded. The golden sunlight had vanished into a cloud of smoke and dust, and the majestic, almost divine figure of Uchiha Itachi was now sprawled awkwardly on the ground. That ethereal, artistic moment he'd nearly engraved into memory, it was utterly shattered. Shielding himself from flying debris, Deidara frantically searched for the attacker. This is art. That brilliant flash, that explosive flourish, that was what he'd been searching for all along. But, where did he go? Still dazed, Deidara scanned the area but couldn't spot a single person. Meanwhile, Kisame's expression had turned grim. This is bad, he recognized that move, it had been used against Uchiha Obito once. If that strike had landed on him, he wouldn't be standing now. What was that just now? Sasori's voice was as flat as ever, but his mind was racing. Kakuzu's earlier warning echoed in his head. Itachi staggered back to the group, catching his breath. All three Akatsuki members stood poised, eyes fixed on the temple entrance. As the dust settled, three figures with white hair slowly stepped into view. Kakashi Hatake, Jiraiya, and that guy. Seeing the trio, Itachi and Kisame both tensed. As I thought, the white fang of the leaf. Suddenly, Sasori lunged into action. His puppet, Hirako, immediately shifted into battle mode. Kitagawa Gen, who had just reappeared beside Jiraiya and Kakashi via Flying Thunder God, was caught off guard. He had just been lamenting missing Obito and Orochimaru when, countless gleaming senbon, laced with poison, came flying toward them under the dusk light. Earth style, earth flow wall. Jiraiya and Kakashi moved in sync, forming hand signs. Two massive walls of earth rose instantly to shield them. Within seconds, those walls were riddled with needles like giant porcupines. And then, a blade-tipped tail stabbed through the earth wall, piercing it with ease and lunging straight at Kitagawa Gen. That's when Gen finally understood. Glancing at his short blade, then his white hair, he thinks I'm the White Fang.
Thanks so much for listening to this episode of Naruto. Starting with the Ōtsutsuki Bloodline. If you enjoyed the story, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you'll always know when the next chapter drops. Want to get early access to more chapters and support the series? Head over to my Patreon. Patreon.com/mvmunsem7. Your support means the world and helps me keep creating more content like this. Feel free to share your thoughts, theories, or favorite moments down in the comments. I love hearing what you all think. Thanks again for joining me on this journey through the shinobi world. I'll see you in the next episode. Take care and stay legendary.